Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1478 of the War News stream. And tonight, we have some wild news to report yet again. We've seen that Iran has made the very big mistake of starting to attack NATO allies, including Turkey, France, and in the Middle East, that is, with ballistic missiles. That very bad situation going on with that. We are also seeing that Iran launched massive strikes on U.S. targets today in the region, and also, there's still a massive brewing Russian coup threat right now inside of Moscow, and we have very big news. It's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments within the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and the United States of America. Over the course of the day, literally just minutes before we went live on air, the Islamic Republic of Iran has conducted another short-range and intermediate-range ballistic missile attack on the NATO forces within the Republic of Turkey. According to Turkish air defense reports and also the footage from the ground, it appears that all of the missiles that were targeted into NATO airspace inside of Turkey, which is subject to Article 5 protections under the NATO Charter, did occur around the area of the Incirlik Airbase right outside of the city of Adana within southern Turkey. According to information that we have at the moment, all incoming short-range and intermediate-range ballistic missiles were shot down by Turkish and NATO air defenses, but this is once again the third attack that we have seen on the Republic of Turkey and against NATO forces that are currently based within the country. Further on and inside of northern Iraq, it also appears that the Islamic Republic of Iran is not holding back on just trying to conduct attacks on NATO forces within Turkey. In northern Iraq, we did get to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran used a large number of Shahed 136 drones and Garand 2s provided by the Russian Federation to directly attack and heavily damage a French outpost on the outskirts of the city of Erbil. Currently, that base is heavily on fire, and we do not have any indications of wounded or killed French service members at this moment, but this is the second attack that the Islamic Republic of Iran has conducted against a French military facility in the war, with the first attack being seen at the French naval facility in the United Arab Emirates, and the second such attack being seen literally just hours ago near to the area of the French outpost at Erbil. Further than that, we've also been able to get more additional information of some concerning developments that did occur over the airspace of western Iraq earlier today, as CENTCOM's Area Responsibility was able to report that two KC-135 aerial tankers apparently suffered an in-air collision, leading to the loss of one of the Stratotankers, and also the other Stratotanker limping back to Tel Aviv with about half of the vertical stabilizer missing. Currently, CENTCOM's Area of Responsibility has announced that they are currently conducting a search and rescue effort for the crew members on board the stricken KC-135 that went down over the area of Iraq, but so far, we have not been able to hear of any crew members being recovered alive and well. At this moment, we are assuming that either these crew members were heavily injured in the crash and may not be recoverable, or they may have died in the midst of the aircraft breaking up after it suffered a significant mid-air collision. We have also been able to hear of further significant developments within Iraq, as the Islamic Republic of Iran also conducted attacks against U.S. forces today near to Baghdad as well, and the United States has also conducted airstrikes around the area, striking pro-Iranian militias. A large glowing bright light of some sort was seen in the sky near to the Saudi-Iraqi border, which appeared to be a fairly strong and very incredibly orange glow of an orb. It is not the orb of judgment. We have to make that somewhat clear. It happened incredibly close to the Saudi Arabian-Iraqi border, and we're actually believing that at this point, that may have been some sort of an image of the KC-135 that was in air that may have started to break up after it had been hit in the collision and started to go down right along the Saudi Arabian-Iraqi border. Additionally, we've also been able to get more information as well from the situation inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran, as it does appear that the United States has also been conducting significant airstrikes today against the remaining transport erector launchers of the Iranian armed forces, and we have also been able to see that on top of that, within Tehran, there have been additional major attacks that were conducted. It's been confirmed by the United States Air Force that the last of Iran's 747 aerial tankers have been destroyed on the tarmac at the Mehrabad International Airport. The situation in the Strait of Hormuz is not going as well as the situation on the ground inside of Iran, and currently the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Oil prices are rising, and it appears that at the moment, the President of the United States has changed the tune. Instead of saying that gasoline should be cheap, he's now stating that the rising prices of oil and gas are in fact great, and it's a wonderful thing to see because more expensive oil and gas only means that Americans are going to make more money. We've also been able to see that while that was going on, apparently two random people just walked into Fort Campbell in Kentucky and apparently stole a couple of Army drones. A little bit odd, but that happened today. We've also been able to see that a large amount of U.S. wounded have been evacuated out of Saudi Arabia to Germany, and the Ukrainian armed forces are still holding on the front line and inflicting significant casualties against the Russian Federation's armed forces, while the Russian government today has officially announced that they're incredibly concerned of an upcoming coup attempt against the Russian government or a public uprising. The Swedes also boarded a Russian shadow tanker today, and we also were able to hear that some Iranian officials within Denmark appear to have attempted to seek asylum today. We have all of this news and everything else to cover over the course of the night, and we will of course be starting with our largest stories first and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. But before we get on into that, we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment live on air. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we currently have some breaking news coming out of the capital city of Iran in Tehran. So right now we are hearing reports on the ground from eyewitnesses. They are saying that there are such large blasts happening in central, northeastern, and southern Tehran that it feels like a magnitude 7 earthquake. That's what they're currently saying on the ground inside the capital city right now, and that's a pretty big report. That seems to be some of the largest ones we've heard about so far in the entire war as of right now. So we don't know what is being dropped. We also don't know if it's the U.S. or Israeli Air Force carrying this out, but we are seeing a video coming out. I have a one video showing this situation at the moment. It appears to be that southern Tehran appears to have what appears to be a glowing situation on the ground. It looks like it's a possible hit that we're seeing right now, and also we're hearing that nonstop explosions have been heard for over 30 minutes. So whatever's going on right now, this seems like some of the biggest stuff of the entire war that's happening right now. So let's take a look.
And we're going to be taking a look at this clip right here. We see the glowing fire in the distance. It appears to be near to a mountainside at the moment. It also sounds that it might be raining in Tehran at the moment from what we're hearing in this clip.
Also, by the way, this is a pretty grainy video we're looking at right here. That's one of the best ones we have right now. We also have a photo that came out of this area as well that generally shows the same situation, but it appears to be a clearer image of it. It's a little bit further down the Twitter page. But we're seeing reports as well that apparently in southern Tehran, which is where these photos and videos are coming from, it looks like they're hearing multiple additional explosions in the exact same area. So it could be a targeted explosion on one specific site, possibly, but we've heard reports coming out from central, northeast, and also southern Tehran as well. So it's been going on for at least half an hour so far. So we'll have to wait and see if we get more video out of this situation. But the fact they're reporting this feels like an earthquake, that's crazy.
And it is a pretty crazy sort of a situation. It is believed at the moment that there may be some sort of a larger ammunition store that's been targeted in the area, or there may be incredibly large ordnances being used by the U.S. military against targets within Tehran at the moment, which is leading to the near earthquake-like feeling that eyewitnesses on the ground are reporting from the explosions that are currently happening in Tehran. So we'll be trying to keep...
Actually, not to interrupt here, but I actually got another eyewitness report right here. This is coming from the Twitter channel called which is a pretty good source out of the Middle East. They are saying, this is the eyewitness quote from the ground. They're saying whatever it was, whatever the F it was that shook Tehran, Karaj, and multiple other areas as well. People described the blast, like I mentioned, as a magnitude 7 or 8, like earthquakes. They said jets were heard, but not much, and they believe that a bomber might have dropped some heavy ordnance. So they're reporting shaking, not just in Tehran, but Karaj as well, and other cities around the area. So I don't know, like what could this possibly be in for? So like, could it be possibly like a lot of dumb bombs that are just simply extremely large, like 2,000 pounders being dropped? Or could it be something possibly like a Moab or a bunker buster? Like what would even cause something like that?
Generally probably wouldn't be a Moab, because a Moab is a thermobaric bomb, and if they're trying to hit some sort of bunkers in the area, thermobaric bombs generally cause a significant amount of surface damage and some minor subterranean damage, but wouldn't really be suited for that sort of an operation. They would be incredibly large, however, and their blast radius is about a mile in diameter, but generally that probably wouldn't be the ordnance. I wouldn't really be able to tell you at the moment right now what it would be, and I see a lot of people saying that it's a Moab, but I do have to remind everyone that for a Moab to be used, it can only be used out of the back of a C-130 Hercules from what we know, because C-130 Hercules are the only aircraft that are rated to be able to carry and drop a Moab. So they would have had to have flown a U.S. Air Force transport all the way over Tehran and then literally dropped it out of the back like, you know, they're kicking out some groceries out of the back of a car with an open trunk, and then see that thing land on its target below inside of Tehran. Probably highly unlikely that that would be the case, so at the moment I really wouldn't be able to tell y'all what kind of ordnance it would be. And also I would say that it's highly unlikely a Moab. I think we can generally rule that one out, but outside of that, I wouldn't really know at the moment what kind of an ordnance could have been used that would have led to basically all of the surrounding cities around Tehran, even as far west as Karaj, feeling the explosion within the city at the moment.
Yeah, and also, by the way, I just saw as well, there's a very heavy tanker activity right now over the area right now, over Israel, Jordan, etc. I just reposted a screenshot of it as well. You might want to go check Flight Radar and see if you can see any of these aircraft still active on ADS-B. It looks like there's definitely a large amount of U.S. aircraft that are currently airborne. Yeah, you can actually see some of them right here, actually.
And it looks like there's an ongoing rotation right now. Some see KC-135s are landing, and others are now taking off to take their place. So it does appear that there is a rotation that is currently going on at the moment for the tankers based out of Israel. So we can confirm that. So it does seem that there's still a high tempo of air operations within the area, but this doesn't appear exceptionally abnormal, because usually the rotation is conducted about the time that we go on air.
I don't think that's a rotation right there. I think that's preparation for a large operation. It could be, obviously, we're hearing of explosions now, so it could be the operation that's currently underway, or it could be a second wave that's going to happen after this first wave, possibly. To me, that doesn't seem like a rotation. That seems like probably some positioning for fuel support for a current or future operation, at least in my opinion.
Well, I mean, we do see that these two KC-46s are landing, and only 3 that we see on transponder appear to be flying out of the area. And generally around the time that we've been on air multiple times, we've covered this in prior days, well, really over the past few weeks more so, this is usually the time that we see that a wave of tankers will come in and land at Tel Aviv, and another group, which we're seeing right here, will take off from Tel Aviv and then replace them in the skies to continue the 24/7 air operations that we're seeing against Iran. So I would say that this probably isn't anything exceptional, at least these flights of tankers. tankers. That seems to be a fairly normal one from what we've seen over the prior weeks. And also on top of that, these wouldn't even be in position to support a current strike because they're currently trying to base themselves over the airspace of Jordan to move into the staging area, which is eastern Iraq, to then support the aircraft that would conduct combat operations against Iran. So they wouldn't be a part of any direct action that's happening, at least right now. If anything, these KC-46s probably were, and they're now coming back and being replaced by the other tankers, which are currently outbound right here.
Maybe so, but also, by the way, I'm trying to get some more footage right now of the situation because I see a lot of people saying, where exactly are these explosions? We don't have a clear enough video right now to tell you exactly where these explosions are happening. We know the general region is southern Tehran. Right now, that's a hotbed right now. Inside of Tehran is the southern part of the city. So, I'm not really sure what's down there in the southern part of Tehran, by the way. Is that like an industrial zone or what it generally is in that part of the city?
Generally, it's a little bit more of a sparse area of the city, but there are some significant military targets within southern Tehran. There is the Mehrabad International Airport, which technically is just in the very northern part of southern Tehran, and there's also a couple of governmental institutions, Besiege and IRGC headquarters, that also exist within the southern area. You can also see down here what appears to be a larger industrial area, which could, at least in theory, be used to possibly house some form of munitions, but that would probably be highly unlikely because there seems to be a decent amount of commercial traffic in the area, which would probably suggest the lack of military activity, at least at that larger industrial warehouse facility there. So I think that would be our list of targets that we might be able to hear of at the moment. And there's also some air defense sites within southern Tehran as well, but most of those have already been knocked out in the prior 2 weeks.
Interesting. So right now I am not seeing any new footage coming out, by the way. And also that is interesting what is down there in southern Tehran for the most part that you just went over. But sadly though, until we get footage, we really can't say exactly what is happening down there or what exactly is being struck. So I will keep a sharp eye out for that because right now that's a huge, massive story happening right now. Possibly some of the largest strikes of the war that's literally causing people to say it feels like a magnitude 7 earthquake, which that must be some serious firepower that's being dropped right now for the eyewitnesses they've experienced airstrikes, by the way. They know what they feel like. They're saying these are way different. So we'll keep an eye out and see what it is. But in the meantime, of course, I'm going to pass it back to you to carry on the news.
All right. And with that, folks, we're now going to be getting into our news coverage of the past 24 hours, which has been incredibly significant in the amount of news that has developed and happened over that period of time. And a big thanks to Enforcer Matt for getting us that breaking news while we were getting live on air, literally right at the very beginning of our news coverage. We have been able to hear folks moving us into our largest story of the day within the area of the city of Adana and near the Incirlik Airbase at the city of Adana inside of southern Turkey. There has been reports that the Islamic Republic of Iran has conducted a new attack against NATO forces at the Incirlik Airbase inside of the country of the Republic of Turkey. Video footage emerged here showing a Iranian short-range or intermediate-range ballistic missile entering the airspace of southern Turkey, and we also got an additional clip here showing that incoming Iranian ballistic missile and possible air defense interception activities that were being conducted in the area as well. That little bright white light up there is actually the missile itself from what we know, which is currently moving towards the area of Adana. We can actually see another one over there as well. Flying over Turkey, it appears to be over a larger metropolitan area, at least by this cameraman's point of view, and passing over the horizon and further on into Turkey. Reports largely have surfaced that all incoming air threats were shot down, but this is the third time that the Republic of Turkey has come under a direct attack by the Islamic Republic of Iran for housing NATO forces within their country. We also were able to hear the air raid alert sirens going off in this clip right here.
That's a strange tone for an air raid siren compared to, like, for example, Russia's.
Honestly, it sounds like howling wolves, really. I mean, it doesn't even really sound like an air raid siren, something that would be distinct. But we do understand that the target that they were trying to go for within southern Turkey is the area of the Incirlik Airbase. We've seen that this airbase has been attempted to be targeted about once before, at least at a minimum. We were able to confirm that back then the Islamic Republic of Iran was trying to target the NATO forces and the U.S. Air Forces that are based out of the Incirlik Airbase. Interestingly enough, this airbase is also home to the 36th Air Support or Sustainment Wing, or the 36th Air Wing. If I had my NATO Force disposition map up, which I sadly don't at the moment, I'd be able to give you all the specific name, but that air wing is based out of Incirlik Airbase to be able to help support U.S. air operations within the region of CENTCOM and EUCOM, and not only that, they are also the ones who are responsible for maintaining and operating the B-61 tactical nuclear bombs that the United States Air Force has based out of the area of the Incirlik Airbase. The attack was luckily thwarted, but this is once again showing us that the Islamic Republic of Iran is conducting attacks against not only the Republic of Turkey, but NATO forces as well, and maybe trying to see a greater escalation of the conflict. We also understand that NATO air defenses at large, especially within the Balkans and Central Europe, are still on high alert for a possible Iranian missile attack. We haven't seen one of those been conducted so far, but it is still one that is incredibly concerning. Iran does have the range to be able to reach pretty much all the way up towards Slovakia and even possibly southern Germany, meaning that Prague would be literally at the very edge of the firing range or firing arc of an Iranian intermediate range ballistic missile that would be fired at Europe currently. And that means that right now a large amount of NATO air defenses in a lot of the Balkan countries and the Republic of Turkey have been on high alert for quite some time, and it appears that it's for good reason. The Iranians are generally testing NATO's response at the moment by conducting continuous attacks against the Incirlik Airbase and may attempt further attacks against other major NATO installations, including the Cogolasanu Airbase that is based in Romania. The Cogolasanu Airbase is actually a fairly significant one, at least in terms of operational capacity for NATO and U.S. air operations, and is currently being expanded at the moment to include a larger multinational force outside of the U.S.'s Atlantic Resolve Rotational Division, which is based in this area on a continuous basis, and also it is being seen with a second extension for a second runway, meaning that it would be able to operate at a higher tempo of operations than it would have been able to prior with a singular airstrip that it had. So we may see that the Islamic Republic of Iran tries to conduct an attack. They certainly do have the range, and once again, with the attacks being attempted at Incirlik in Turkey, it's not out of the question that we could see an attack being conducted at Cogolasanu in Romania. But we have further news coming out at this moment, breaking news as a matter of fact, about the ongoing situation around Tehran. And Matthew, what do we have?
Okay, so I want to remind you of something real quick. We had previously heard a statement from U.S. officials just, I think it was a day ago, actually. They had said that they could wipe out the Iranian electrical infrastructure in less than an hour. That was what they said, but they said that they would not do that because they don't want to cause the country to have to, rebuild over a century. So they said they were going to hold off on that. But right now, we have just gotten a report, a bombshell report, that electricity in several districts in the southern part of Tehran have been cut off completely due to intense strikes in the area. We've also seen that airstrikes have continued for over an hour, and they're still ongoing as we speak across the entire capital, not just the southern part of Tehran, the entire thing, with the southern parts experiencing the heaviest bombardment of them all. So we don't know if this is intentional strikes on the electrical infrastructure. It is possible, but we don't know that for a fact right now. But all we know is right now there's a blackout in southern Tehran across the entire region of southern Tehran as of right now. So we're waiting to see if maybe the electrical infrastructure has become the target of these airstrikes, but like I said, it's too early to tell. We've also gotten our first video here. Apparently, it's a joint U.S. and Israeli operation right now over Tehran, and we're seeing some unknown aircraft in the sky. I can't really make out what the model of aircraft is. It's not the Orb, by the way, just to make that perfectly clear. But Enforcer, what is that, a drone?
That appears to be a possibly Israeli drone. Let me go pull up some of the Israeli drone types that they have, because it looks to me to be the Israeli equivalent of a Reaper. But let me go and try and see if I can show this to y'all really quickly and find. Here we go. It looks like to me an Elbit Hermes 900. Let me go show y'all the picture of this right here. Because of the distinct wing profile and also how the vertical stabilizer layout seems to be configured, we can see that it has two upwards facing vertical stabilizers here at the rear of the drone, and it appears to have a near identical vertical stabilizer layout near to the rear of the drone. So this appears to be a Israeli, and to make sure to get the name correct again, an Elbit Systems 900 that's over Tehran at the moment.
Interesting. So yeah, that must be a surveillance aircraft of primarily what that's for, probably. So we can see they've got eyes over the sky right now. So we don't know, like I mentioned earlier, we don't know exactly what aircraft are conducting this. The eyewitnesses on the ground believe that there's some type of heavy bomber activity going on. That's what they think. But of course, they may be mistaken. They might getting a little bit confused, possibly, as they're getting hit with missiles, obviously, and also bombs. So they might be a little bit mixed up. So it could be fighter jets, it could be bombers, it could be both of them, actually. With that heavy amount of refueling activity that we're seeing over Jordan right now, it could be anything. So it's currently a very big bombardment, by the way. I will say this has got to be the heaviest that we've seen so far.
Also, I gotta say, another interesting thing here is the altitude at which this drone is flying at. The cameraman is hardly zoomed in at all. If you notice, Matthew, like here at this point in the clip, we can see what appears to be some sort of an antenna pop up at the bottom of the feed, which seems to be on top of the roof of a building somewhere nearby, which would suggest that this drone is only about 2,000 to 3,000 feet above the city below.
Yeah, that is pretty low, by the way. Also, if that's the altitude that the Israelis are flying them at, let's assume the U.S. flies them at the same altitude for whatever reason. That might explain why we've lost so many Reaper drones over the course of this war. Because with it flying that low, that thing is like a perfect fish in a barrel for some on-the-ground air defense. Even the crappy type, like the machine guns or Gush guns, AA, whatever they have, that could hit that easy at that altitude.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a wild sort of a thing to see, because also to let y'all know this about these types of drones, drones that have larger wing foils like this, to where they're incredibly wide in wingspan, they're actually made to be able to take advantage of the jet streams at incredibly high altitudes, like 40 and 50,000 feet, and to be able to loiter for an incredibly long time at a great deal of fuel efficiency, meaning that as far as a reconnaissance drone would be able to be concerned, one, they have an unbelievably large field of view at that altitude, ranging out to several hundred miles in every direction, and not only that, they're able to loiter up there for an unbelievably long amount of time. The fact that one of these is literally flying only 3,000 feet above the city, or maybe even 1,500 feet or so, brings up a lot of questions as to what in the world the Israelis are doing flying a drone of this design, which is not made for this kind of altitude flight, over the city like this. A very interesting sort of a thing, and possibly suggesting that they're trying to get an incredibly high fidelity view or feed of whatever they've hit on the ground, and so they're having to fly the drone at an exceptionally low altitude to try and get a good look.
It could be. Also, by the way, I finally got a video here showing some of these strikes. This is just a handful of the strikes. We've heard of a lot more than this, but apparently we're seeing, it looks like, a couple of direct impacts here in some part of Tehran. I sadly don't know what part we're looking at here, but this is our first video that we have showing any strikes inside of Tehran. So let's take a look.
Well, let's take a look. What in the world
The heck was that? Did you hear that?
Yeah,
that was the weirdest sound.
Let's listen to that again. I don't know what that is.
Was that a Lucas?
It couldn't be. I mean, it just sounded like it was going so fast, you know? Like, we've seen a Lucas drone hit something in Iraq today, and it was only going like 100 miles an hour. That thing sounded like it was going maybe a couple of hundred, maybe like 300 or 400 miles an hour.
Maybe so. It sounded almost, though, like a different tone of like a Shahed motor. That's why I was wondering if it maybe was the Lucas, which is basically a reverse engineered Shahed Iranian drone. So I don't know. I've never really heard that sound before, so I'm not really sure what to make of that.
Let's listen to that. I mean, the speed of this thing is unbelievable. Let's listen to it again. I mean, that just sounds fairly fast.
That's got to be a Lucas.
Maybe.
That's got to be a Lucas.
Like, I'm thinking it probably is, but I mean, the thing sounds like it's going like 250 or 300 miles an hour or something, which, you know, we saw one hit something in Iraq today. I didn't put the video up on the news, by the way, sadly, folks, because it looked like it was copyrighted, but it wasn't going that fast. I mean, it sounded a lot slower than this, but anyways, let's watch the rest of this clip. You see them now looking back outside again, the smoke rising from the impact sites. We also see another impact site, actually 3 of them, one here in the main frame, one slightly off left of frame, and then one far left off of frame as well. But moving on. Also notice that the size of the explosion that we're seeing right there in that clip, that would generally match up with the warhead size of a Shahed drone. Like the size of that explosion we're looking at right there, that's generally just kind of eyeballing it a bit. That's how large it would be if Iran hit something like, let's say in the Gulf state, with one of their Shahed 136s. So that could be a Lucas, because I think the Lucas carries a very similar sized warhead with a yield like that on that version of the drone, the U.S. version of it. Yeah, maybe it is a Lucas drone. I think that it probably would be. I mean, it definitely sounds like it's propeller driven, but it also sounds to be wildly fast. Did they put nitrous in that thing?
Man, I don't know. You know, it's only a little cheap little motor. Like, I think it's like a 4-stroke or something like that. So, I mean, they rev the hell out of those things. It's a one-way trip. You don't have to worry about the damage to the engine, because it's going to get blown up anyway. So they are pushing those little motors to the limit. Like, it sounds like that one was definitely pushing to the limit if that was a Lucas.
Man, that little buddy was like just about to like stroke itself on out, like right there. It's like, man, it's like that thing was about to have an aneurysm as far as the engine was concerned, from how loud and how high revved the thing was. Listen to that. It almost sounds like an air raid siren, honestly.
It sounds like those clapped out boosted Civics in the morning at like 2 a.m. That's what it kind of sounds like, except I've never really seen Civics quite that destructive, even though they're annoying. But also, we have one more video that just came out, by the way. We're seeing a video. This one is geolocated. It's confirmed to be southern Tehran. You can't see much from it. It's very dark, but we can at least try to make something out.
It looks like they blurred out most of the film as well, because the lower end of the frame has been completely blurred, but we can see a large fire onto the side of a mountain somewhere within southern Tehran. Sally wouldn't really be able to geolocate this. It's been too heavily blurred out. And we can see some additional explosions happening near to that hillside where the fire is currently raging.
I haven't seen in any of these videos so far any type of explosion that would ring a bell with like a magnitude 7 earthquake. I haven't seen it in the videos yet. So like I was saying earlier, it could be maybe the eyewitnesses are getting freaked out and panicked and they're misreporting what they're feeling, although they know what a normal explosion feels like because they've been experiencing this for over a week now. So they know what it feels like. So for them to be saying this is something unusual, I would tend to believe it, but so far we just haven't seen it in the videos.
Yeah, I don't believe we've seen an explosion like that either, but we're going to be keeping our eyes out, folks, and we're going to be trying to see if we can get any sort of additional information on this reported explosion that eyewitnesses are talking about, where they claim that it's exceptionally sized. Matthew, were you turning off a space heater?
Yes, I was. It's getting hot in here.
I heard it beep through the microphone, man. It went beep. I was like, what is that? But anyways, moving on from that, like for a second there, man, I thought that I was maybe having a clip accidentally playing where there was like a beep in it. I was like, what in the world is that? But anyways, moving on out of that bit of news inside of the city of Tehran, which we'll be most likely breaking to for a little while now to return back to it and keep covering it as we keep the show running. But getting us back to our main story that we were able to hear in our 24-hour coverage on the attempted attack at Incirlik Airbase today, a lot of people are wondering about what is going to be happening soon, or what NATO's response might be to another attempted attack on NATO territory. Just to make this clear for everyone, while Turkey is a sovereign state of its own, it is a part of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and that means that it naturally has NATO defensive articles extended to it as guarantors of its protection by the larger part of the NATO alliance, meaning that the Turks could generally take this and run with this however they want. But I also have to say, folks, that right now the Turkish appetite for conflict against the Islamic Republic of Iran seems to be somewhat low, meaning that the chances of them declaring even an Article 4 invocation would be fairly low at the moment, most likely. But a lot of people currently are talking about what NATO might do. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so you have to admit, at this point, there's no denying it. Iran did not accidentally send missiles into Turkey. This is the third distinct time that this has happened. So we even saw the missile this time. We watched that earlier of the missile from Iran being fired over Turkish airspace, and we saw that. So we heard the air raid sirens. We saw the missile. We don't know about an impact. It appears to be it was likely intercepted for the most part, but we have not seen an impact. So what are your thoughts about the situation with Turkey? About 33% said NATO will simply send air defenses, and that'll be the end of the story. 29% said Article 5 will never happen on a situation like this, and 29% said that this will trigger Article 5 very soon. So on Turkey, we kind of went over this the other night, or actually 2 nights ago. I doubt that NATO is going to go to war over Turkey. I doubt they will, because Turkey kind of understands they're kind of like halfway in the region a little bit. They're obviously right there next to Iran, so they're within vicinity. Honestly, it's kind of surprising that Iran hasn't attacked Turkey more at this point, because Iran's been blasting the hell out of all their friends in the Gulf states, which nobody was really expecting that to quite this degree. And also now Turkey's gotten their third confirmed strike on their airspace as of right now. So I would say NATO will probably just send more air defenses. We've already seen Patriot batteries get deployed inside of Turkish territory. They'll probably get some more after this. So I think they'll keep stacking it up as much as we can spare. But Enforcer, what say you?
We also have to break for a moment from the poll, because we actually have further breaking news at this moment coming out from the office of the President of the Republic of France, President Emmanuel Macron. An official statement has been issued. Chief Warrant Officer Arnaud Frion of the 7th Battalion of Chassé-Apnin from Versailles died for France during an attack in the Erbil region of Iraq. To his family, to his brothers in arms, I want to express all the affection and solidarity of the nation. Several of our soldiers have been wounded. France stands by their side and with their loved ones. This attack against our forces engaged in the fight against Daesh since 2015 is unacceptable. Their presence in Iraq is part of a strict framework of the fight against terrorism. The war in Iran cannot justify such attacks. This is the first ever confirmed fatality of a French armed service member in the entirety of the Middle East since the war began around 14 days ago, and it has now been confirmed by the President of the Republic of France that a French soldier has unfortunately laid down his life in the name of the Republic of France at the French outpost at Erbil, Iraq, which is a very unfortunate incident to hear of, and we'll be making sure to say our condolences, especially to the families of those of the Chief Warrant Officer of the 7th Battalion. It's incredibly unfortunate to hear that the French are now saying that they are also losing their great countrymen and their great service members currently within the Middle East as well, and it's an unfortunate tragedy to see. We do know that the French currently are generally weighing their cards at the moment, and considering that a French service member has now been officially declared dead due to an Iranian attack, it is highly likely that the Charles de Gaulle Carrier Strike Group, or the French government at large, may start to declare offensive actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran in vengeance for the attack that was conducted on their French facility or French outpost at Erbil that led to the death of a service member just several hours ago. We'll be getting to
Is that the first non-U.S. NATO casualty that we've seen so far in the war, I'd imagine?
Unfortunately, we really can't confirm that because the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and multiple other Middle Eastern kingdoms haven't really been that forthcoming about casualty reports and fatalities. So we really wouldn't know, but generally from what we know publicly, this would be the first.
Oh yeah. Also, by the way, I was meaning like NATO casualties outside the United States. So the Middle East countries wouldn't necessarily qualify. But
Okay.
I think this French casualty here, and also by the way, rest in peace to the soldier. By the way, I think this might be the first non-U.S. NATO casualty that we've seen so far. So that is disturbing. Of course, we have not seen a Turkish casualty. We haven't seen that. Like even though missiles have been fired at Turkey, we have not heard of any injuries or deaths on the ground in Turkey from any debris situations or anything like that. So I think France might be the second NATO country to actually have a casualty.
I think that is the case. That's very unfortunate to hear for the French. And I'm sure that the French government, which has already been having quite a significant amount of Security Council meetings, are probably about to have a couple of crucial ones. It's currently about the break of dawn over there in Europe right now, so they'll probably be talking about this here incredibly soon. And Macron may convene an emergency war cabinet to speak with his advisors and his top generals within the French armed forces to really figure out what kind of a game plan they're going to be having here in the near future. But very unfortunate here. Getting us back to the poll, however, on the attack that occurred towards NATO forces today, I would actually have to say that in my honest opinion, I think that NATO is probably only going to be sending air defenses at the moment because Turkey generally has the ball within their court on how the response goes. And to explain a little bit how NATO works, because this is something that's a little bit interesting here about NATO, is that while NATO is a collective security organization or a collective defense, I guess you could say treaty, if you want to call it that, it's really up to the member states themselves to try and invoke any sort of NATO action or get the ball rolling. And from what we've seen from Erdogan's government, as long as nobody's getting wounded or killed in Turkey, they don't really seem that apt to do anything at the moment against Iran, and they generally are trying to just avoid the conflict in general and stay out of it. Meaning that since this attack tonight didn't produce any actual significant casualties or fatalities for Turkish citizenry on the ground anywhere within the country, it's highly likely that Turkey will not even exercise any of its rights under the NATO Charter to start executing, say, Article 4 or Article 5 of the NATO Charter. So I would generally say that at best, we might see that NATO command in Brussels starts to divert more air defenses of the wider NATO alliance towards the Balkans and Turkey, but we probably won't see any sort of a NATO 5 invocation because it would take Turkey itself starting that ball rolling to get to an Article 5 invocation, and I just don't really think the Turks have that kind of an appetite at the moment. It probably would take a couple of Turks getting killed on the ground for the Turkish government to decide that they would want to jump in specifically for the defense of their own citizenry. So that generally would be the situation I'd assume at the moment. But moving on from that news right there, we have been able to hear of some other significant issues. over the course of the day. And also, by the way, folks, I do have to clarify with that poll because Matthew just put this out, but that information is actually slightly dated, unfortunately, at this moment. There is actually 6 French soldiers that were wounded, and apparently one of those wounded soldiers has died or died in the attack, now from what we've heard from the French government. So there's actually been a death of a French soldier at this moment, which may change the variables involved in this sort of a situation, because wounded is one thing, killed is an entirely different other, and usually is considered completely differently by a government whenever they start to consider their options and what they may do. But we actually have even further breaking news coming out at this moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so sadly, also, by the way, if you go to the Twitter page, do not show this video, by the way. It is from the United States. We are seeing that there's a major fire. It appears to be that there's some fuel tanks in LaPorte, Texas, near Pasadena, that are apparently on fire, and it's a pretty large fire as well. So we don't know what caused this, by the way, but currently it appears to be a massive fire on that location right now. So we don't have any details about it, but just to bring y'all's attention to this real quick, that there appears to be an ongoing situation in Texas of it appears to be fuel tanks, oil tanks, or something of that nature just catching on fire. And it looks like the first responders are trying to race to the scene right now as we speak. So not sure about that, but we'll keep an eye on it to see if maybe that's some type of bad activities happening here in the United States.
This is right outside of the Houston metropolitan area, near to Galveston, Texas as well. This is a major oil port, if we want to call it that, or an oil operational area. We generally know that a large amount of oil tankers pass through the area of the Galveston Bay to be able to make it to Houston, and to be able to either load up with American crude and then ship it out to the rest of the world, or even bring in crude from other countries and see that it's refined here on the coast, and then transported through the rest of the United States. We're going to be watching that situation very closely here if we can get any further developments or information from the FBI and other groups to see if we can get some details on what exactly happened or what they believe is the cause of the fire at the moment. But we can confirm that there is now a fire at an oil facility within Texas in the United States of America. Moving us on from that news, we've also been able to hear of some other significant developments within the region today. According to information that we have been able to hear inside the area of Erbil to get y'all to this news right now, considering that there was just a breaking release or statement from the President of the Republic of France, we were able to confirm that the French base in Erbil was attacked. This base is incredibly close to the American one within Erbil, and we were able to see in this clip here the fire that was raging on the area of the facility after several Iranian drones attacked the base and caused significant damage, leading to the wounding of nearly half a dozen French service members and the death of one that has been confirmed so far. We've also been able to hear additionally that within the area around that time, there was some footage coming out of smoke columns being seen rising within the area. For some reason, they're adding a baseline to every one of these clips these days, which is actually a little annoying, but we can see here the clouds of smoke that are kind of rising in the distance. You can kind of see them just faintly, but confirming that there have been some other hits within the area. You can see it right there. Moving on from that and out of the city of Erbil and the unfortunate loss of the French soldier there, we also were able to see that there have been attacks on oil fields just minutes ago, as it appears that Iranian drones have targeted the Lanaz oil field, igniting a large fire in the Duhok province of northern Iraq, which we were able to see in this clip. We can see one of the raging infernos there, where one of the oil fields has been directly hit and is now on fire. We also
by the way, real quick, I just want to sort of bring this news to everybody's attention real quick. I'm sorry for, it seems like these days, like there's so many different things happening. I hate to pull people's brains every which direction, but just to bring a news story to your attention, we might have more news about this breaking out within the hour. There's currently a developing situation inside of Havana, Cuba right now. I am hearing from eyewitnesses on the ground that there are apparently strong protests that appeared to have just exploded. Like when I say exploded, I mean grew in size inside of Havana. So it appears to be it's right before an announcement is being made by the dictator there in Cuba for the most part, but there's something happening in Cuba. We had heard some rumors earlier today that something might happen, but now we're hearing some stronger protests and possibly even riots could be breaking out right now. So we'll keep an eye on that too in the midst of World War III breaking out. But back to you, Enforcer.
And moving back to our news from the oil fields within northern Iraq, we also saw the damage that was being caused with the fires visibly seen here on film as well. Moving on from this clip, additional news was heard out of the Persian Gulf today, as it seems that another tanker was directly hit by a one-way kamikaze boat of the Islamic Republic of Iran and was set on fire near to the coast of Kuwait last night, meaning that now we are able to confirm that around 7 ships, including 6 tankers and 1 container ship, have been hit and attacked by the Islamic Republic of Iran within the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf over just the past 24 hours. Here's the footage showing that direct hit on the side of the tanker. You see the tanker getting hit right there. And immediately erupting into an inferno.
Hey, wait a minute. Is this the Iranians filming this? Like, why are they yelling that and acting like there's something to be proud of?
Well, I mean, this is the Kuwaitis, and like, you know, Allahu Akbar has a lot of different meanings inside the region. You know, like
they used to have some aggression behind it. Like, it doesn't sound like, usually if they say like Allahu Akbar or something like that in the midst of something like bad happening, that's basically like saying, "Oh, please help me, please help me." This sounds more like this sounds more aggressive.
I don't know. I think they might just be reacting to the situation as it's happening because, you know, the Iranians don't have to have a boat literally nearby like it's an RC and then launch it into the side of the oil ship. These things are operated from some guy on the coast. So it wouldn't really make a lot of sense the Iranians slipped an attack boat in the middle of a Kuwaiti oil tanker waiting pool and then, you know, filmed it getting hit. Like, I don't really know if that would work out all too well. From what I know, from what we were able to hear before this video came out, these are apparently Kuwaitis that are on board the smaller boat, and it was some sort of a port inspection vessel or something else along those lines.
Maybe so, possibly.
Well, we now see them revving up the engine and trying to move out of the area. And that's the end of that clip, but still showing an additional attack on another tanker that happened today. We also were able to see further on down and within the Strait of Hormuz that the situation is continuing to become quite strenuous, at least at the moment. We are hearing that, according to multiple intelligence agencies, including the UK Defense Secretary, they stated that there are signals highly indicating that Iran has begun laying mines, if I can get the English out right, in the Strait of Hormuz, and is becoming increasingly clear that that is the ongoing situation. We've also been able to see that the International Maritime Body is going to be calling emergency talks on the Strait of Hormuz to try and figure out the situation, at least for commercial shipping. And we've also heard from other analysts, including the International Energy Agency of the United Nations, that the war in the Middle East is creating the largest supply distribution in the history of the global oil market, meaning that you can generally get by that statement, the prices are going to start skyrocketing here soon. But alas, that's not actually a bad thing, folks. I know that many people want a cheap oil and gas, but we've actually been able to hear from the President of the United States that cheap oil and gas is actually not what we want. We have been able to get a president from the United States of America today stating the following. The United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far, so when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. But of far greater importance to me as president is stopping an evil empire, Iran, from having nuclear weapons and destroying the Middle East and indeed the world. I won't ever let that happen. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President of the United States. I have to say that the change.
Well, it's like we make a lot of money. It's like who's we? It's like it's not the American people. We're paying more for gas, and we're going to be paying more for goods too if the diesel price keeps going up. So it's like it's not the normal Americans making money. So I'm not sure who he's referring to when he says we.
I don't, man, honestly, man, I'm about to pull that Mr. Krabs thing. What's this we stuff? Like, I'm about to pull that one because it's like, I'm not going to be making any money off of this. I'm going to be losing money off of this.
Yeah, I'm afraid nobody's making money off of this except for maybe oil executives, possibly. So there's no we in this.
That's what he means. His friends that are the shareholders and the CEOs of the oil companies. That's what he means by they're making a lot of money. That's what he must mean.
Maybe he's referring to people he knows, possibly. Maybe I don't know.
So let me tell you something really quickly about how this works. Yes, it's true that the United States is the largest oil producer in the world. And because of rising oil prices, the United States oil companies would be making a lot of money. But here's the thing that's the issue, folks. I'm not an executive or a shareholder in a major oil company. And none of y'all. Even if you work for an oil company, chances are pretty high you don't own enough stocks in that company that you're going to be making a killing off of what's about to be happening here soon. The reality of it is that for all of us out here in the normal world, what they might call plebeians or peasants, we generally have to just bear the load of the increasing cost of oil and gas because we aren't making profits when the oil companies are making profits. we're shelling out more money to buy the gas that the oil companies have refined out of the crude oil that they've bought, and that means that the oil companies are making more money, but we're actually losing more money here as a common U.S. citizen. So that is a little bit of a big difference, at least at the moment, that we're hearing between a lot of people up there in Washington and a lot of people down here on the ground. Because if that was the case, then that means the last administration was conducting a masterclass in economic operations, because gas prices had hardly been higher in other historical points in U.S. history, except for the time during the summer of 2008 when oil was hitting nearly $5 per gallon. Well, actually, gasoline was hitting nearly $5 per gallon. So apparently we didn't know it, but at the time of the last administration, we were actually looking at a master class on how to manage the oil industry and also the gas prices within the United States. Who would have ever thought? But outside of that, a lot of people are talking about the situation right now with the French base and the outpost that was hit today within Erbil that has led to the death of six, well, actually not led to the death of six, but has led to the death of one French service member from a mountain infantry unit, and also the wounding of 6 additional members. And Matthew, what are people currently thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so right now, of course, we have heard, unfortunately, that there was a death. There was a French soldier that actually died, apparently, out of this attack. So apparently, a lot of wounded. There's one dead so far. I'm not sure. Hopefully, that number doesn't grow, by the way. But it's due to an Iranian attack that struck the French base in Iraq today. That's why that happened. So we see Turkey getting attacked, which is a NATO member. We see now France is also getting attacked in the Middle East as well. So there's NATO countries that are getting hit and they're taking casualties and also deaths as well. So is this going to trigger Article 5 if the Turkey situation won't? So 41% said no, this is a non-NATO issue, while 25% said yes, that will trigger Article 5, and 20% said more casualties equal Article 5. And I'm actually with the 41%. This is really kind of a non-NATO issue because France based their soldiers in the Middle East. So it was not an attack necessarily on France like the homeland of France. It was an attack on the soldiers stationed in the region. So while it's obviously tragic and horrific that it happened, they are in the region down there. So it's a little bit different. It's more of like a wartime setting than it is necessarily an attack on France itself. So I think generally they'll view it as such. They'll view this as simply they got caught up in the war, basically, and it'll be a non-NATO issue. Also, by the way, one time where NATO Article 5 has been called up was when the U.S. was attacked on 9/11. Right afterward, it was Article 5. But that's because there was an attack on the homeland of the United States that they called Article 5, and NATO responded to the region of the Middle East. But Enforcer, what say you?
This would actually not fall under Article 5 protections. The NATO Charter under Article 6 lays out the sorts of armed attacks upon one or more of the parties that would generally invoke an Article 4 and then Article 5 invocation, which would include the following. On the territory of any parties in Europe or North America, on the Algerian departments of France, which I do have to point out have been stricken as Algeria has now become an independent nation and is no longer a territory of France, on the territory of Turkey, or on the islands under the jurisdiction of any of the parties in the North Atlantic area north of the Tropic of Cancer. And so specifically over the geographical parameters, the French forces that were attacked in Erbil today actually wouldn't give them a proper invocation for Article 5 or an attempted Article 5 invocation due to the fact that these French soldiers actually lied literally almost right across the border outside the geographical parameters that NATO protects. If this base was just about 58 miles north, this actually would have fallen under NATO protections. But because they were just outside of Erbil within Iraq, it has not extended NATO protections for that reason. There isn't really even an argument here as to whether or not this is a NATO issue. This is solely a French issue because under the NATO Charter, these soldiers were not provided any protections according to our treaty and the charter that everyone in NATO is a signing member of. So if the French try to invoke an Article 4 consultation, the Article 4 consultation would die right there. It would go to a meeting in Brussels. Everybody would say, well, that clearly isn't within the geographic parameters that provide protections, and then that would be completely thrown out. So that nothing really could happen over that. If, however, French forces have been attacked at Incirlik along with the U.S. Air Force and Turkish Air Forces in Turkey, that is actually an Article 5 invocation-worthy incident. So with that, I hope that does address that.
Also, I was talking with someone else today who's an analyst in the situation as well, and we were discussing this exact issue. We were saying what exactly would actually cause Article 5 to be declared in this current circumstance. And generally speaking, I don't think there's too many actual legitimate circumstances here that could actually lead to an Article 5 invocation in the Middle East. They're going to probably chalk it up to it's just what happens in war. That's probably what they're going to chalk it up to, and they'll probably avoid Article 5 for that reason. In my opinion, the one thing that would actually get Article 5 triggered would be if Russia invaded the Baltic states. That would obviously cause Article 5 to be initiated. And outside of that, there's really not too much more that could invoke it realistically for the most part. So Article 5, it's not as such a low bar as people thought it was. It's a lot. Like it takes a lot to actually get Article 5 to be actually put into use. And it's not as easy as we thought it was in the past. It's a very high bar to meet.
And also, on top of that, I mean, with the Turks, I mean, they're going to stonewall every attempt because if anyone gets blown up in Turkey, I mean, maybe the United States or some other country that was based in a facility in Turkey would try and invoke Article 5, but Turkey wouldn't. Turkey would stonewall that every time because they never even have made any sort of an attempt towards an Article 5 invocation, even with the 3 attacks that we've seen attempted on them so far, which generally kind of would be enough in a way to at least get to an Article 4 consultation, like Estonia did over the Russian actions over their airspace in their territory near to the town of Vasknarva, but generally it wouldn't really make it much further than that. And also on top of that, there may not be a great appetite within most of Europe to see that they all join in the war against Iran, because then they might believe that that will open them up to missile attacks that Iran has not yet conducted on most NATO states at this point so far. And also a lot of European countries, by the way, folks, are continuing to focus on the Russians because a possible war with the Russian Federation is still on the horizon. So generally they're all focusing their directions east instead of southeast towards Iran. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we possibly can at the moment. And also, Matthew, try and get that poll running on that little oil thing that came out today, from the White House and everything. I'd like to see what people are thinking about that.
I actually decided to skip that one because I was thinking it's kind of a redundant poll. It's kind of like a pointless question because honestly, I mean, let's just ask people this question. This will pretty much wrap the whole poll up right here. Are you making money right now as an American citizen because the oil prices are going through the roof? 99% of people are going to say no to that question because obviously, I mean, it's common sense. You're not making money if prices are rising on goods and prices are rising on fuel. You're not making money. The only people making money are the people actually selling the commodity itself, which is the oil. So, I mean, it's pretty much self-explanatory. So I actually skipped it because I have another one coming up on the next topic you're getting to.
Oh, okay, got you. But I gotta say, folks, it's really something else to see. It went from we need to get I just gotta say, I mean, this is something that's absolutely insane. The gas needs to be cheap to actually the gas being expensive is a great thing, and in fact, it should be encouraged. It's like, it's a little bit crazy to me. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get to some other news that we've been able to hear inside of Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Speaking of developments within the United States, we have been able to hear that apparently, 2 guys just walked on the Fort Campbell today and stole about $5,000. Well, actually, sorry, not $5,000. They just stole 4 drones from the U.S. Army. We don't know who these people are and how they even got onto the base and how they stole the drones. There's the 2 of them right there. That's the security camera footage, apparently, from Fort Campbell. They literally just walked into the armory, took 4 drones, and walked out.
Yeah, it looks like a gas station robbery or something. Like it looks that unprofessional. Like for them to be getting into a army installation, this isn't exactly what you call like high tech professional. I'm not sure how they got in there looking this unprofessional. That's kind of wild. Also, by the way, the story goes like this. In November of 2025, which was about 4 or 5 months ago, just about roughly, the drones apparently went missing, and then they found out, hey, wait a minute, they got stolen off the army installation. So then they went back and looked at the security camera footage, and they came up with some images that I believe we're looking at right here. And outside of that, we've been told that apparently the drones that they stole out of the base were Skydio X-10D drones, which I did a little bit of research into those, and it appears to be a surveillance drone. And apparently, according to the report, there was 4 of them that went missing. So it's not like they stole like Shaheds or Lucas drones or something like that. They're not attack drones, but they are pretty potent surveillance drones that apparently they made off with.
I gotta say, I mean, that's something else. I don't really know, how they made it onto the base, because, generally these days, the Trusted Traveler program doesn't even exist. It's been completely rescinded, and people who are not currently serving are not allowed on base. at all. So these guys must have had some sort of credentials in the army, I'm guessing. And then they went onto the base and stole the drones apparently out of the armory on Fort Campbell, which is really wild, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that's absolutely crazy. Let me go show y'all Fort Campbell if y'all don't know about it. It's right here on the Tennessee-Kentucky border. It actually extends over into the area of Tennessee, but the larger part of the Army's airstrip up here is actually inside of Kentucky. But it encompasses an incredibly large area. Generally, this entire wooded area through here is Fort Campbell itself, and they apparently just, I guess, went into one of the areas here in one of these buildings and just grabbed the drones. Have no clue what the hell is going on with that, but hopefully they'll be found and government property can be returned. Because, you know, it's absolutely outrageous that that even happened. I mean, just being completely straight up with y'all. I mean, that's an embarrassment for the Army. But moving on from that, and out of that little bit of news, it is time for us to move on out of Fort Campbell and on up into Washington, D.C., because we do have a couple of more developments to cover in Washington before we get back to the Middle East at large. We also were able to hear that apparently, and I gotta say, I know some merchant marines here that watch this channel quite a good bit, and I have a feeling they're going to be very strongly opinionated about this because this is something that is actually going against what has become an age-old tradition in U.S. maritime law. Apparently, due to the situation and the rapidly deteriorating crisis that's happening overseas because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, apparently the U.S. government is heavily considering suspending the Jones Act to try and tame the oil prices. To explain to y'all what the Jones Act is, the Jones Act is a congressional act that was passed into law an incredibly long time ago in the United States, at basically the turn of the last century, that was supposed to generally ensure that U.S. vessels, and particularly that of the merchant marine, would kind of have a little bit of a monopoly on coast-to-coast trade here within the United States. The law dictates that any vessel that is attempting to transit goods from one port in America to another port somewhere in America must be an American flagged vessel and cannot be flagged out of another country. This is to basically try and protect those coast-to-coast transporters, because it would become an incredibly competitive market and it generally be wiped out if there was foreign competition that was allowed. And so for that reason, that law has been on the books for over 100 years. As a matter of fact, that's why some overseas territories like Puerto Rico have an incredibly hard time, is kind of like a double-edged sword here, lifting themselves out of basically an impoverished economic condition, because the Jones Act basically means that these companies can kind of jack up the rates a little bit on their shipping costs, but that also keeps them in business because the little artisanal shipping companies that they run cannot operate on the massive industrial scale that larger companies like Hapag-Lloyd and Maersk Sealand operate off of on the global scale. Apparently the U.S. government is thinking about rescinding this act, which, depending on how long that would go, could basically completely obliterate all of the U.S. flagged shipping companies that are left that have pretty much survived only due to the Jones Act, and see that the entire coast-to-coast transit of shipping basically is taken over by international entities or corporations that are able to undercut the U.S. shipping companies here within the United States of America.
Does he even have the authority as the executive branch to even suspend that? Because wasn't that an act passed by Congress?
This was an act passed by Congress, and I really wouldn't know about how that would actually work. This might get challenged in the courts and make it to the Supreme Court and get shot down, possibly. You know, that's happening a lot lately. But it appears that, at least according to some officials within the administration currently, they are heavily considering attempting to suspend the Jones Act.
Yeah, I would have to do some research, because I vaguely remember all the stuff about what they can suspend and can't suspend from the executive branch. But I'm pretty sure if this was, which it's obviously called an act, so I would assume it was passed by Congress, obviously. So I doubt the president can simply say, okay, I'm just going to suspend the law that Congress passed. That's generally not something that's permitted. That's not within the bounds of the law, generally speaking. So I would be surprised if they do something like that, because that would pretty much put the entire check and balances pretty much on its head, if I'm understanding this correctly.
And I also see some people saying, who cares? Well, I mean, like, you know, I mean, anyone who's an American should generally care about this. I mean, just to put it up front to y'all, there's a lot of American jobs at stake here. I mean, basically all of the remaining U.S. flagged shipping companies are only surviving because of the Jones Act. All of these major shipping companies around the world, like MSC, Hapag-Lloyd, Maersk, they would come in and they would completely obliterate these shipping companies. A whole bunch of Americans that had been able to survive economically off of the Jones Act would be wiped out within maybe a couple of years if that kept up. It would pretty much destroy thousands of jobs. I mean, like, it's like, I don't think people are getting that, is that it is the responsibility of the government to protect Americans and their jobs. And suspending the Jones Act is one way to basically destroy any last shred of maritime and seafaring capabilities that we have within the civilian world in the United States, basically in one fell swoop, especially if that goes on for a while. I mean, like, like people say, who cares? Well, I mean, would you like it if the president came by to your job and said, you know what, we don't like you working at, like, your financing job, so we're just going to bring everyone over from India and have them replace you all, because we're just going to let them do that. Would you like that? No, you wouldn't. I mean, like, this isn't even political. I mean, this is something that would completely upend the merchant marine and basically every other U.S. flagged maritime corporation and company that's operating in this country right now. That's a bad idea. I mean, like, even if it would alleviate, at least temporarily, the surging prices that are to come, which we can already see that they're preparing for, it's only going to be temporary, and we're going to pay a long time cost in completely destroying the rest of what the U.S. has in terms of the merchant marine and civilian maritime capabilities. That's just an outrageous sort of an exchange to see. But moving on from that, we've also been able to hear out of Washington, D.C., that apparently the oil reserves are at a 3-year low. The reason why this happened is that back during 2022, around the end of the pandemic, there was actually a situation that happened that many of y'all will know about because this channel started during it, which was the beginning of the war in Ukraine. And because of the significant disruptions that was seen in the oil market, because Russian oil was basically sanctioned outright within the first month of the war by the U.S. and a large other part of the world, we then saw that the last president of the United States actually had to tap into the U.S.'s strategic oil reserves and basically pump it out like it wasn't a strategic oil reserve to be able to try and keep the fuel prices manageable and not surging wildly out of control back then. Afterwards, we then saw that it was resurging a little bit and being restocked little by little every year with the surplus that we were able to purchase by the U.S. government or the Department of Energy and then store in a long-term storage down in Louisiana. And now we're hearing that the U.S. strategic oil reserves will be releasing about 172 million barrels of oil, which, to put that into perspective for y'all, that's about 50% of what we have right now. So now we are going to be down probably at the absolute lowest that we've seen the strategic oil reserve at since really the 1980s, when the strategic oil reserve was generally started. So hey, it's not too good, because just to let y'all know, this is supposed to be allowing us to continue wartime operations and also military operations if there were massive disruptions to the oil market. And this war, I mean, it's a fairly big one, but it's not one like, say, versus China or Russia, which would be an absolutely massive and tectonic scale of a war. Even with the Russians getting curb stomped, it'd still be a large one that would require a lot of resources. And I mean, the strategic oil reserve is basically almost non-existent at this point, especially after the next 172 million barrels of oil are now released here soon. I gotta say, it's really something, folks. For decades, the strategic oil reserve was basically grown. I mean, it would drop a little bit here and there, but not by a lot. Like, people weren't just literally emptying the whole thing out. And then this administration and the last one had basically gone and wiped out decades of oil growth in our strategic fuel reserve just within about 4 or 5 years. I mean, that's absolutely crazy. I gotta say, folks, that's just raw mismanagement, to be entirely honest with y'all. Like, there's no other way to put that. It was mismanagement by the prior administration to do such an action and then leave it at a perilously low level. And it's now also an absolutely horrendous action that we didn't clear the Strait of Hormuz, and now they're basically going to drain out the rest of the strategic oil reserve. So that way, if China goes to war with us, we will have no oil left in the strategic oil reserve. I mean, that's I got to say, that's really showing how foreign policy is kind of going these days, and strategic forethought and long-term planning is kind of going. It's not really going that well. Hopefully, we'll see that changes at some point in the future. However, there is a little bit of a shining light at the end of the tunnel I have to share with you all. The U.S. has today lifted basically all of the sanctions that we had on the Russian Federation and its oil industries to allow them to ship their oil out into the greater world. This is supposed to be able to alleviate, at least for a little while, the rising oil prices, possibly. And a lot of people are wondering, is that a great idea? Because the Russian Federation is, after all, an enemy of the United States of America and an enemy of the Republic. Is it a good idea to allow an enemy of the Republic to enrich itself economically, to be able to prolong its wars inside of Ukraine and possibly prepare for a war in Europe. And a lot of people are putting in their thoughts and comments right now, but before we move on from that, it appears that Discord's having a little bit of an issue. So give me just a moment, folks, and I'm going to be trying to restart our Discord here so that way we can get on into this, because it is a fairly interesting topic, I'd have to say at the least, folks. It's a wildly interesting one for sure. And let me get back to the call with Enforcer Matt here. And let me see what we got. Hello?
Okay, so I think we're good.
All right. And so with that in mind, Matthew, speaking about that situation with the United States lifting basically all of the sanctions on Russian oil, what are the people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that? And also, Matthew, can you filibuster so that way I can go away from the mic for just a little bit?
Okay, so to give you all some more details about the story right here, there is a little bit of a nuance to it. It's currently a 30-day waiver to allow Russia to sell the oil that's currently basically stranded at sea on the Russian oil tankers. It's only for that oil. I will say, though, that really doesn't make much of a difference in my opinion, because, of course, it's still allowing the Russians to sell their oil. It's allowing them to make money. It allows them to fund the Ukraine war effort, and also allows them to keep supporting Iran as well in the midst of the U.S. operation against the Iranian government. So it's obviously not good from that perspective. But what do you think, though? Is it a good decision? 61% said no, that only funds the wars of the enemy, while 19% said yes, the oil prices must come down and this is an acceptable solution. And 14% said I can see both sides of the argument. I'm 50-50 on this one right here. So the way I see it is this. It's as simple as this. The U.S. has been working for over a year or longer to hurt the Russian oil economy. That is the crux of the Russian economy itself. And the way to bring the Ukraine war to an end the fastest is to hurt that Russian oil economy. So by lifting the sanctions, even for a 30-day hiatus like this, they are basically giving Russia the blank check it needs to fund its war against Ukraine, and also help fund the situation with Iran as well. So I would say awful idea, terrible idea. I'm actually with the 61%. It only funds enemy wars, and that's purely it. So, oil prices, they got to come down, but not at the cost of letting our enemies basically build up their economies that were already crumbling. Why would we do that just for temporary oil relief? Doesn't make much sense to me. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd agree with the 61%. This is an absolutely horrendous idea, and it's only allowing our enemies to be able to enrich themselves and continue on their wars in Ukraine, which are also clearly against U.S. interests as well. Strategic failing in forethought is not an excuse to allow our enemies in other fronts to be able to see a temporary advantage or even a semi-permanent advantage. Because I can tell you all this. On how this war is going with Iran right now, that 30-day time window is going to be extended probably by another 30 to 60 days. And then it's going to be extended even further on than that. Who knows how long this might end up actually becoming. And that is something that is absolutely horrendous, because what we're seeing right now, folks, to put it this way, is that we started a war with Iran, and generally it went well for the first few days, and then the Iranians completely closed the Strait of Hormuz because there apparently was no planning and making sure they couldn't do that. And so now we're in that situation right now, which isn't exactly a great one within the Middle East. So now, to try and alleviate a horrific strategic overlook inside the Middle East, we're now going to conduct an even larger strategic just blunder inside of Europe by allowing the Russians to basically go around and sell their oil without even having to put up the pretense that they're sanctioned, which is absolutely ridiculous. So that, at this point, folks, I think what the next best thing would do based off of this sort of foreign policy is to declare China an enemy of the United States and then take all of the remaining manufacturing that we have in America and then ship it over to China as well, just considering how the foreign policy is going at this point, because it's absolutely unreal.
The part that doesn't really make sense to me. Like, I'm not really sure of the logic behind the decision to even do this, because the oil price, the crude oil price, to my understanding, it's based off of speculation of the commodities traders. That's what it's based off of, to my current understanding. So by raising or lifting the sanctions on the Russian oil sales, how is that going to change anything when it comes to the price of oil? Because China is still exporting loads of oil from Iran. In fact, they're exporting more oil from Iran now than they were before the war started, which is insane. Like, I can't really wrap my head around that, but apparently that's the case. So the enemies, including India as well, they're also getting oil out of Iran. Iran's now letting India export oil from their country as well. They're getting an exception to go through the Strait of Hormuz. So I don't understand how lifting sanctions on Russia is somehow going to fix that situation. It seems like that really wouldn't, for the most part. So we could see something like this happen, folks. This could be how bad this decision actually is. It could be the oil price doesn't change. And also on top of that, it funds the enemies in fighting wars against us. It could be a double whammy, actually, if it goes the way I'm thinking in my head.
Oh, and I mean, that's really the only way it could go, honestly. I mean, if you think about it, folks, and I see a lot of people saying, dude, it's just the oil. Come on, let's be real. I think some people might be a little bit ignorant about how the Russians work economically, saying that the entire Russian economy revolves around oil. Literally every dollar they make in Russia is from oil. They basically have no other industry or economy inside of their nation except for the oil industry and the oil economy. So if the oil sanctions are lifted, that means that 70% of their export volume, which is literally the monolithic structure of their entire export volume historically, is just flowing out there in the world again. That gives those oil companies in Russia more time to breathe. It lets them try and cook their books a little bit better, try and last a little bit longer, and it'll keep the war in Ukraine going for even longer. I mean, if the goal in Ukraine was an eventual peace, this isn't going to be achieving that. This is going to ensure that the death and suffering in Ukraine will last even longer, because now we're allowing the Russians to fill their coffers with enough money to be able to keep that war going for probably another year and a half, possibly at this point. At this, especially if this is extended for months on end, this is not going to end up well. It's unreal. I mean, it's absolutely insane. Here's another thing, folks. This allows for the Russians to use that money to be able to buy more weapons from the Chinese, which means that the Chinese will get a little bit of money off of us lifting the sanctions on the Russians. And then the Chinese might be able to use that money from their weapon sales to further research and develop more weapons that will be even more lethal and more dangerous in targeting and killing American forces when we have to go to war with them because they're going to attempt to try and take the island of Taiwan. So basically, in a larger roundabout picture, this could end up terribly for the United States. And I would say that I'm definitely with the 60% on this one. This is an absolutely horrendous idea. I don't even know where the foreign policy is at this point, but it's basically one disaster leads to another, and leads to another. And it's going in a literal endless self-sufficient circle at this point, that the foreign policy is just spiraling into an absolute disaster at this point, and it's literally unraveling everything that honestly is within American interest. I mean, the American foreign policy right now, just being honest with y'all, is so un-American in how much it's going to benefit the United States at this point, with a complete lack of planning in the Middle East and the complete lack of any forethought with what we're doing with Russia right now. It's almost like we're actively trying to screw over the United States in foreign policy in every way imaginable. Like, it's really crazy, honestly.
Yeah, well, also, by the way, just to keep it objective as much as possible, I can put a number to the situation, by the way. Because of the sanctions being lifted, Russia is now making an extra $150 million per day from the oil sales. Also, that's just from the rising prices due to the Iran war situation. So just from that alone, the Russian government set to receive up to $5 billion USD, not rubles, that's US dollars, the valuable currency, unlike the ruble, in extra revenue by the end of the month. So, I mean, that's substantial. And that's just from the price rises from the Iran war. That's not including the extra oil sales that they're currently making now that the sanctions have been lifted for the most part. So it's going to have a real effect to it. It's going to have a real effect. And I don't know, like, I just don't know. Like, the Russian oil economy was on the verge of bankrupting itself. In fact, we had already seen they were cutting staff. They were doing all kinds of stuff to keep these Russian oil companies alive. And this might give them the lifeline, basically the lifesaver they needed to stay in business, it seems like.
And also, I see a decent amount of people as usual. And I'll put out some further points to defend this, because of course people are coming in saying that this is clearly political, what I'm saying. So let me tell you why it's not. On this channel for 4 years, we have kept the exact same tenets on what is in America's interest. It has never changed once. Iran is an enemy of the United States and is creating a nuclear weapon, which is very dangerous to our interest in the region and also dangerous for citizens of the United States. Russia is an enemy of the United States because it is attempting to thwart our sphere of influence inside of Europe, and is not only attempting to do that, but is attempting to expand and take over and control larger parts of the Eastern European regions, which are significant to American economic and military interests within the region. China is also a great enemy of the United States as well, because they clearly view themselves as an ideological rival of the United United States and attempt through subversion campaigns in the United States to turn American minds towards the democratic ideals that we have in America and more towards their authoritarian ones that they have in China. Not only that, they view our allies in the region like South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan to be threats to their existence, and not only that, they want to take over Taiwan, which is a producer of a large amount of semiconductors in their country. That has literally not changed once for 4 straight years. So if you fight a war with Iran, which is a great thing, to be able to overthrow the Islamic regime, which is a threat to the United States, but then you completely fumble the war planning, that's not really doing us too well. That might be doing us worse in the long run than not fighting that war. Then if in the process of doing that you realize that you messed up, and then you completely lift all of the crippling sanctions on Russia in the process and basically allow them to survive a little bit longer, you're only allowing that enemy to help itself out at our detriment at that point. So now at this point, out of the 3 main areas that we have, the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and East Asia, we are actively basically knocking our own kneecaps out in the Middle East and Eastern Europe right now. It's not political to say that, because if this had happened under any prior administration, which we already have plenty of critiques on, we would have said that then. This is just literally unraveling all of America's interests in one fell swoop in the Middle East and Eastern Europe.
Yeah, I think pretty much everybody understands. I think the only people not is the bots and people trying to make trouble. So I wouldn't even bother.
Well, I mean, still, it was worth bringing it up. I mean, it's a point to make. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to start moving on into our questions, because while we've been running the show, folks, we have seen that here tonight at the peak there was 33.7 thousand people who watched this show at the peak, and not only that, we've had about 170,000 people watch this show in an hour and 25 minutes. And I got to thank you all massively for enjoying this channel so far. I hope you all have enjoyed our coverage and, of course, our analysis. And we are going to be getting on into the rest of the news that we got out of the Middle East, out of Ukraine, and elsewhere around the world, mostly inside of Eastern Europe and the Middle East at this point. But before we get on into all of that news, I do want to make sure that we take a couple of questions from the chat. We're going to be taking 3 of them, and then moving on into the rest of our news. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first super chat of the night, this one goes to Based Soda, who puts in a $100 support. And thank you very much, Based Soda, for that very generous support, and we appreciate it very much.
Hey!
They said, I'm making money, go to the LSA. LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and helping this channel to keep on running. It is folks like you with that incredible and amazing support that make this channel possible and help us to keep this thing running. And I got to thank you massively for that, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $100 support from none other than Dax Salmon. And thank you very much, Dax, for that $100 support. And we do appreciate that very much as well. He said, y'all look great, and I appreciate all y'all do. And I've noticed, however, that you take an absolutist position where you often have no reason to. What you say may be right, but it may also not be as well. Maybe consider giving your analysis without saying it is or it will be. Now, also, by the way, Dax, I try to make that distinction. Like, it's a very good point, actually. I take that criticism in stride right there, because there's very few things in geopolitics that is absolute. So I do agree with you on that. I try to hedge it as much as possible to make people understand that when I say something, it's based on my educated guess, based on my knowledge, and also the information I have in my head. So I could be wrong. I try to let people know that off the bat. I don't want to make absolute statements, because that's why most of the time I word the poll questions where it's like, it could likely be this, or it may not be that way, possibly. Trying to word it with a hedge behind it. So I would agree. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I thank you for the massive support and helping the channel to keep on running. And I would generally agree that it's not a good idea to make absolutist statements, but sometimes things are so clear that there is really no way to not make an absolutist statement. Like, for example, with the Strait of Hormuz, saying that the Strait of Hormuz is clearly a major crisis and an ongoing development. Saying it might be, I mean, that would be generally underplaying it. We had already been talking about that before this even happened, and that's not just because, I generally act like I know everything. I mean, I've read quite an extensive amount about the Middle East, and literally in every single publication that the military has put out for decades, even in the ATP for the Islamic Republic of Iran Strategies and Tactics, they outline that the Strait of Hormuz is a critical linchpin for the United States, at least in maritime warfare, and would be a significant risk to us strategically and economically in the region if there was an outbreak of war, meaning that would be an important focus. And generally, I don't really talk about that a lot because, I just read stuff stuff and then work off of that generally for knowledge on the show. But some things we say, this is what's happening and these are the 2 or 3 possible likely outcomes, and we don't say which one is definitely going to happen and that's definitely going to be certain. But in some cases, things are just so plainly clear and factual, there really is no way to say, well, it could be this or it could be that. Sometimes it just is what it is. And then we have to work off of that, because if I said something like, the death of a U.S. soldier is terrible, am I supposed to, hedge that to be like, it kind of might be good, then, it's like,
well, no, he doesn't mean all stuff like that. I mean, that's obviously not what he's talking about. He's saying, like, on things like, for example, like we say, if the Strait of Hormuz isn't open by next week, then the U.S. economy will collapse. Like, that's an absolute statement with that one right there. And I think the point he's trying to make here is, like, on things like that, we should probably hedge it. Like, it could likely have a collapse possibly. Basically, just add some uncertainty into the answers. That way it's not so absolute. There's very few stuff that's absolute, by the way, in these situations. Very few, actually. So, I think that's the point he's trying to make.
Well, I mean, like, it's kind of, though, an absolute, like, if the Strait of Hormuz is closed for months, I mean, oil prices are clearly going to start skyrocketing. I mean, every single expert analyst from the oil industry out there right now is saying that that's the case. So it's not like, well, maybe it will, or maybe, someone magically, just springs a straw into Washington, D.C. and oil comes shooting out under the White House. I mean, that's not going to happen. So, it's like, like that kind of is just a given fact. Like saying a time period, like generally like we did a while ago, saying by Monday the prices are going to skyrocket, and it didn't. I would say that clearly was an absolute statement that was wrong. But I think generally if we were to say in the longer term picture that if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, oil prices are definitely going to rise. I mean, that would be kind of a hard one to say that is not true, and there's even any wiggle room in that, because literally every expert from the field is saying that that's going to happen. We even had a super chatter in here a couple of days ago that said they were in the oil industry. They were in a meeting that day in Texas talking about how the oil prices were probably going to be reaching $150 per barrel if this situation continued in the next coming weeks. So, I mean, I definitely get what you're saying, but in some cases, though, the facts are just so clear, there really is no way for us to try and hedge a statement. Sometimes it is an absolute statement that would be the case. But a huge thanks to you for the support and help with the channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And the last one, the segment goes to none other than Chris Feilbach. And thank you, Chris, as well, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much, as usual. He said, the orb word of the day is adsorb. Absorption occurs when a gas or liquid creates a thin layer around a solid object. An everyday example is aluminum foil, which has had oxygen absorb into it.
And I thank you so much for the support and sharing another orb word of the day. We are greatly appreciative for that support, and we thank you greatly for finding another orb word and sharing it with us. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the rest of the news that we've been able to get out of the Middle East of the wartime actions that have been conducted over the course of the day. Moving us on into the news out of Tehran, we were able to report that over the past 24 hours, there were explosions reported in larger parts of the city, including some within eastern Tehran, as we saw in this clip right here. When you see the smoke rising in the video, it's very faint looking because it is the middle of the night in that video. And moving on from that and on into our next piece of news, we also were able to confirm that the last remaining 747 aerial tanker of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force appears to have spontaneously combusted, quite unfortunately, meaning that they no longer have any 747 aerial tankers.
Damn, son.
That thing is
kind of... Wait a second. No way. Wait a second. Do we have our first video showing an A-10 Warthog being used in 2026? Is this the case? I think we might have it. I have a video here purporting to show an A-10 Warthog strafing Iranian-backed militias in Iraq tonight with the Gal 8, the gun that makes the famous brrr. We have it. Let's see this, by the way. I gotta see it.
Let's take a look.
Oh boy, the A-10 is still in use. It's not retired yet.
Not retired yet. It probably will be in the next couple of years, but it looks like he's doing some work in Iraq right now, that's for sure. Pretty crazy to see that. And it looks like they're going up against the Iranian-backed militias like the Al-Nusra, which are currently inside of the more so hinterlands of Iraq is the best way to put it. But with that, it is time for us to move on into southern Tehran, where we also were able to hear of massive strikes as well, which we were able to cover earlier on the stream when it was happening. Meanwhile, we have been able to hear that the new supreme leader of Iran is in a supreme coma, and apparently he's had his leg amputated. So, that's kind of tough. I mean, it's like, the new supreme leader's in a coma and his leg has been amputated. Doesn't really sound like he's in a position to lead the country as a supreme leader,
Yeah, sounds like the cost of being the new Ayatollah was one leg, possibly arm.
Man, I gotta say, man, I mean, the cost for an Iranian leader these days is an arm and a leg. I mean, that's a pretty high price to pay. We also were able to hear that apparently the Iranians did make a threat today. According to this statement, the president said, "We can take apart Iran's electric capacity within 1 hour, but we have not done it." Well, if they do that, the whole region will go dark in less than half an hour, and darkness provides ample opportunity to hunt down U.S. servicemen running for safety. I gotta say that whenever the Iranians make threats like these, it really just makes you, really hope that they get the rest of the top government officials in the country. I mean, I just got to be kind of a little upfront. I don't really like it when they go out of their way to basically try and threaten terroristic sorts of statements like that. Like, we're going to hunt them down in the dark and just start killing them everywhere. Something about that just makes me go, I think we need to see another air operation over Tehran. Maybe one to try and get, the foreign minister and maybe this guy as well. A couple of the extra ones that seem to have slipped through the net at the moment. I just got to say, these kinds of statements don't really make me feel all too good about, say, ending the conflict. This is kind of giving us a little bit of an idea of what they're kind of about. And also, one other thing that I do have to say about this whole statement right here as well is that, I mean, the Iranians can't even fire off about 5 missiles a day anymore because so many TELs have been knocked out. How the hell are they going to take out the entire power infrastructure of the whole of the Middle East in an hour? In a half an hour, even? They're not. But anyways, moving on.
That's not happening.
Yeah, they're certainly as hell not doing that one. We also get to see that near Iraq today, it appears that the Iranians got stuck in between Iraq and a hard place. Here's the clip. There's Iraq, and then what you're about to see here is a hard place. Moving on from that clip and on into our next one towards the area west of Karamabad, we also were able to see that it appears that CENTCOM was doing a little bit more damage to the remaining TELs that the Islamic Republic of Iran has been able to keep running at least up until today. There goes one of them. How about a second one? Maybe a third one. That one was liquid fueled. How about a fourth one? A fifth? Of course. Let's get y'all a fifth one. Here we go. Number 5. I gotta say, they're kind of losing these TELs a little quickly. I don't know about y'all, but
Some good work out there. Honestly, give those guys a raise or something like that. That's some pretty good work right there. It's just here's my only catch though. I'm not trying to be negative about everything, by the way, but I do have to point this out because there is a bit of an inconsistency here. The U.S. had said that pretty much all of Iran's missile capabilities were already knocked out. So what are we watching here? Apparently, that's missile capabilities that were online, and we're still seeing that tonight Israel came under a missile attack, and also Turkey came under a missile attack as well. So it looks we can't deny it looks like Iran's missile capabilities have been reduced. I would say that likely is the case, but to say that their missile capability is completely wiped out, that's definitely a stretch.
Well, that is certainly a stretch, but they have been largely destroyed, and their combat efficiency and also rate of fire has been significantly reduced in volume and also intensity over the past 2 weeks, to where they generally are only conducting a handful of missile attacks a day versus the dozens that they were able to conduct per wave, per every few hours at the very beginning of the war. So we certainly have done a lot to them, but there are still some existent and operational TELs on the ground. But moving on from that and down to the area of Avash, we also are able to see that within this area, it appears that the Israelis or the United States was able to target some Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps targets down here. Looks like one hell of a hit.
Is that seagulls or a bad suspension?
A mix of both. It's a blend. Oh, look, it's the pile of tires from the movie Cars, like with the tire on the top for display. Nice.
Damn.
Well, moving on from Mavaj, we also were able to see that near to Shiraz, there was also a couple of hits that slammed down into IRGC facilities in this area. We can see the smoke rising from them after the hits. You see them just driving around, cruising down the street with an illegal tent. Somebody needs to give this guy a
what
ticket.
is that like? What is that like? 80% tents? Those are dark as hell. That's like a limo tent.
Bruh, this is an unreal amount of tent. This guy thinks that he's driving around in nighttime in broad daylight with a tent like that. I mean, dang. Somebody pull this man over and give him a ticket. But moving on out of that bit of news and on into our next bits, we've also been able to see that within the area of the Persian Gulf, there was some refueling conducted today, which the U.S. put some videos out of from I believe a KC-46 or a KC-135.
Oh.
This is a really cool clip.
Man, the color grading. Man, what did they film this with? Like a red camera or something? This is like cinema camera quality. They're spending good bucks. Matt, they got a nice camera in here, whatever they're using.
Oh, and there it goes. Look at the little fella.
Man, they're going to catch the Iranian government going out in 4K or 8K Ultra HD.
Oh my God. Hey, that's Bahrain.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I think so. Let me go look at that. Like,
was this somebody's yacht?
On their private yacht. I mean, that looks a lot like Bahrain, man. Like, that's the same sort of, like, little, like, port piers and stuff that they have out here, like, in this area. That looks very similar. Might be Bahrain.
Could be. It could be maybe a yacht, possibly, but I'm not sure.
Maybe, but high-quality footage. Nice to see. We also were able to hear of an incident that occurred near to the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group today, as apparently an Iranian vessel sailed too close to the CSG, and a U.S. destroyer fired a couple of shots at the vessel, but apparently the main gun on board the Arleigh missed every single shot. And then they had to send up, I believe it was a helicopter with some Hellfires, to be able to take out the vessel that was coming a little bit close. So we did hear about that incident today. Fairly interesting one, and we really don't know what to make of that exactly yet. They haven't been really forthcoming with a lot of details on it. We also saw that the U.S. ground artillery batteries based out of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain have been hard at work firing off ATACMS and GMLRSs inside of Qatar, which we were able to see in this clip right here. Really cool to see. Let me show y'all another clip of this right here as well. Let me show you this one. Okay, apparently they added techno music to it. That's cool. Very cute. Well, there's a couple of launches of the U.S.'s long-range ATACMS and GMLRS missiles, but very good to see. Moving us on from
it looks like Ukraine. Like it looks exactly like what, because obviously Ukraine has those too. So it's like the same thing. You really couldn't tell, like at night, if it's coming from Ukraine, the Middle East, or where.
I have to tell you that we have much experience with these missiles, and they are very effective. Blow them up. But anyways, with that, it's time to move on to Riyadh. We also were able to hear that apparently today, according to some statements to Reuters, some Gulf states are actually reassessing their relationship with the United States and seeking to diversify their foreign partnerships following the president's decision to go to war with Iran. So it seems as though within some governments within the Middle East, the war with Iran may be becoming incredibly unpopular due to the fact that some countries didn't really want it, and secondly, it's getting them a lot of fire. Like countries like the UAE, for example, have been under fire more so than Israel, crazily enough, in drone and missile attacks. And while the U.S. has provided very little to no air cover for the UAE, they are also refusing to provide the UAE with any air defense missile interceptors for their air defense systems that they bought from the United States. So countries like the UAE and others might be looking to try and see their foreign partners kind of change because of the situation and how things have been dealt with by the United States so far. But moving on from that, we have also been able to see some other incident happen on the USS Gerald R. Ford today. Apparently, there was a fire in the laundry room that broke out on board the USS Gerald R. Ford. According to U.S. Naval Forces Central Command 5th Fleet, on March 12th, the USS Gerald R. Ford experienced a fire that originated in the ship's main laundry spaces. The cause of the fire was non-combat related and is contained. There is no damage to the ship's propulsion plant, and the aircraft carrier remains fully operational. 2 sailors are currently receiving medical treatment for non-life-threatening injuries and are in stable condition. Additional information will be provided when available. The Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group is currently operating in the Red Sea in support of Operation Epic Fury.
Oh man, well, I guess this is a wild change of events here. Of course, some crazy, like unprecedented escalations. But I guess the sailors on this ship can say that they actually fought Lenin in this 21st century.
Man, I gotta tell you, the weakest link on an American aircraft carrier, folks, is the average seaman who doesn't pull out the little filter from the dryer and clear the lint off of it. So apparently they had a fire break out because nobody cleared the lint out of a dryer, I'm guessing, and that it caught on fire. And so they had to have fire control teams lay into the laundry space and put out the fire. Luckily, nobody was really injured heavily, apparently. So, little bit of singeing here and there, but they had a little lint fire. And that is what it is, I guess,
Hey, well, you got to watch out, man. Vladimir Lenin, he can pop up anywhere, especially when you put those bed sheets in that dryer. You got to make sure you throw your little dryer sheet in there. You got to keep Vladimir Lenin down pat, man. You got to be careful. Don't want to fight that Lenin.
Man, I gotta tell you, I never knew that the sailors were gonna not only be fighting the Iranians, but also the laundry machines and the dryers as well. I mean, that's a tough one there. They're fighting on 2 fronts.
Man, those damn Russians are in the dryers.
So cavalier, but anyways, moving on from that, we've also been able to see an interesting incident over Baghdad today. We're getting towards the news that I know a lot of people kind of want to hear about, particularly, but we're trying to work our way towards it. We were able to see the U.S. air defenses were operating around the Victory Airbase again today. And we also were able to additionally report that the U.S. Was apparently hitting Iranian militia camps near to Baghdad. We can see an explosion of one of those right there. Moving us on out of that news in central Iraq, it's now time for us to get towards the Saudi-Iraqi border. To this thing right here. This was a large ball of fire that was observed in the sky near to the western area of the Iraqi-Saudi border. It's not known what it was, but it was a large burning orb, appears to be orange in color and white at the center, suggesting an incredibly large fire and some sort of an explosion. And we then heard that not that much longer after, CENTCOM had reported that a KC-135 tanker had apparently crashed within western Iraq, which is actually incredibly close to the location in which this large burning orb appeared. According to CENTCOM's press release, they stated the following. Loss of KC-135 over Iraq. Tampa, Florida. U.S. Central Command is aware of the loss of a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft. The incident occurred in friendly airspace during Operation Epic Fury, and rescue efforts are ongoing. 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. One of the aircraft went down in western Iraq. The second landed safely. This was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. More information will be made available as the situation develops. We ask for continued patience to gather additional details and to provide clarity for the families of service members. We're actually able to see the second aircraft return back to Tel Aviv, and this is what we saw. The entire vertical stabilizer has been ripped in half. So apparently whatever happened, these 2 KC-135s came in incredibly close proximity to each other, and this one sheared off the top end of its vertical stabilizer by colliding with the other aircraft that was above it. We don't know what happened afterwards, but generally from that large fireball, this is going to be a little bit unfortunate to tell y'all folks, we are probably going to be hearing about the announcement of maybe an additional 5 to even 7 service members of the U.S. Air Force being reported dead tomorrow, because that fireball may have actually been that other KC-135 that it had the bottom part of its hull ruptured open, which generally carries fuel tanks for the refueling operations, and once that fuel started to vent, it may have gotten near to, say, something largely hot on the side of the aircraft, maybe the aircraft skin or near to an engine exhaust, and that then ignited the fuel that was leaking out of the back of the aircraft, and then led to some sort of a catastrophic explosion, which appeared like a fireball in the sky, possibly meaning that the aircraft actually broke up over the airspace of Iraq in some sort of a large explosion. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I hope that that's not, because we're hearing that they're apparently in search and rescue efforts in western Iraq to try and find the airmen and try and recover them, but we're not really hearing of any progress on that at the moment, and they haven't given any updates, which is not really giving us a good look at that situation so far. So it appears to have been an unfortunate tragedy that happened. And I think that we're probably going to be seeing that the Air Force will probably conduct an inquiry into this to see what in the hell happened. Generally, in between aircraft that are operating by normal civil procedures, if aircraft are operating incredibly close to each other like this, they're supposed to at least be able to maintain visual separation by some miles horizontally in direction, or at least maintain a 1,000-foot vertical separation if an aircraft is on top of another. The fact that these aircraft collided would generally show that some sort of aviation procedure was overlooked or not really followed or completely voided for combat operations, and these aircraft ended up flying incredibly close to each other, which led to an incredibly tragic and unfortunate disaster. Hopefully we'll be able to hear more information from CENTCOM to see if that is the case, but it appears to be a rather unfortunate incident. That's one thing we can say for sure. Moving us on from that and on up in northern Israel, there's also been an additional attack that has been conducted today within the area. Missile alerts did sound throughout the larger area, and we were able to see interceptor action over northern Israel in this clip right here, as several Iron Dome missiles were fired off and attempted to intercept the incoming missiles, which appeared to have actually been able to truck on through and towards their targets below. That's the end of that clip. Moving on from that, it is finally time for us, folks, to move on out of the Middle East and all of the news that we've been able to get out of this region for the day, and time for us to move on up into Europe, as we have been able to hear about some other interesting developments over the course of the day. Some Iranian officials within Denmark, apparently Alireza Sobhati and Mohammed Pournajev, were posted in Copenhagen and Canberra, in Denmark and also in Australia, and have requested to seek asylum, according to Iranian International. So it appears that we may be seeing some, at least Iranian diplomatic officials that are currently within other foreign countries trying to seek asylum. And I will not repeat that name again, Matthew. That ain't happening again.
I wasn't looking at the screen when you said it. I was like, what's that guy's name? I was like, say again. But I was like, I'll just take your word for it.
Yeah, it's best. Please don't make me do it again. But moving on from that, we also were able to hear that Swedish forces just boarded the Russian Shadow Fleet oil tanker CL-1, and apparently the 228-meter-long oil tanker has been used to transport oil from Russia to Brazil over the past few years and was returning to Russia from Brazil when it was boarded. The Swedes are taking a tanker, and the Russians have made it clear that they're not going to be that happy about this if it happened again, and it's happened again. The Swedes didn't give a damn, and they're boarding that tanker right now, and they are seizing it at this moment. So we'll see what happens, but generally it appears that the Swedes are working hard to generally thwart Russian sanctions evasion. It's hard to get all of the ones separated. Now it's time for us finally, folks, to move on into the big news in Russia. We've been able to hear today that Telegram will not work in Russia, even with a VPN. Man, that brings us to tonight's sponsor. I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm just playing. We don't have sponsors. But we were able to hear that the statement was made. I won't be able to play the clip for y'all, but it does appear that they are stating that VPNs just won't work. We've also been able to hear, additionally, from a Russian government official that apparently they're incredibly concerned of a coup. Huh. What? How bizarre. How bizarre. A coup. Matthew, a coup.
Ooh, that's it's something that happens to chickens, and something that happens to chickens that just happen to be presidents.
Man, I mean, that's something crazy right there. A coup. I mean, that's nuts. And
Putin's trying to escape it. He's trying to escape it. The Russian president said, "I want to avoid coup. I want to avoid it. I'm not a chicken. I don't want to go to the pen." But it turns out he probably cannot avoid it. It sounds like it's brewing up, and it sounds like he's getting very worried from the sounds of it.
It sounds like he is getting incredibly worried about it. But before we get y'all into that news, because I know that we have a poll on that, I do want to circle back to the Swedish tanker, or more so the Shadow tanker news, and the Swedes seizing it today. And a lot of people are wondering what the Russians going to do about it. And Matthew, what are the Russians going to do about it? And what are you thinking about it?
So it looks like, and this is about the Swedish government seizing a tanker, by the way, it looks like about 72% said no, or Russia will not respond in force to it. They'll just simply let it go. And 11% said Russia will actually put a stop to it. So we have heard that Wagner forces are being put on these Shadow Fleet vessels around that area and also around Finland as well. So they're trying to beef up security, but this one apparently did not have security on board, or either they stood down, one or the other, and Sweden was able to take it into custody. So I think Russia will probably let it go for the most part. They of course, they want to do something about it, but there's really not a whole bunch they can do outside of starting a direct war with NATO. So they'll probably just have to let this one go again. But I have a feeling, though, the Russians are trying to crack down on the situation, but there's, like I said, there's just not much they can do. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I think the Russians are probably going to just have to let this go. I don't really think that there's really a lot that they can do about it at the moment. So, yeah, I think they're just kind of up the creek without a paddle, or I guess you could say up the Baltic without a tanker. Oh, but anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get back into the coup news out of Moscow. According to this Russian government official today, he stated that apparently they're preparing for a possible coup, and they're citing terrorism concerns generally being the reason why, but it appears that this is once again moving on the idea that Russians that generally are not monitored by the Russian Federation's government through the FSB could be planning, plotting, or conspiring to conduct some form of an uprising or an attempted coup against the Russian government, meaning that Putin's power could be in jeopardy. And I gotta tell y'all, folks, that is just such a sad thing to hear about that little gremlin-looking bastard up in the Kremlin possibly getting thrown out of his government. I mean, that would be a real tragedy. You know, I wonder how many people would weep over that. Well, I mean, outside of the lack of people weeping, huh?
I say, yeah, I was a pause there. I thought you were wanting me to say something.
Oh, no, it's supposed to be a dramatic pause for comedic effect. But outside of that, those things happen rare. Silent moments never happen on this channel. But beyond that, you know, I have a feeling that despite the amount of weeping people, it's going to be something that would be quite significant for the Russian Federation, considering that the entire Russian governmental apparatus has been built to basically support Putin and keep him in power. They literally created an entire separate political party for Putin called, I think it's like the United Front or something like that, and it literally is just non-political. It's just literally just like a Putin worshipping cult of a political party, basically, and that's all it is, which is kind of a little interesting. But outside of that, loads of people have been talking about this little coup, and I gotta tell y'all, the consequences could be quite significant. Apparently, they're getting a large enough suspicion and concern that anti-government sentiments are growing within the Russian army and also within the Russian public as well, and that's why we're seeing that they completely have largely removed or banned WhatsApp and Telegram from being usable communication systems, and not only that, they are trying to push everybody onto a Russian app called Messenger Max, which allows for the Russian Federation to be able to spy and literally surveil literally anyone's communications within the Russian Federation. Meaning that if you say something over Messenger Max like, man, I hate this Putin guy, I really want to overthrow the Russian government, you get a knock at the door from the FSB probably within the next few days, and you get whisked away to probably end up dead somewhere off in the middle of nowhere in Russia. So that's generally what they're trying to do at the moment to cramp down on this. But the fact that they're going this far to do it, even to the point that they've jeopardized the position of the Russian armed forces in Ukraine to be able to try and deal with this issue, is giving us an idea that this might be a pretty serious issue that's building in the background inside of Russia. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? What are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so of course we've gone over this last night as well, and we've gone over that tonight also, that Putin is escalating the censorship measures amid the possible coup threat. And the reason why he's feeling like this, by the way, I learned a little bit more details today. The Russian government is still strongly considering a mass mobilization. They're still strongly considering that, and based on what I heard from that fellow that we just saw in that post, unfortunately we were not able to play the video here on the stream, but I watched the video off the air. For the most part, they are very concerned about the future. If they call a mass mobilization, they are very worried that if they don't get control of the communication systems, including these messaging apps, then the Russian people will basically form a resistance and they'll try to overthrow the Putin regime. So that's what they're worried about. So let's see what the audience thinks. What will happen? 44% said Putin will battle a real coup very soon, while 25% said Putin will preempt the coup 100%, and 22% said Putin's paranoia is rivaling a crackhead at this point. So he's as paranoid as a crackhead. I think that's pretty clear at this point. Putin is extremely paranoid, and honestly for good reason. You know, paranoia is actually sometimes reasonable if the circumstances warrant it, and I would say this probably warrants extreme paranoia. It looks like there's actually a real threat of a coup that could be rising up if mass mobilization is called. So I would say I have a feeling that Putin will try to preempt the coup, but I'm not totally convinced that he'll actually be able to stop it entirely. He might have to put it down while it's in motion, because of course, nobody thought the Wagner coup was possible. It happened. We watched that live, and we were still shocked about it. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I think that Putin Fintwalker is probably going to be dealing with a significant threat from the underlings within the Russian government and the military, and I have a feeling that that is generally the threat that they're trying to get down towards, is the lower echelons of the Russian army, which may be getting towards the point of mutiny. Generally, from what we've seen, the Russian public doesn't really have that much of an appetite to attempt to overthrow the Russian government. However, the military elements of the Russian military, like the Wagner PMC, and every once in a while some sporadic fragging or an uprising or a mutiny that happens on the front, happens from time to time in the Russian army. And that would give us the idea that if they're really concerned of anything, they might be scared of a Wagner 2.0 happening, to where another coup attempt is conducted by, say, the armed forces of the Russian Federation's army. So I would say that probably might be the larger risk, because think about it, folks. They have a really strong control of the upper echelon of the Russian government, the top leaders near to Putin, and they generally surveil them and keep an eye on them a great deal. But who do they not really get to keep a good surveillance of inside the Russian army? It's all the guys that are lower down in the ranks, people from colonel and below. Those are pretty hard to follow. And also, before someone says,
babushkas too, the babushkas in those Moscow shacks and stuff like that, you got to keep an eye on them too. Very dangerous.
That's true. Very dangerous. But a lot of people would say, oh, enforcer colonel's actually really high ranking. Yet, they are not. In Russia, because of their conscript military system, there is an insanely large amount of commissioned officers and an insanely small amount of actual NCOs. So you can find something like, say, a lieutenant in the Russian army being a fire team leader who's in charge of just 3 guys. Like, that's it. Including himself, it would be 4 guys. And that's how bad off the Russian army is command-wise. So colonels, crazily enough, are actually a little bit lower on the command structure than a lot of people would imagine. And so, considering that they may all be conspiring or hating the Russian government and plotting something against them through Messenger Max, those would be the people that would need to be surveilled, because there's just so many of them, and they generally could try and use the little bit of weight that they have from the tiny bit of authority from their overinflated rank to be able to see that they might be able to coordinate to conduct some form of mutiny on the front at a minimum, and maybe an attempt at coup against the Russian government itself, who's to say. But I hope that does address that side of things, well, with what's going on in Moscow. And I guess you could say, next time in Moscow. Oh, man. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get on down and into the area of Tikhoretsk in the Krasnodar Krai Oblast. Have y'all ever cried lately? I know a lot of people are, but don't worry. Wipe those tears away, because you're not Russian, and that's something to be happy for. Down in Tikhoretsk in Russia, things have not been going well. Here's the little town right here. And right over here is this oil loading and pumping facility. Look at it. It's got a couple of pumps, a couple of pipes, a couple of tanks. Looks like a normal pumping facility to me. But that's wherein lies the beauty. It's because it's a normal pumping facility, they decided to obliterate the thing last night, the Ukrainians did, and they hid it. So let me show you that little oil depot as it looks today. Oh, it talked the...
Oh.
Oh,
everybody's oil is burning. Everybody's.
Man, Zelensky said, oh, you're going to lift sanctions? I completely understand. And then he turned around, blow up all of their oil shit. And then, they started blowing up all of it.
He thought this was a game. It turns out it was poker, but I'm not playing for cards. I'm playing for keeps.
They said, you don't have the cards. Little did they know I have the ace up my sleeve. Hit him again. We also got another clip of the oil facility on fire here as well. Take a look at this one.
This is what we call the take it or leave it, or double it and give it to the next person.
This is what we call the Tikhoret smoker. Even Chains
We're not quite
know.
the Mark Zuckerberg, but we do smoke the meats.
Listen.
Don't forget the sweet baby race.
We're about to be calling the Russian sweet baby when we light up their oil facilities with rays of explosions, Bliad.
Don't call this Airbase, but they do have the meats.
I love how the Russian civilians always do all the OPSEC first. They're like, there are 2 tanks burning, one on the northern side of the facility and the southern side. They're literally just listing everything off as they're filming. It's right near the post, they say. We are about to pass 2 barrels. Wow, thank you. Do you work for the CIA?
That's $200 worth right there, 2 barrels.
Damn, even on the red light. We're going. Oh, the pedestrian? Did I spot a pedestrian somewhere through here? Oh, there they were.
I think you're seeing a what?
Pedestrian.
Oh, I think that might be a worker.
Man, it's a worker. But anyways. Everything is blocked off. Oh, the cops are already there. Look. Is there nothing to see here? Everything's normal. Oh, they're picking up speed now. They're getting that wind noise.
It's like a high-speed chase.
They are running away from the toxic smoke.
Breathe deeply, comrade. This is the smell of your comrades here.
What's the air pollution look like? It's like a 3 on the scale. Not great, not terrible. Actually, Dyatlov, it's a 1000. It literally is deadly to breathe the air. It's literally toxic. But anyways, moving on from that. Unfortunate for the Russians, I guess. You know, maybe those sanctions lifting up won't really help them much. If the Ukrainians hit Ust-Luga, we're going to know what they're doing. But moving on from that, it's time to get into Ukraine. We were able to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours, and take a look at that right there. According to Miss Decent Keeper of the Records, 2,102 drones is the 5th highest daily loss of the war, and 243 vehicles also ranks 5th. Over the past 24 hours, the Ukrainian armed forces have been able to knock out 780 Russian soldiers, wounded and killed, along with 20 APCs, 243 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 56 artillery pieces, 2,102 drones, 1 MLRS, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, and that was the day. It's quite a good day, really. Moving us on from that, and on into the front lines themselves, we got to see near to the Severonsky Forest that the Ukrainians in the Signum unit of the 92nd Brigade were continuing to teach the Russians valuable lessons about anti-drone protections. As someone in a clapped-out boosted Civic absolutely gooses it by my place. Hopefully y'all didn't hear that on the microphone.
That's a Sigma male out there. Don't bash them.
Man, you youngins don't know what you're talking about. Oh, man, but we can see
You youngsters.
You damn youngsters, you see, you haven't been around for 30 years just talking BS. It's like you ought to grow up, then your BS will be accepted at discount rates. But we can see here that they're absolutely slamming these Russian positions, which is great to see. Oh, and another one. Biting the dust. Oh, that was a grad. Aren't we very grad? They're just taking a look at it. They are grilling. But moving on from that, it's time for us to move further down the front and into the area of Pokrovsk. We got to see a couple of Russian soldiers surrendering to the 155th Mechanized Brigade. Take a look at these guys. Look at them go. They made
I like to see it when the Russians make good decisions like these right here. They said, instead of going down, you know, as kind of like a waste, let's put our hands up and surrender and go over to the other side. It's probably a smarter thing. Oh, this guy right here, he is, he's stripping. Oh dear. Oh.
Don't show those to Hot Dog, man. He get excited. Oh boy.
Oh man. Hey, whoa. What the hell's this guy up to right here? This dude right here is acting a little odd. Like
I'm too sexy for my code. Too
really,
sexy.
I was just joking about the stripping part. This dude right here is almost pulled up his shirt. It's like, what the hell is he doing?
Dude, what are the charges? Stripping it down on the battlefield. Moving on from that clip, great to see them surrendering nonetheless. I mean, I guess, you know, just AO, keep out the freaky shit, you know what I mean? But moving on from that and down into the land bridge, down near the area of Melitopol, the Ukrainians blew up a fuel train today. There's the fuel train.
Oh, they actually did. Look at that. They actually got the train today. It's the train heist.
Oh, Briaga. That thing is on fire, man. That thing is roasting. And they got another one. And you see them here, lining it up for another hitting. What a nice day. What a wonderful day of another day of the Ukraine war. The Ukrainians are still winning and pushing the Russians back little by little. We're always happy to see it, and we love to know that the Ukrainians don't play around. With that in mind, folks, it's time for us to finally end our news for the night. That was everything from events happening live to everything that's happened over the past 24 hours. And sadly, the president of Ukraine did not make a speech today for us to show it. So sadly, we didn't get to show that. But with all of that in mind, it is time for us to move on to the second segment of the stream where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, is it a blast? Oh, wait, I can tell y'all it is. Y'all don't even have to, answer the question. I can tell y'all it is a blast because we get to talk about literally anything and everything in this segment. We get to talk about Iran, we get to talk about Ukraine, we get to talk about Russia, we get to talk about China, we get to talk about history, trains, food, motorcycles, cars, anything really. I mean, except for religion, politics, climate change, or whether the A-10 Warthog is relevant in modern warfare or not. But I think we can all say that the answer, because of what happened today in Iraq, is yes, to an extent. It certainly still is. But beyond that, though, it is time for us to get on into all of those questions that we have. And Matthew, please tell us, what do we got?
Okay, so we currently have a couple of different stories I want to cover. In the meantime, though, here near the end of the news segment, we are seeing, of course, there's a Cuba situation going on. I'm about to put up a poll about the Cuba thing that's currently ongoing. But also, we've gotten a new statement from U.S. officials. U.S. officials are now allegedly calling on vessels to go through the Strait of Hormuz and show some guts. They're adding that all of Iran's Navy ships have been sunk. So, of course, I think the shipping companies are going to make their own call on that, and I doubt that they're going to heed that advice right there if that is true. So, showing you don't really want to show guts when there's like mines hanging out and stuff like that. And also, the Iranian drone boats are apparently still operational, so that's a huge threat. So I'm not so sure about the just like plow through and hope for the best mentality. I'm not so sure about that. So we'll have to see, but that's quite interesting. But Enforcer, would you like to weigh in on that while I finish up this poll?
Well, I mean, that's really easy for a lot of guys up in some offices in Washington to say. I think that they ought to helicopter themselves out onto those ships and get lowered down to the deck and be on the bridge while they pass through the strait. Maybe they would have a different thought and idea then, sending a whole bunch of unarmed tankers into a deadly strait where they're clearly going to get hit by an anti-ship missile or a drone boat or something another. It's like they may not have a navy, but there's still a minefield out there somewhere. They still have anti-ship missiles and they still have anti-ship drones, so maybe not the greatest idea. That's how you end up seeing, like, by the way, folks, that's how you end up seeing that the situation then becomes worse for an entire decade, because all of the tankers that would try and pass through that area might end up sinking and might end up being a total loss, meaning that they would have to build a whole new tanker to replace that one, which could take years, possibly. So probably not the greatest idea, honestly. That sounds like a bad idea, not a good one.
Sounds like a rough idea to me, honestly. It doesn't sound like a great, fantastic idea. Also, by the way, we have seen, as in addition to that news right there, we've also seen explosions and smoke seen over central Dubai. It looks like Dubai is claiming that they struck it. But also, by the way, I want to point out that the Gulf states currently are on a censorship campaign right now. They're threatening to arrest anybody that posts any videos that incites panic. So basically, it's censorship galore right now in the Gulf states. But it looks like some people were brave enough to film this situation anyway, and we are seeing what appears to be smoke rising from Dubai near the International Financial Center. It appears like it's unclear if it's an interception or an actual direct hit. It's not really clear, but we are actually, let's see, it looks like something was hit actually, because I'm seeing some damage to the side of a building right here in one of these images. So, Enforcer, what can you tell us?
It appears that there may have been some sort of a hit on a building within Dubai in the UAE. Actually, there was. We can see the damage right there to another building as well. So there's been at least several hits by Iranian drones or missiles within the area of Dubai just over the past few minutes.
Yeah, it appears to be the case. Also, we're getting word that allegedly the Pentagon is expected to request up to $50 billion in additional funding from Congress in the coming days to sustain operations in the Middle East. So that's a pretty big amount right there they'll be asking for, in addition to the normal defense budget of about $1 trillion that we get each year. So that's a pretty big increase right there. We had heard as well that there was a new revised estimate for how much the war cost in the first opening days. Apparently, it cost $11 billion in the first opening days of the war, apparently. But I was trying to go find the post to make sure I'm citing that correctly. Was it the first week or first couple of days? Which one was it? Do you recall?
I think it was the first couple of days.
Yeah, it was like 11 billion or something like that. Also, there are people, analysts that are getting a bit concerned that we're firing off so many munitions like interceptors and sort of hard to come by munitions like that, that if something pops off between China and Taiwan, or for example, Russia attacks the Baltic states or something, the US might be at such a deficit that we might be behind the curve a bit if something else breaks out around the world. So there's some analysts that are getting concerned that maybe the other states like China and Russia are intentionally sparking Iran to go even further with the situation to try to basically deplete all of our ammunition stockpiles when it comes to interceptors and more rare munitions like that to a large degree. So that's a concern as well that we're hearing about. So, unfortunately, would you like to weigh in on that while the poll finishes up?
I'd have to say that that's fairly costly. You know, it's a little over $3 billion a day. And we'll have to see if the Congress has any appetite for this. I have a feeling they probably will have to, because the reality of it is, folks, is that at this point we're in a war now, and we can't really back away because the consequences of backing off would be worse than sticking with it. So, got to be entirely honest with you all here. I think that at this point we are kind of stuck in where we are at right now, and we have to keep this thing going no matter what. Otherwise, it'll end up even being worse. So I hope that does
Yeah,
address that.
the strange thing is, if something else breaks out around the world and the U.S. has to respond to it, we'll generally be in the same position that Russia's in, because Russia has that problem as well. But because Russia has nuclear weapons, just like the United States, if a country starts running low on, for example, tanks, armored vehicles, munitions, missiles, etc., then they have to start leaning more heavily on their nuclear doctrine to ensure that you're ensuring national defense. So Russia's been doing that for years. Like that's why they lob around nuclear threats so often, is they don't have the actual firepower on the ground to make it happen. So they have to go say, "Oh, look, we'll just nuke the whole world if you want to come get us." And that might be what the U.S. is pushed toward doing. If we start running low on munitions and China does something to Taiwan or Russia does something to NATO, we could be in the same position where it's like we have to start threatening nukes to maintain national defense if we start running out of munitions.
Also, I saw someone say, "How would backing out be worse?" Oh, let me tell you, it would be bad. At that point, we've basically been defeated by Iran, which, one, is bad for U.S. national reputation. Two, it also is going to embolden the Chinese and the Russians, because they're going to go, if they can't beat Iran, which is literally the weakest of the three, they can't beat Russia or China. So we can go and do whatever the hell we want. The U.S. would generally be easy to sweep away. So then it incentivizes people to look at us weak and basically force us into other wars. Also, another thing is that the Iranians might say, "Inshallah, we have defeated the infidel, and now we shall punish them by keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed, and there's nothing that they can do about it because we've already won, and they're running away like cowards, and they can eat shit." That's what they're going to say, and then they're going to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed as a punishment to the infidels, because the Iranians are still selling their oil, and generally, at least within Iran, they can kind of manage their gas price fairly well, because Iran consumes so little energy compared to what they export. Iran can actually easily manage gas prices internally within their country for the larger part without them going wildly out of control, while in places like the rest of the world, they would be going wildly out of control, or we would start to stop our exports of oil from the United States elsewhere, and other countries would start to economically collapse just due to the extreme costs of transportation. So generally, it's not a good idea to leave at this point, unless we can actually see that Iran is completely defeated. At a minimum, the Strait of Hormuz has to be reopened. I mean, that's just really the truth of it. And then you would have to keep a significant amount of the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force in the area to conduct low-tempo air operations to keep the area cleared of any Iranian threats, so that way shipping could still continue. So there really is no way to back out that would be easy, to be entirely honest with you all. It would be to be entirely frank with you all, it would be absolutely disastrous. And so just wanted to put it out there right now, folks. If the U.S. backs off of this war, and we declare a victory, and we just leave, and there clearly wasn't a victory, I'm going to be pretty certain with you all that that won't turn out too well. Very little chance the Iranians will just walk away. They're probably going to try and punish us to that point for what we've done, and they're going to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. And I also just saw someone say, "Ain't going to do shit." Well, I mean, that's what a lot of people said before the war started, and apparently they did shit. I mean, like, I'm just saying, it's like, I don't like Iran at all, but they did shit. So, a little bit hard to say they're not going to do anything. I mean, that would be living in fiction at this point. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on into our poll, because we do have a really good one. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so jumping to this poll right here, we are seeing, of course, that China and Cuba have now agreed to boost ties just 6 days after the U.S. president said that Cuba will be falling soon. So, what are your thoughts? 49% said Cuba will be targeted next, while 17% said it's all bravado and yapping, and 26% said Cuba will fall on its own. And I think that now that China is also sort of like chumming up with Cuba, and they were already doing that, by the way. Apparently, China has a spy base or a listening post down there on Cuba, apparently. So that was already a bit of a problem. I think Cuba might actually be targeted next, but that would be quite interesting considering the fact that we're expending so many munitions in Iran right now. That would be quite fascinating. We're getting spread a little bit thin here, to say the least, at least when it comes to expending massive amounts of munitions. So I'm with the 50%. They could be next. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that generally, in my opinion, I think that Cuba is probably going to be targeted next. Generally, the rhetoric that we're hearing about Cuba is very similar to what we heard about Iran and also Venezuela beforehand. And before anyone comes in and goes, but the president said, the president and what he says doesn't mean anything. He said that he would love a diplomatic option and deal making with Iran, and we're bombing them, and we've been bombing them for 2 weeks. We also said the same thing about Venezuela, and then we bombed Venezuela and we took Maduro out of the country, and he's currently in some sort of a metropolitan detention center in New York. So that doesn't mean a damn thing. Like, I don't care what the guy's saying. Like, the guy says whatever the hell he wants and then does what he wants, regardless of what he said. So I would say, generally, because of the rhetoric focusing on Cuba, we might even see that some sort of a military action is taken against Cuba here in the near future, maybe even in the midst of the war with Iran still ongoing, which I got to be honest with y'all, with the amount of bad ideas that have been seen in foreign policy so far with just bombing people and then seeing what happens, should we be doing that again in this time with a different country like Cuba? I mean, regardless if people are going to say the Cubans are going to be swept aside, I mean, clearly a lot of y'all have to be seeing at this point for the people who are just, wildly proud of America to the point that they become blind. You have to be seeing that generally these things aren't really going as well as a lot of people are believing they would, because in foreign policy, a reaction can always an action can always have a reaction made to it by a whole bunch of other countries, or even by the country that we're doing something to, and those actions could be unpredictable. We really don't know what could happen or how they might react and what the larger consequences would be. So maybe instead of just going around the world creating endless wars for the sake of it, because a lot of these don't even really make a lot of sense, how about we just focus on the one that really does make a lot of sense, which is continuing on the war with Iran and just seeing that one through to its completion somehow, instead of starting a whole new war with an island that's basically insignificant.
Yeah, just take a small bite, not a chomp.
Yeah, because starting a war in Venezuela, Cuba, like we're literally doing the Animaniacs Nation song at this point. Panama, Canada, United States, like Canada, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru. It's like, how many wars can we start? And we eventually go, a lot of these aren't making any sense for any larger American strategic prerogative. They're literally just wars for the sake of war. And we've always been on the channel, and I'll still say, wars have a purpose in foreign policy. I'm not always one who says that the answer is war, and I'm always not one to say that we cannot ever have a war. But the wars have to make sense if we're fighting them. We can't just go around just having wars for the sake of wars. I mean, Venezuela is something we could have dealt with in like 4 years from now, even 7 years from now, and it wouldn't have been an issue. And Cuba is something that we never even have to deal with ever. Because, I mean, have y'all looked at Cuba lately? It's basically like mega Haiti. Like, that's not really going to produce anything that's a significant threat. Iran is producing a significant threat. They're an issue to be dealt with. Russia is an issue to keep an eye on. And China is a imminent threat as well. Those are our big topics, our big threats, and the ones that we have to be focused on and paying attention to. But these other little tiny small fry sideshows, they just don't make any sense at all. And I don't really get why in the world we would do them. But anyways, with that, also I see a lot of people saying you're leaving out Greenland. Well, we never invaded Greenland. That was just a whole thing into itself, but also not great in foreign policy because that started to distance our major alliance in Europe away from us over in our basically a constructed land claim that we never had. And it was funny because they were like, how the hell do a whole bunch of people landing on a boat a couple of 100 years ago make Greenland Denmark's? It's like, oh shit, it's like, isn't that what we did in the United States? It's like, couldn't the Canadians or Mexico make that claim against us? They landed on boats. They don't have a claim to the United States. Like, it's like legitimately whoever's living there these days, they have a claim to the land. It's like you don't get to just go, oh, some boats landed a couple of 100 years ago. It's like, yeah, and they're Danish people still living in Greenland. So, it's like Americans living on U.S. soil right now. It's like, well, that's American land at this point. You don't really get to go around, trying to argue that. That wouldn't really make a lot of sense. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on into the questions. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so moving on to our questions, moving right into our question segment. Our first one here from the Super Chats is going to go to Chris Feilbach. And thank you very much, Chris, for that support. I actually already read that one off, but I forgot to put a red check mark on it. But we want to say thank you again to Chris for that support. We do sincerely appreciate that. We also have a 50 from none other than Wisdom, who said, could the large explosions that felt like an earthquake be underground nuclear testing inside of Iran?
Highly unlikely, because if it was a successful test, the Iranians probably would have announced that by now. So I would generally say it's highly unlikely, at least in my opinion. But I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, someone said, Monroe Doctrine, get China and Russia out of South America. Excuse me, sir, that's the Donroe Doctrine. Excuse me, that's the Donroe Doctrine. It's a hybrid. It's a bit of a hybrid. They call it a hybrid, sir. They call it a hybrid. Because the Monroe Doctrine generally is about, keeping control of our sphere of the world, which is South America, North America, etc. But it's sort of like morphed into like a strange thing. This Donroe Doctrine is like a hybrid between, we kind of keep a foot in the door in like every other region in the world, but also we're kind of like semi-focused on South America. It's kind of a weird thing. It's not really the Monroe Doctrine necessarily. It's more like a strange hybrid of multiple different theories, kind of a little bit incoherent. I think that's probably the best way to put it. But our next one here goes to Fred Freeman, who put in a 50. And thank you, Fred, as well, for that support. He said that the active armed forces of Saudi Arabia, Iraq, UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar, and Bahrain collectively total 553,000 plus at least 455,000 estimated reserves, and only those nations ship through the Hormuz, so they should provide the ground troops to take and hold it.
Well, I mean, you could say that, but how do you compel them to do that? Like, and that's kind of where the issue is. Like, everybody always wants to, like, and I get it, like, to a degree, but everybody in America always wants to say, other countries ought to go put their people on the line and go spend a whole bunch of money for our interest, and that's not how it works. Because if you told a Middle Eastern country right now, like Saudi Arabia, hey, go invade Bandar Abbas, they're going to go, hell no, what are you, crazy? I'm not doing that. And there's no way for us to make them do that unless we wanted to threaten them at that point. And then at that point, we completely blasted away the diplomatic relationship we have with them, and there's nothing there anymore. They're still going to tell us to get bent, and then not only that, they might jump ship and go running towards China or something like that, and then it ends up being even worse. When the United States ends up creating a situation, like, for example, like, I gotta say this, like, the United States going in and bombing Iran, which is what led to the Iranians blockading the Strait, doesn't mean that we throw that problem immediately over to all of the Middle Eastern countries and tell them, okay, now you have to fix our screw up. Like, that wouldn't really work out too well. They wouldn't like that, and also, I don't really think that that's fair. This is our war. We started it. And if it's going poorly, we're the ones who have to generally fix it. If people don't really like the idea of U.S. forces going onto the ground in the Strait of Hormuz to take control and keep the oil flowing, well, maybe you ought to take that frustration out towards the U.S. leadership that made this war plan. I mean, I'm not trying to get political there, but, because the U.S. administration screwed up doesn't mean that that's now the responsibility of every single Gulf state within the Middle East to go and fix the screw up. That's really on that guy. He was the guy who approved the plan. His cabinet was the one who made the plan. They're the ones who executed it, and then it ended up being pretty bad as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, and they have to be the ones to go and fix it. Kind of like how when the Chinese balloon flew over the United States, you don't call the Canadians and tell them to shoot down the balloon over U.S. airspace. That's an American problem at that point. We have to fix the problem. And it was a fault of that administration that happened as well. So I would have to say, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I just love this, folks. Like I get like I'm collecting like Pokemons here or something like that. I feel like I'm collecting the Pokemons, like they like to call it right there. The people come in here. I saw someone earlier. They said it. They said, you guys have to be CIA deep state. Then someone else came in and said, oh, y'all have to be Mossad because y'all are pro-Israel. Y'all have to be Mossad. I was like, I'm not Mossad, not CIA. Let's see, I'm not Scotland Yard. I'm not MI6. Name any intelligence agency out there. We're not that. Also, haven't been invited to the Bilderberg summit yet. Not quite. Haven't been invited to the Grove yet. Hadn't been invited to any Diddy freak-offs either. And I think I'll pass on that last one right there. I'll have to take a. I don't even want a rain check. I didn't want a rain check on that one right there. They can just take that invitation. They can just double it and give it to the next person if they want to, for all I care. But we are not none of that. It's crazy to me. It's always a conspiracy theory. I guess I'm honored. I'm the subject of a conspiracy theory, I guess you could say. But Enforcer, how do you feel that the fact that you could be invited to the Bilderberg summit one day?
I mean, I'm absolutely honored and enthralled that a lot of people believe that, but we're just two random dudes who cover the news. Like, we don't have any affiliation with the U.S. government. If we did, we wouldn't be able to talk the way we're talking. Like, truth be told, we wouldn't be able to say, this is not really going all that well, and things need to change or things need to be done. We wouldn't be able to say that. I gotta say, though, it's absolutely crazy, folks. Like, it's really something else, like, to see how... Like, I gotta be honest with y'all, there are a lot of people in this country that are thoughtless, because we'll bring up fair criticisms, and I would say that all of our criticisms so far have been quite fair in this news coverage, and we just have an endless stream of people who come in going, oh my god, this is political. And here's the thing, like, here's what we've realized over the years. Whenever anyone's guy, like, because everybody who's political is basically thoughtless, like the extremely political ones, they don't think for themselves, they just get told something and they believe it. They think that if anything ever is said that doesn't sound like it's perfect about whoever their guy is, like, the current guy or Biden or whoever, they then act like we are clearly the enemy, which is something that is just really profound to me, and how that mentally works. Like, I just don't even, I can't even wrap my head around it, because the way that I look at it, the nation is a business for the larger part, and the business of politics is to get the best outcome for the country, meaning that whoever's in charge, they could make bad moves that aren't in the best interest of the country. And then all of these people come in, like, when things are clearly not going all too well. And I mean, it's not like we hate America because we're saying things are going quite badly, but, it's going quite badly. I think that it takes something more to say that we love America enough to not stick our head in the sand and say the reality of it and say it's not going that well and here's why. And then people want to just come in endlessly tonight. Oh, I could see you have TDS. It's like, I hate that your dude isn't what you thought he was, but I mean, he's not really making master plans here. I mean, like, the last guy wasn't either. I mean, we literally covered the strategic... Huh?
Why don't we look at, like, presidents anymore? Like, the presidents have always had kind of like a cult of personality around them to a certain degree, because it's kind of required to get elected. But it's gotten worse in the modern century. By the way, it's gotten much worse. Like, now there's, like, it's almost like the cult of personality on the level of, like, Kim Jong-un in North Korea, and it's not for one political party; it's for all of them. It's like, why are we worshiping these individual people? The way I see a U.S. president is they're basically it's like the same thing as hiring, like, a CEO of a company. You're hiring a person who you believe has the knowledge, intellect, and logical ability to accomplish the job effectively. So, for, like, a CEO, their job is to generate as much money as they can for the company. That's their job. The president is to generate as much wealth for the country as he can, and also try to keep the country's national security as safe as possible. That's his main jobs right there. So, it's a simple objective metric. They're either doing that or they're not. It doesn't matter if the person has a good one-liner or a good zinger at the debate. That doesn't really matter outside of, whether or not you like the person's personality or not. That doesn't really matter. So it's like, unless they're doing the job for what we hired them to do, because we elected them for the job, not to worship them. We elected them to get stuff done. That's what it's all about. But instead, so many people get confused with, oh, do I like the person? Do I not like the person? It's like, who cares about whether or not you like them or not? Like, me personally, I just like certain presidents as well. But at the end of the day, if they do a good job, I give them their kudos for it, even if I don't like them. Because they're at the end of the day, it's a tool to get something done. That's what a president is. That's why we elect them.
And here's something else that I find quite interesting. Like, and this is something I have to point out, because this is the kind of it really is just raw ignorance or cult following or something like that we have to deal with. And we've been dealing with this for 4 years, and we've watched it happen on so many different topics. When the war in Ukraine started, I'm just going to be honest here. I mean, this is how it's been. Like, when the war in Ukraine started, the Republicans were just absolutely livid that Biden, a Democrat, wasn't supporting the Ukrainians. And as soon as he started to militarily support him, then it just completely flipped. And then the Republicans hated the war in Ukraine, and the Democrats loved it. And beforehand, it was basically vice versa. Everyone in the country was unified about not liking Russia invading Ukraine. And then with the current thing now, once a Republican comes into charge, then the Democrats don't like fighting wars that are necessary sometimes for the defense of the nation. And now the Republicans want to go around conducting endless wars when they were voted in on a policy of they were going to conduct literally not a single war. Then with the group right now, like when we're talking about the oil prices, the Republicans got voted in off of the idea that they were going to make oil prices as cheap as possible. Clearly, they're going to start rising. We don't know to what degree even, but they're clearly rising now, and they're clearly going to keep rising. But now, according to Republicans, the rising oil prices are in fact grand, and it's a wonderful and a great thing. And like the thing about that, folks, is that I cannot do the mental gymnastics that other people do because they're thoughtless. I actually think and analyze, and Matthew does too, and I can't sit there and change our analysis, which for years has been, we want consumer goods to be as cheap and affordable as possible for the U.S. public, and then change that on a dime to actually it's great that things are becoming more expensive just because your guy that you like said that. That's not within America's interest. That's not within the citizens' interests.
Yeah, and also by the way, people think that we have something out for the current president. They think that we're trying to like bash him intentionally or something like that. I mean, the decisions generally are not that great right now. I mean, the decisions being made, or it's like one bad decision after the next. If all of a sudden we get proved wrong tomorrow and the president pulls a rabbit out of the hat, I will gladly say on the air that I was incorrect. I was wrong. I underestimated the president's abilities in this current circumstance with the Strait of Hormuz, and I will eat my foot on the air about that, because it's not about me not liking the president. If he does a good job, I'll be praising the guy to the end of the earth, talking about, oh, he did a great job. He fixed the Strait of Hormuz situation. He did X, Y, and Z. I got nothing to complain about. That's what I would say. I'll be straight up honest about it. So, even with the last president, he did things that were right and he did things that were wrong, just like any of them. So, I mean, to me, I look at it that way for the most part. I personally, here's my view, just so people fully know, and I'm transparent about this. I generally am very skeptical of any politician. Being in politics by its nature is it's a business of dishonesty. That's what it is. It's always been that way, and I understand that. So, I'm very skeptical of any politician. It doesn't matter what side they're on. So that's why I lean toward the critical side of looking at politicians than necessarily just blindly praising any politician out there.
Yeah, that's why I'll be honest with you. I'll be a little bit upfront. I don't really like either political party. And I don't really have a bias leaning towards one or the other. And what's funny is that a lot of people who say that we're TDS, they weren't around to hear us just railing on Biden every day. I mean, we literally would mock that guy basically every day on air because he was making a whole bunch of stupid decisions in foreign policy as well. Like, if I had to tell you all what the past 4 years of our news coverage was, it was coming on and starting the news in an administration that was already screwing over America and foreign policy. And then the new Trump administration basically took that and just took the torch and kept running with it. As far as we're concerned, I mean, there's really been no difference in either administration. And if that's political to say that both of them are bad, I mean, then I'm sorry, then you're going to be sorely disappointed here. I mean, I haven't really seen a lot in foreign policy that's made me entirely happy with either of them. And generally, I mean, literally, I don't even have to say this stuff and then have y'all take my word for it. Y'all can literally go back and watch the shows from these times. If y'all ever go back to 2024 when the election was going on for the president, I was literally saying, the foreign policy has been so bad so far over these past years. Really, either one of them that gets elected, Kamala or Trump, they're probably going to be able to do better because this is setting the bar incredibly low. I mean, you can literally hear me saying that and trying to be optimistic about whoever would win because, I mean, it was that bad. I mean, it's not like we have a thing out for one party or the other. If you think that, you're either very new here or you don't really know what we're about, because I stand on business. I don't stand on this whole political malarkey shit.
Business.
Huh?
Stand on business?
Yeah, I stand on business. I don't stand on this political malarkey shit. I'll tell y'all straight up, if I don't like something, I just don't like it. I don't care who's in charge, and I don't care if you're just like a dead-on Republican or a dead-on Democrat. If the dude sucks, the dude sucks. That's just what it is.
Yeah, and also these are genuinely like difficult decisions that they're currently facing. Like the United States government is currently facing a very, very difficult set of decisions to make. Like, for example, I'll be honest, if I was the president right now and I was trying to solve the Strait of Hormuz situation and we're pretty much, we've dug a hole for ourselves at this point with the Strait of Hormuz situation because of the lack of planning, I would be having a very difficult time trying to find a way to fix the situation right now. I would be personally calling in every possible expert and analyst out there to try to give me every piece of information I possibly could take before I made a final decision on it. Because right now they're considering a ground invasion of the Iran coast to open the strait. That's one option. They're also considering just telling the tankers just to have some guts and blow through the strait. That's what they're also saying as well. So it's very difficult. Like even with the most competent administration, hypothetically, that we could have, these are very difficult decisions to make. So, you know, I sympathize. Like the one thing I don't sympathize with is the fact that we went into the situation without the proper planning. I don't sympathize with that. I think that was a piss poor decision to make, to jump into this not being ready for it. But, you know, I sympathize with the decision they're currently having to make because it's genuinely a difficult one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one, but, you know, I gotta say, and a lot of people are like, damn, y'all keep saying this every night, and I mean, this is just the truth of it. If the Strait of Hormuz situation had been a priority in the war planning from hour one of the strike's beginning, we wouldn't be where we are right now. The situation would still be tough down there, but it wouldn't be impossible like it is at the moment. And that would be, like, you would have to be so politically biased to the point beyond reason to not say that. I mean, here's the thing. If Biden had done this, we would have been saying the same thing, and he almost did. I mean, I was sitting there criticizing him a while ago, going, the response on the Houthis was fairly weak. We're basically letting a terrorist force funded and supported by Iran basically threaten the most important trading route in the world, which is the route through the Suez Canal. Not a good idea. Criticize that guy openly for that. I criticize this openly. It was a great idea to eventually go to war with Iran because they pose an imminent threat to the United States in a gazillion ways. I mean, we can list off all 5 of them if we wanted to, but I won't do that now. And so it's a good idea to go to war with them, but it's also not a good idea just to go to war with them and then have no plan. You know, that's a horrendous sort of a thing. And also, I saw someone say, armchair general. Let me be honest here really quickly. When in the world has the President of the United States ever served in the military? Or the last president ever served in the military? Weren't they both armchair generals? Who the hell are people coming in here saying that we're armchair generals? Literally both of the presidents of the United States, the current one and the former one, never even served in the military, not a day in their lives. So who in the hell
Yeah, he
are
went
these?
to a military academy.
That, man, like it was like a JROTC military academy. That doesn't count. Like, you know, it's like that's.
I think it was the New York something military college or something like that. I'm not totally familiar. I mentioned that because he actually just posted a picture of him in it, by the way, on his Truth Social page.
Yeah, but I mean that's basically like that's Marion
Oh
Military
yeah,
Institute in
that's
Alabama.
not like that's not being active duty, obviously, but you know, just like it's kind of weird. I didn't really know that he really went to like a military thing like that. I didn't know that personally, but I mean, technically, you could just say it is JROTC. Like I didn't serve in the military just because I was in JROTC. I'll be an idiot to say something like that. But it's like JROTC is like it's like the kiddie program for like you know wanting to like let the kids see what the military could be like. But it's obviously not the military, not by any means.
Yeah, and I mean they're not going to teach a grand strategy in a military academy like that. That's not going to happen. Like that's not going to happen. Like that isn't going to be the case. Like you would have to go to like West Point or VMI or something like that, and then maybe that would happen. But yeah, well, you know, and depending on what kind of a field you would go in and what electives you picked and all that stuff. But outside of that, though, I mean, like for people who say, "Oh, look, it's the armchair generals," I mean, literally, the president of the United States is an armchair general. He never served in the military either, and he definitely didn't hold any position within the general staff. And if you're a corporal from the Marine Corps or the Army or an airman from the Air Force, you're not going to know grand strategy because that's just not within your field, like your field of work. That's not even offensive. That's just the truth. Like they're never going to sit the corporal down and go, okay, this is how you run an army group. It's not within his field of expertise. He doesn't need to know that. It's additional information he'll never use because he's never in a position of command to run something of that scale. So he's not really going to know that to any great degree. He might know how the company runs. He might know he's definitely going to know how his platoon and his squad and his fire team runs. But things beyond that, they start to become abstract. They're at the higher levels for higher up leadership. And so you have to, like, you know, it's just a ridiculous thing when people are, oh, armchair leaders. Like, come on. It's like the guy who made this war plan never served in the military either. So, I mean, basically at that, you're batting fair odds at that point that the analysis compared to that's probably pretty more on point, really, to be upfront. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on to some more questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So, jumping back into our next super chat question here, this one goes to none other than Duncan VR, all the way from Australia, who puts in a 28 Australian support. And thank you very much, Duncan, as well, for supporting the channel. He said, "Aba moo wolf quack." Also, by the way, that's in the super chat. If you're new here, I'm not losing my mind or something like that. He wrote that in the question. He said, "It's time for enforcer voices." And Matt does a good Zelensky voice. He has the cards, I tell you. Duncan, you have to remember to give me the chance to get into the voice. You can't just tell me to jump into something before it's time to jump into it. Well, Enforcer, what say you?
I have to say that we are greatly appreciative for your support in helping this channel to keep running. We are looking for a real peace, a long-lasting peace. And I gotta say that it's a wonderful and incredible thing that folks like you help this channel to keep running and make this thing possible.
And so with that, a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, if you are new here, we do like to bring some levity to the stream. So occasionally, like we've been cutting back on this a little bit ever since the Iran war broke out. By the way, because obviously it's pretty serious. Like we're literally in a war right now as the United States, so it's pretty serious. So we kind of cut back on that kind of stuff for the most part. But we try to bring a little bit of levity into it because at the same time we want to report the news to you, but also at the same time we don't want to lose our sanity, and we also don't want y'all to lose your sanity. Because if you watch this day in and day out, and we don't mix in something to try to prevent this from being extremely heavy all the time, then you're going to get fatigued. Like it's just impossible as a human being not to hear this much bullshit going on constantly and not get fatigued from it. So we try to bring a little levity or something like that. We're not trying to put on the clown show or nothing like that. It's just a little levity. But anyways, though, jumping into our next one, this one goes to Crispy, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Crispy, as well, for that $20 support. And he did not leave a comment, though, but thank you very much for that support, Crispy, as always. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for the support, Crispy. You didn't throw in a comment, but we're always massively appreciative of your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from George Hansen, and thank you, George, as well. He said, "You make a judgmental statements about the war planners who have all the intelligence in hand, but you have none of the intelligence they have. That makes your statements entirely politically based." That's not true. That's not true, George. Let me bring you back to a time back in the day. You might recall there was a statement that was made that someone in the Middle East had weapons of mass destruction, and that was based on intel that the public did not have access to, and we were told to believe it. A lot of people believed it, and we went to war, and there were no weapons of mass destruction. So, I generally speaking, I have a lot of confidence in the American intelligence community. They do a fantastic job 90% of the time, but there is always the human factor that there could be mistakes made. There could be intentional misinformation possibly. So, just because we're in the public doesn't mean that our opinion is worthless or somehow biased, because, people will call people biased back then over the weapons of mass destruction situation, and it turned out they were right. But Enforcer, what say you?
Just because you have military intelligence doesn't mean that you can make all the decisions right. I mean, if that's so, then why in the world did everyone say that Biden was terrible at foreign policy? I'm pretty sure that you probably were one of those people, because everyone who's coming out of the woodworks right now to say, oh, well, clearly you don't know as much as the great and magnanimous leader Donald Trump. I mean, a lot of y'all were shitting on Biden every single day of the week. So, I mean, it's one thing or the other. I mean, it's either they're all wrong or they're all right. And that means that nobody could complain about what Biden was doing, because he had all the intelligence, unlike you, unlike everyone else who was running against him in the election. He was doing everything perfectly. And also on top of that, it's like, if that was true, then how in the world has there been failures in the past in, say, planning and the wars and such things as that we've conducted in history? A lot of people look at Vietnam as a complete defeat for the United States historically. And if the president can never err and make any wrong because he has all of the intelligence, why in the world does everyone look at that as a defeat? And why in the world does everyone look at Pearl Harbor as a disaster because, the U.S. was caught completely lacking on that? I mean, if they had all the intelligence, they should have seen it coming, There should have been no mistakes. They would have defeated the entire Japanese carrier strike group. It would have been over before it even started. And the reality of it is that generally isn't really the case. And also on top of that, if it's politically worded, I mean, we criticized the last administration equally the same. So then that means that we're basically canceling it out and pretty much ending up in the middle like we are, because we criticize everyone fairly. Because I can promise you that whenever a Democrat gets elected, because we'll still be around by that point, whenever a Democrat gets elected, we'll be criticizing the hell out of them whenever they do something stupid as well, because we've been doing that for 4 years and it's never going to change. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Pretzel's Garage, and thank you, Pretzel, for that 20. He said, what type of era are you planning for your model railroad? And mine's if the SP and UP didn't merge and keeping in the 80s throughout the 2000s in motive power and rolling stock. LSA, and here's a 20 for the train fund.
And I got to thank you so much for the support for the train fund. And I actually have to say that my era for the railroad that I'm wanting to do is the modern day, like 2025, basically. And Matthew knows exactly what I want to do. I want to do kind of like the general Alabama area around Birmingham on the Norfolk Southern's AGS. Because back when we were in Birmingham and we had nothing to do, we would just go out there by the tracks and we would just watch the trains sometimes because there was nothing else to do. And nowadays, I haven't gotten out and looked at the trains at all in Utah. I've seen the Front Runner a couple of times though, which is pretty cool, and I've very rarely seen a freight train, but they're basically all UP or BNSF, so nothing crazy. But I really want to do that, so I've got a little collection of Norfolk Southern ES44s, AC44 C6Ms from Scale Trains, which I love. Those are my favorite models. And then I have a couple of Broadway Limited SD70 Aces, and eventually at some point I want to kind of try and set up a layout that's a little bit of a mix of like rural country scenery and kind of like a more urbanish area to where some switching can be done. But sadly, I just haven't gotten around to doing it. Like I've collected the motive power and a lot of the rolling stock and stuff, but I haven't really gotten to actually making the layout yet. I'm still designing it on Scarm and trying to get that done. But every time I get generally sort of like a layout in mind, I scrap it because it's just not good enough in my head, and I'm like, it needs to be better. It needs to be better thought out. But I guess I eventually got to start somewhere and just finalize a plan and start working on it, because I would love to have one. And also another thing that I got to do is I got to make it free mode, because eventually we're going to have to move from 3.0 and move into HQ 4.0, and that then means that I would have to make sure that this thing is movable and wouldn't be heavily damaged in a move. So it's got to be kind of a little bit simpler, and it also has to be free mode to where the whole thing can kind of be taken apart, loaded up into some vehicle, and then move somewhere. And so a huge thanks to you for the support and helping the channel keep running. I also got to say that SPUP, I don't know what era that would be, because I don't really know a lot about when the SP merged with UP. I think that was like in the 90s. But that's a really cool era, actually. I really love the X units, like the XSP units that have like the Union Pacific numbering and like the little patch on the side. Those were really cool, actually. I've seen one around here in Salt Lake before, and it was really neat, really worn out looking, really, really cool. I liked it a lot. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, how come nobody ever asked me motorcycle questions? Like, people ask him about the model trains and stuff like that. I don't even know what any of that means. Like, I don't even know what that means. All that stuff that was just said right there. I have no idea. All I know is they have an engine, the thing's electric, and it moves down the rails. That's all I know, and it pulls stuff. Like, that's the extent of my knowledge right there. Wait a minute. Hold on. Someone asked me a motorcycle question. I'm going to take one, then I'm going to get back to the super chats. Tree fella said, "Is the S1000 a good beginner bike?" Hell no. It's like, yeah, hell no. That's like possibly the worst possible bike you could get as a beginner bike, by the way. I think it's got like 200 horsepower. Like, if you start as a beginner on an S1000, your odds of, making it a month of having that thing, you're probably in foul shape, because that's a lot of power for a bike. I never even rode a bike that powerful, to be honest. I think the most powerful bike I was on at one point was 185 horsepower for the most part, and that thing was always trying to kill you, like all the time. You had to like constantly be like being careful with the throttle on that thing, because if you accidentally twist it too much, you're wheeling, possibly flipping the thing. So it's not a perfect beginner bike. Like a perfect beginner bike's like a 500 at the biggest, maybe like a 300 or something like that, like a little Kawasaki Ninja or something like that. And even at that, you got to be careful, because if someone's like throttle happy, they can roll that thing and end up dead quick. But anyways, though, jumping off of that rabbit hole and jumping into our next one here. This one goes to, what a freaking weirdo. I didn't say that about him, by the way. That's their name. But thank you very much for that $30 support. They said, "So shines a good deed in a weary world, Willy Wonka."
And thank you so much for the support. And what an interesting Willy Wonka quote. I don't know if that's from the old Willy Wonka with Gene Wilder or the new one with Johnny Depp, but I also got to say, folks, the original Willy Wonka is better than the Johnny Depp one, in my opinion, all the way. I mean, like, Gene Wilder's sold that role, and that was his to keep. I've also heard that apparently he was really good in The Bride of Frankenstein and also Blazing Saddles, like Gene Wilder. I haven't watched those movies, but the Willy Wonka one was great. I watched it as a kid, and it was goated. Like the tunnel scene, like where it looked like they were tripping acid, and he scared that kid for some reason. He was just like, "There's no earthly way of knowing," and then he just went, ah! And then the kid went, ah! Like it's like that was the funniest part of the movie, honestly. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Matthew Loomis, and thank you very much, Matthew, as well, for that 20. He said, China won't have oil from Iran soon, and USA will be in charge. And Russia oil allows China to have oil or economic implosion due to USA, like USA did to Japan in World War II. And China would act similar like Japan, and China would act military before no oil.
Generally, they won't have to worry about that because, from what we know, the Iranians are shipping their oil basically from Bandar Abbas out of the strait past whatever mines they've laid, and the U.S. isn't stopping them. So generally, China's oil situation is going to be expensive, but it's not like an embargo where they just don't have any oil. It's going to be fairly different than that. So I would say that China's situation is fairly, at least comparably compared to our situation right now. It's a lot more stable in the oil supplies than our situation will be here in the West, because while China will be able to basically self-contain itself and kind of keep everything running on its own end, here in the West, we're going to see that everybody is going to have to start fighting for the oil that we have left that we can still sell and get somewhere. So I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running and make this thing possible. But I generally have to say that I don't really think the Chinese are going to increase militarism because of this. They're kind of already on that track at this point already because of Taiwan, but I don't really think this is going to accelerate it because the situation won't be great for them, but it won't be apocalyptic like the U.S. oil embargo on Japan because of their war in China back at the start of the Second World War. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, I also got to say, it's really cool to see people in the chat talking about something rather than foreign policy. Like, I see a lot of people talking about motorcycles and model trains, which is nice to see. I like that. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And I gotta say, I see a lot of people in here talking about, yeah, I want a S1000, all these like massive bikes and stuff like that. Honestly, like I've been on the massive bikes, like the huge horsepower bikes and stuff like that. They're fun, but the problem is though, like especially for me, and also me being like a young male teenager, like the inclination to like wring a bike out like all of its capability is kind of like really compelling to a large degree. So if you have 180 horsepower, like the natural inclination is, I want to go full throttle on this thing and see what it can do. So it's like that's dangerous, like in reality. So it's really a lot more fun to have a bike that's like a reasonable horsepower, like about 80 to 100 or something like that. So you can wring the thing out, like just redline the thing if you want to, but you're not going to end up like getting yourself killed for the most part, as long as you're generally somewhat safe. As long as you're safe on it, you shouldn't get in deep trouble. But then you got to watch out for other drivers. People don't really respect motorcycles on the road, and that's a whole thing too. But anyways, we also have a $10 support from Mario Diamante, and thank you, Mario, very much for that $10 support, and we do appreciate that very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you massively for the support. You didn't throw in a comment, but we're still greatly appreciative, because support like yours helps this channel to keep running day in and day out. So huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Pookie, who said, don't forget to like the stream, folks. Love the war news, guys, and let's go Enforcer Bros, and make us merch with that phrase, please.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And we will try one day, hopefully. And I got to thank you massively for the kind words of the support, because folks like you help this channel to be possible and help us to keep this thing running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And I also just saw someone say, you both kind of skirt the political spectrum. I mean, like, not really, though. I mean, like, just because you criticize the people in charge does not mean that you're inherently political on the other side. And that's the problem that people have these days, is that our statements never come from a place to where we are just criticizing one side unduly and trying to glaze another. Because if you all ask me, how would the Democrats manage this? it would be about the same. I mean, like, I mean, look at them. I mean, like, it's like the leadership there isn't really there much as it is on this side right now either. I mean, that's just the truth of it. And they keep on lining up people, like they're already lining up their candidates for the next presidential election. And I'm going to tell you, they don't have a single leadership bone in their body in either side. And that's the thing that's annoying, because when I talk on the channel about this kind of stuff, I'm not talking about it as what's good for the party, what's good for, their re-elections. I'm talking about what's good for y'all. And I mean, what's good for y'all is good for every single one of you. There's no way that, I have to screw over half the country to benefit one side, and we're really going to put these people, these radical leftists and right-wingers down. It's none of that. I mean, like, it's we got to make the groceries cheap. The gas has got to be cheap. People have got to be able to afford to live in this country. We got to make housing more affordable. If you're talking about the domestic policies. And on the foreign side of things, we have to be able to increase and strengthen our trade relations. We have to be able to make sure that we have as much exports going out and as many imports coming in at an affordable rate and a profitable rate as possible. We're trying to, and on top of that, we're trying to make sure that we keep Americans safe and alive, because if a country like Iran is threatening American citizens with death by the millions, well, then we have to go over there and deal with that before they start killing Americans in the millions. And it's like, that's all I'm looking for. I mean, if someone doesn't really fall within that framework, and I don't really think it's going that way, I don't care who they are. They're not doing a good job and they need to change. But that doesn't mean that by me saying that, I'm saying the Republicans or the Democrats suck, go vote for the other side. I'm just asking y'all to say, yeah, this isn't going good, and by y'all saying that, it'll put enough pressure on whoever's in charge right now that they got to do better. Otherwise, it's going to cost them dearly in the elections coming up in the future. That's all I'm trying to do, and I think that's where people are missing the boat here on this one. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we have some breaking news coming out right this minute. We are hearing that the president is apparently on Truth Social right now. He's making a new statement. It looks like he has put out a statement. In fact, you might want to pull this one up. It's reposted. It literally just came out on Truth Social. Yeah, it's fresh. So I'm going to go ahead and start reading it, by the way. The U.S. president says, "We are totally destroying the terrorist regime of Iran militarily, economically, and otherwise, yet if you read a certain newspaper, you would think incorrectly that we are not winning, according to the president. Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is no longer missiles, drones, and everything else are being decimated, and their leaders have been wiped from the face of the earth. We have unparalleled firepower, unlimited ammunition, and plenty of time." He said, "Watch what happens to those deranged scumbags today." He said that they've been killing innocent people all over the world for 47 years, and now I, as the 47th President of the United States of America, is taking care of the Iranians. What a great honor it is to do so, and thank you for the attention to the matter, the President. So that is the newest statement right there. So apparently he's saying something's going to happen to the deranged scumbags today. So I would assume that there's something that's going to happen that's probably big. We already saw pretty big airstrikes take place on Tehran. We covered that tonight. So I'm not sure what he's alluding to with that situation. But I do want to point this out, though. Not trying to be a naysayer and nitpick everything he's saying, but there are a couple of things that we must clarify. Iran's navy is not gone, by the way, because the navy also includes those drone boats, and the drone boats are still being used to attack commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So that is a part of the navy, and it is still functioning, and it's largely being stored in underground bunkers right on the coast. So that is a problem. Also, Iran does have missiles, although he did say that they are being decimated as we speak, but they are clearly launching missiles at Turkey and Israel as of tonight. So he's phrasing it fair enough, but there are a couple of caveats. But Enforcer, what say you?
I mean, generally, the Air Force of Iran has almost been completely destroyed. We hardly see an operational airframe anywhere. The surface fleet's been destroyed in the Iranian Navy, but a lot of their smaller support vessels and also their mine layers are generally still operational from what we know. So that is not entirely true. And let's see here. And their leaders have been wiped from the face of the earth, at least the original round, but there's been a new round of promotions, so they have a new round of leaders, and those guys haven't been wiped out. Generally, though, I have to kind of remind y'all folks that the original war goal here was that we were supposed to overthrow the Iranian government. We weren't supposed to just kill the first round of leaders and then let the second round come in and that was good. The original goal, as was stated by the president on the very first day of the war, was a complete regime change and the Iranian people rising up and overthrowing the Islamic regime's government. The war goals have completely changed because now that's not the case. We're just trying to cut them down to size, basically, which is what this war goal now is. But you can't change a war goal once a war starts. It basically is the same war goal no matter what. And by the original war goal, I mean we haven't really achieved what we're looking for. You know, like that's kind of the thing.
Also, by the way, there's I saw a couple of people, Miss Disa mentioned it, and also a couple other viewers mentioned it. He failed to mention anything about the Strait of Hormuz in his statement. Like it's completely omitted out of the statement right here, which is a pretty notable, exclusion from the statement. He is touting, and I will say, like the U.S. Air Force has done a number on a lot of Iranian IRGC sites. They have definitely hit that. We see the footage tonight. They're still hitting the TEL launchers, the missile launchers, and they're still hitting all kinds of stuff. A lot of the propaganda vessels for the Iranian Navy have been decimated. Like, for example, the battleships, the Soleimani class, vessels that were running around, those have been completely wiped out. The Bagheri drone carrier, completely wiped out. And several other major ships have been hit as well. In fact, that one that got torpedoed, that frigate that was down there near the coast of India, we've seen that left and right. So they've done a number on the Iranian military. There's no doubt about that. But there's still some very key things that are still in play, mainly the Strait of Hormuz. And that's the one thing that was left out of the statement, which is a little bit troublesome.
Now let's see. I see some people saying, "Well, the strait's wiped out." Well, I mean, if we go to marine traffic, and I'll go show you this really quickly. There's no one in there at all. I mean, there's literally nobody there. I mean, like for people who say, "Oh, the Strait of Hormuz is no problem; it's cleared out." Well, if it is, where are the ships? And some people are going to say, "Oh, well, the transponders off." But here's what people are missing. The Iranians aren't caring about those transponders that are on. That's basically just for us to see in the public. If I look at a ship from the coast in Iran and I see a tanker out there in the Strait of Hormuz, if they turn off their transponder, that tanker is still there, and you can still hit it with an anti-ship missile or a drone boat. You can do that. That's how those sorts of weapons work. Like to be able to shoot down an incoming Iranian missile, it doesn't have to show up on Flight Radar 24 for you to shoot it down. They have radars that pick those things up, and those radars guide the missiles we fire towards the incoming Iranian ones and shoot them down. That's how that works. So, like coming up with all these fictions about the Strait of Hormuz is fine and it's open and it's working. I mean, that's not even the case. I mean, every major shipping company in the world has completely canceled their voyages through the area. And if everything was fine, they wouldn't do that. I mean, everything in reality is showing that that's not the case. And generally, this is what I said at the beginning of the war, and this still remains true. This actually was before the war even started. We can beat, and we have beat, the Iranian military and the government's ass in every way that can be imagined. Left, right, up, down, up the street, down the street, up the building, and down the building. But the thing and I said this before the war, you can go back and listen to it, it was said on air. I said the one way that they can get us if we're not careful is by blockading the Strait of Hormuz. And they would really be able to do some economic damage if that's the case. And that's the problem. I mean, that was the only Achilles heel that I could assess before the war started. I said, that's the only one, and they are exploiting that to hell. That's why we keep bringing it up, because sure, they're losing in every other way, but the one place that they could really do damage to us in, they're winning in, and that's why we keep making that a big issue on the show. It has to be fixed.
Yeah. I think if I had to take an educated guess, I don't like doing this because it's kind of crystal balling to a certain degree, and it's really risky reputationally to do the crystal balling thing because it's really easy to be wrong about stuff like this. But if you had to do a process of elimination about what the president might be thinking to solve the Strait of Hormuz crisis right now, he really cannot send the U.S. Navy in there. If he did that, that would be a recipe for disaster right now because those drone boats are still running around, and they could end up hitting a U.S. naval vessel. And that would be very bad for the United States image if the Iranians were able to take out a U.S. Navy ship that was trying to escort a tanker or something like that. That would be horrific. And they're at risk of getting hit by those drone boats. Ask Russia about that. It doesn't matter how big your ship is. Those drone boats can take them down. So that's a big problem. Can't send in the Navy for the escorts. That's simply not going to work right now. So they're considering the land operation on the coast to go take control of Iran's coastline to prevent them from launching missiles and drone boats. That is probably, as bad as that sounds, that is probably one of the best solutions they have right now, one of the immediate short-term solutions to solve the problem. That's pretty much it at this point. I think that might be one of their last options that they really could whip out to solve this, which I'm not even really sure what that would look like. It's like, where do you insert the forces? How big of a force size do you need to pull something like that off? And also, I mean, what are the casualty numbers going to be on something like that? Because, the IRGC is at the coast, clearly. So I'm not sure how that's going to go.
I mean, hell, the entire Iranian military could dogpile on them. because it's such a small area. It's like if you didn't open up a wider front somewhere like, say, Iraq or something on their border, literally they could just dedicate all of their combat power to Bandar Abbas or wherever that beachhead's at and just start slamming them home. It's like, and then that would start to see that the losses would climb. And
They might start on Karg Island, possibly. Like, they mentioned that. They could start with Karg Island and then try to jump from Karg Island to the Iranian mainland, possibly. But, Karg Island's a very isolated spot. So if Iran, for example, saw U.S. ground troops hoarding into Karg Island or something, they would just start missiling the hell out of Karg Island and probably put a lot of our troops in foul shape. Because they're in a very isolated spot. It's not hard to hit that spot with missiles. So that might be putting our troops up for like a fish in a barrel situation if they go into Karg Island. So I'm not even sure where you insert the troops. I'm not even really sure where you would.
Well, if we were speaking realistically, you'd have to land them somewhere near to the Strait of Hormuz, because that's like the issue. So you'd have to land them somewhere around there, but that would require some LHDs. That would then require them probably taking an airhead once they got off the beach. And then having everyone else fly it, and then if that airfield's cratered, then that's over with. That won't be a possibility anymore. There's a lot that would go into a plan like that. But it is what it is, I suppose. We'll have to just see how they generally try and manage it. Maybe they can pull a rabbit out of the hat, but I tell y'all folks that the chances of that are becoming a little bit tougher. Like, this is going to be a slog to get through the Strait of Hormuz. Like, it was already going to be a while ago. It still is now. It will be a slog. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Ross Nib. And thank you very much, Ross, for that 50 Australian support all the way from Australia. And we do appreciate that. He said, the Germans seem to be on board with the U.S. war aims. And could it be that Germany would be willing to get some boots on the ground in Iran and start to dismantle the IRGC? And if NATO countries like Germany join the U.S., it may not be a protracted war in LLT-LSA.
And I would thank you massively for the support. And I'd say that generally the Germans do seem to be a little bit more apt for this than most other European countries. But generally, the Bundeswehr as a whole is not an incredibly large force. And so it would help, but it would be more so an auxiliary or supporting force to a larger U.S. ground operation. So I would say, they could help, but the Germans wouldn't really be the one on the ground taking on the entirety of the Iranians, because if they put their whole army on the ground, literally all of it, they would be outnumbered by the Iranians about, let me think here, 8-1. And that would be fine within a smaller area, because they can't the Iranians can't throw everybody at a front. That would be too dense of a grouping, and then that would be pretty bad for them. But still, once the Germans started to spread out into Iran, then there would be the problems that they're basically dealing with a widely larger force, and they would only be able to hold so much ground with the amount of troops that they have. So I hope that does address that the best I can. Not to say that the German military isn't a great military. The German military is an amazing military. It's just that they sadly do not have the necessary size to be able to really tackle and grapple with Iran, even with how weak Iran is militarily and how badly they've been beat down so far. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Chris Feilbach yet again, and thank you very much, Chris, for that $20 support. He said, in GTA 4, if you hit the motorcycles, they'd sometimes shoot up into the air, and I coincidentally played that game a lot while learning to drive. Never been in an accident, but I still sometimes remember it while driving. Now, that is something right there, honestly, right there. I personally, I never learned how to drive from GTA, personally, because if you learn how to drive on GTA, you blow through all the red lights, the stop signs, and everything, and also you drift through the center of town, which generally could get you locked up. But so that is quite interesting, by the way, right there. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to say, really interesting to hear. Me personally, I kind of forgot how I even learned how to drive, because I'll be honest with you, I just didn't really have that much of a care about driving. I'm just not really a big one for driving, to be entirely honest. So I really kind of forgot how I learned how to drive, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from AMX10 Speedy Bang Bang, and thank you very much, AMX10. He said, I'm annoyed at the U.S. military in the Strait of Hormuz in the same way as I would be at my local sports teams. Sometimes the crowd needs to give them a bit of a pick-me-up and do better military. Now, I don't think it was the military's fault. Like, I
No,
don't
I
think it
don't
was
think
the
so.
military's fault. The guys that are in charge, they've been to war college. These guys have learned traditional warfare methods, and they know what traps to avoid. We even heard y'all remember this. I reported on this in a video right before the war kicked off in Iran that somebody in the Pentagon, some people speculate it could have been maybe one of the Joint Chiefs possibly, but nobody really knows for certain. Somebody was speaking to the press and trying to warn the press that the U.S. wasn't really ready for the situation, and we were preemptively or prematurely jumping into it, and we weren't ready. There was somebody saying that, and it turns out that warning was actually kind of wise, because we're doing a good job on land, but we're doing a terrible job in the Strait of Hormuz. That's going sideways, and in my opinion, that's one of the most important pieces of the puzzle, because that affects the entire global economy. So somebody was warning in the military from the Pentagon. We don't know who it is, but they were actually pretty smart in hindsight. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that generally this isn't the fault of the military, the U.S. military. The U.S. military is made up of a lot of great folks, and they do an incredible job. And I want to make that wildly clear that I have a great deal of reverence for the folks I know that are in the armed forces and everyone else that's in the armed forces, and they're doing damn good work. The thing is, though, is that, and here's why I'm saying, folks, that there's a little bit of a kink in this whole thing, like a kink in the hose, if you want to say it that way, in a sense. But the problem here is that civilian leadership gets the final say, and the civilian leadership may know a little bit too much for their own good. And so let me bring y'all to something here really quickly before anyone says anything, because I saw someone say something about this kind of earlier on in the night, where they're like, "Oh, the president doesn't make the military decisions; it's the generals that make it. He has no say." Oh, I mean, I don't know where in the world they got their civics class from, but that's not the case. But let me see if I can go and get y'all Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution and read it to y'all really quickly about the powers of the Commander-in-Chief. The President shall be the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States. That includes the Air Force, the Marines, and so on. And of the militia of several states when called into the actual service of the United States. He may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, and he shall have the power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in acts of impeachment. He shall have the powers to do the following, and so on. But the most important part here to read to y'all is this part right here. He is the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, which includes all of the branches of the armed forces in the modern day. The wordage just hasn't been updated on that. So, that means that at the final call for actual military commands and orders is actually not with the general, it's with the president. And this is how that can go. And this also can happen with the Secretary of Defense as well. But this is how it can go. Mr. President, I think that it would be a smart idea that we make sure to conduct significant military operations around the Strait of Hormuz. Shut the hell up. I don't give a shit. Bomb Tehran. But, sir, I don't give a shit. Go bomb Tehran. Or you're going to be removed from your position. Yes, Mr. President, I'll get on that right away. And that's how that goes. Either that general can sit there and stand on principle and he can get removed from his position and replaced with someone who will accept the president's orders, or he accepts the president's orders and he works with what he has. And that can also apply to the Secretary of Defense as well, because that's how that works. Like a general can suggest something to the president, but a general never has the ability or the authority to override the president. The president has the final say in all military actions. You can even see that especially in the Civil War with President Lincoln. President Lincoln used the power of the telegraph to be able to convey messages and orders directly to generals in the field in real time for the larger part, which is the first time that had ever been seen in U.S. history, meaning that President Lincoln was making a lot of the major shots and calls for the U.S. Army, the Army of the Union, during the Civil War. And it's been like that for a long time since. A lot of presidents generally will lean heavily on their generals and let them kind of take the wheel, like George H.W. Bush with General Schwarzkopf during the Gulf War. Schwarzkopf basically ran that operation on his own completely, and Bush would just approve everything that he wanted and everything he wanted to do. But with the current president, he's already said in the past that he knows more than his advisors, and he tells them what's up. They don't tell him anything. And so who's to say that that wasn't done with the military officials, say the generals, where he says, I know more than you, go do this is going to go great, and if you don't do that, you're going to have to resign. And they just had to go, yes, Mr. President, I'm going to get on that right away. That's generally where I would have to say, if there was any problem in the planning of this, that's probably where it is, because that's probably the only person out of the whole chain that generally wouldn't know that the Strait of Hormuz would be a major strategic failing if it wasn't addressed immediately. So I hope that does address that well. So I was about to take that politically because clearly someone who was only in business and construction their whole lives would know everything about the military, and clearly I wouldn't. Like, so we'll probably see those comments coming in, but I hope that does address that well because that's really where I'd see the fault that would lie. I mean, if anyone wouldn't know something about critical strategy, it would be someone who might have never served in the military and makes the final call and is a little bit, too confident in their own knowledge to really listen to the people around them, maybe. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right. So moving into our next one, this one goes to C&D Wedding, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much for the support, by the way. They said no military solution for the Strait. Counted at 350 plus docks, ports, and landings from Iraq to Strait, and plus endless beaches. 40,000 plus boats of all sizes. It's impossible to secure, doomed from the start. And why waste resources on it? I mean, there's got to be some solution, though. I mean, we can't afford not to act. That's the problem, though. Like, I understand it's very difficult, and I agree that it's a military solution would be highly complex, and it could have a very high risk factor to it. But I mean, look at the risk of not opening the Strait. Iran will hold us hostage using the Strait of Hormuz. They've already stated that they're going to make us pay by holding us hostage with the Strait. So there's no hope for a diplomatic solution. That's out of the window at this point. So if we don't act, the global economy is going to suffer. It doesn't matter how much you let the Russians sell their oil. It doesn't matter how much China gets more exports from Iran. The oil price is still going up, and we're seeing that right now. So that's going to cause diesel to go up. It's going to cost our cost of goods to go up in the grocery stores. It's going to be a big problem. So we can't afford not to act. Even though it's very difficult, we got to do something about it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that generally you're kind of right, Candy Wedding. It's not going to be a cakewalk. It's going to be pretty tough. But the problem is that at this point we're kind of damned if we do, damned if we don't. If we send guys in the ground, many of them are going to die, but they're going to die to try and keep the oil flowing and keep the economy from completely collapsing at some point in the future, possibly due to the rising prices of oil. If we don't do anything, then the oil prices will rise, and then economic activity will slow down, and we'll start to enter a recession or even a depression as a result of it. And that generally wouldn't be good either. I mean, it's a pretty bad outlook. But one decision has to be made over the other, and I'd have to be entirely honest with y'all. At this point, the quagmire that's been made out of this, we kind of are forced to have to do something to open the Strait, no matter what means are necessary, because otherwise this is going to end up screwing over the United States strategically on all fronts, because we're going to see a significant economic slowdown due to the lack of oil flow in the world that's not meeting demand at that point at all. So I thank you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Cachulian343, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Cachulian, as well. They said, I'm 100% certain the French will get involved now. They're far from cowards, and they're too proud to let their own go unavenged. And also, this mess is bad for them, too, so ending it sooner is in their interest.
I would definitely agree with you on that. The French are not weaklings. People always make them out to be. The French are very strong people, and they will probably respond quite heavily, considering that one of their own has died in the Middle East today. An unfortunate thing to hear of. And I would hope that they join us in our actions against Iran, because it would always be great to have allies giving a helping hand here and there. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Always Reason, and thank you very much, Always Reason, for that support, and we do appreciate that very much. We also have a 10 from Ulf Hednar, who said, considering how bad the war in Iran is going and the government's dishonesty in their opinion, it makes me greatly question how far along Iran's nuclear program was, or if this was to draw attention away from a domestic situation.
Generally, that's a hard question to answer, really, because, well, I'm just going to keep it on what we know. Eventually, would they have to go to war with Iran? I mean, we have been talking about that for years. Iran poses an imminent threat to the United States within the region of the Middle East and also in the greater world at large, and it's a threat that we couldn't allow to stand. So eventually, this would have had to have happened. Whether or not that's coinciding with any sort of a domestic thing, we can't really get on that. That's kind of a domestic political thing, and that's up for y'all's own conjecture and thoughts and opinions, but we don't generally weigh in on stuff like that ever. But beyond that, I hope that I can address that the best I can. I mean, we would eventually have to go into this war. It is within American interest to see that this is done. But the timing of it, that can be up for a little bit of debate. But we won't get into it. I won't voice my opinion on it. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from George Hansen, and thank you, George, as well, for that support. He said, what happened to the tens of thousands of MISA-2 and other man-pads made by Iran since 2006? And if exist, low-altitude missions like Hilo would be very dangerous, and it answers a lot of questions about the streets.
Generally, we don't know a lot about what has happened to the Iranian manpads. Manpads don't have an insanely long reach, maybe about like 3 to 5 miles at the best, from what we know. So they wouldn't really be able to hit helicopters out in the strait unless they were like on Kashem or something like that. And then those helicopters would have to be getting pretty close to shore. So I don't really think those would pose a threat, but they definitely would pose a threat to special forces operations if they say, didn't find a manpad in the area and they popped one off at a special forces team coming in, they could take down a helicopter that way. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Aimless Nonsense, who said the A-10 has been in a perpetual state of retirement while also being utilized in every major conflict. And at what point are we going to accept that we love that aircraft for a reason, and long live the LSA? Honestly, the A-10 is kind of like an old instructor I used to have in high school. The guy was always like, yeah, I'm about to retire this year. And I was like, oh, he's retiring this year. And then he would stick around for like another year, another year, another year, another year. And he would say that every single year. He'd say, I'm retiring this year. It's like, and he would never retire. And it's like, okay. He's kind of like the A-10 Warthog to a certain extent, actually. Just never retired. Although we don't want to see the A-10 Warthog go away. I don't want to see it go away. I mean, it's such an effective aircraft. It is the savior of so many ground forces. If anybody's served in the Middle East, I've always heard from them that the A-10, the sound of the aircraft showing up, usually means our lives were saved. That's what that meant. So the A-10 has a special place in the American psyche, I guess you could say. But Enforcer, what say you?
The A-10 is really cool. I don't think anyone's in disagreement on that. I mean, the A-10 is sick, but the thing that's kind of an issue to me is it's like, it might be getting a little bit too old for the modern kind of war that we're seeing. It might be putting the airmen, the pilots that fly those jets in danger. And that's really the thing where I'm like, I don't know. Because, I mean, against anyone on the ground that has no air defense, I mean, hell, the A-10, it's an easy sell. It's very, very easy to see how efficient and effective it is. But if anyone has any air defense in the area, I mean, that's pretty dangerous to put a pilot in that thing. That's why right now they only allow the A-10s to fly in absolute air supremacy environments. And I mean, like, when I mean air supremacy, I mean to the point there's literally nothing on the ground that could shoot back. Maybe some rifles, but even a light machine gun would generally see that an A-10 wouldn't go in for daytime operations. They would have to go in for nighttime operations at that point. And that's kind of the thing. Like, the A-10 is really cool. It's really neat. I cannot disagree. But for the safety of the pilots on board, it's getting to the point that it's getting very susceptible to ground fire in the modern age, and that's kind of the issue where I'm like, maybe we want to retire it and see it replaced, just for the safety of the pilots, not due to the fact it sucks. I mean, it's pretty cool, but I also don't want to see pilots dying just because we wanted to fly a cool plane, But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also a 10 from Daniel Kerber. He said, as a Gen X, almost 50, and is that Generation X?
I guess so, yeah.
I thought it was millennials, but I guess maybe it possibly is Generation X, almost 50. He said, I just miss George Herbert Walker Bush, the best foreign policy president since Truman.
Read my lips. No more taxes. He erased him. I mean, honestly, though, he was pretty good at the foreign policy thing, especially with Iraq, because it was an illegal invasion of Kuwait, and we dealt with it. And we dealt with it quite well. And so I would have to say, I mean, like, generally we don't get into, like, our opinions on presidents after 1960 because they're kind of political. I'll point out some positives on them here and there and be like, this guy did this and that was good, and this guy did this. He was very good in foreign policy, but I'd actually have to say that the guy I think who was the best at foreign policy was, at least from the 1960 era onwards, was Richard Nixon, which has a very tainted reputation because of the whole Watergate scandal. But if y'all ever go and listen to Nixon's interviews, folks, his predictions of what the future would look like in the 2010s and the 2020s, on what the world would look like, I mean, the guy was literally prophetic with what he would say. Like, he predicted the rise of China as a major economic power inside of East Asia back in the late 80s, like when he was doing these interviews that are on the Nixon Presidential Library on YouTube. He predicted what Russia would turn into in the future from the collapse of the Soviet Union. He literally predicted it dead on, basically the rise of Putin and everything else. He didn't know him by name, but he basically described who Putin was going to be and who was going to take charge. I mean, Nixon was so good, folks, as a foreign policy advisor that literally every single president after him, up until he died during Clinton's administration, had him as a foreign policy advisor because he was just that damn good at it. I mean, like, the guy had a knack for it. Now, the guy wasn't really, like, the most above board, but he was very good on foreign policy. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one. Hold up, folks. Looks like, oh, actually, Matthew was not asking me to go to the next one. He was saying that he was going to the restroom. So I'm going to continue to talk about presidents that are good at foreign policy. Now, generally, some presidents are not as good as foreign policy as others. One thing that's actually interesting to know, folks, about some folks who did foreign policy is that John F. Kennedy actually wasn't the one who was going to conduct the Bay of Pigs invasion. That was actually a plan that was completely cooked up under the Eisenhower administration. And Nixon, who was the vice president at the time, actually had some extreme involvement in it as well. So,
you would make a very good president, actually, because, we had a president at one point not too long ago that would read the stage instructions on the air. Oh, look, Jack, we're going to fix the country and change the economy. Read script line 2. Anyway.
Man, look, I seriously
on the air for going to the restroom like that. That was supposed to be a secret.
I seriously, man, didn't mean to do that because I said, because folks, Matthew texts me a good bit, and most of the time it's just like, move on, get moving and stuff like that. And so I saw my phone buzz and I was like, he's probably saying to get moving. And I was like, yeah, we're getting late in the night. And so I started to move on, and then he didn't say anything. I was like, what the hell did that message actually say? And then all it said, like, literally, folks, the only word on it is restroom. And so I was like, oh shit. And like, caught me so off guard. I read the stage instruction on air. Honestly, what I had to do next time, Matthew, is I go, he's going to the restroom. Oh wow, let me go take a look at that and get up out of my chair and like go walk to the window and look outside, something like that. Oh man, geez.
Let's see. Also, by the way, I think we should probably make sure that we have good economy. Oh, what's this? Somebody just handed me a note. Let's see. Marco said, don't bash this media. Thanks, Marco, so much for that. We appreciate that. I'm going to read it off right to the media, right to their faces. You're going to see it right here, sir. Oh, I'll tell you, sir. Honestly, that seems to be a thing. Presidents just simply can't help but read off the stuff in front of everybody.
All right, we're going to be moving on. Oh, what's this? Looks like Rubio has sent me a letter. Does Melania like me? Check yes or no. I don't know. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I mean, that movie, though, it was an interesting one. I heard that not really a lot of people went to go see it, like from what I heard, but that's me, box office wise. Yeah, by the way, a little side note on that. Did y'all hear about that Markiplier movie, the Iron Lung thing? I didn't watch it, but I heard that a lot of people thought it was really good, especially for basically like an amateur made movie. And that came out around the same time as that whole thing that I was just referencing there. I'm really interested in it. I want to watch it one day, but it's hard to find the time. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from none other than Robert Williams, and thank you for that support. He said, "Do you think with some time this problem with the Strait could be solved?"
It's taking a lot of firepower, but eventually it could be. Like, it's not hopeless. We're not completely defeated down there. It's just going to take a lot of attention, a lot of locking in, and a lot of firepower, and that's that really leans heavily on the civil administration component of the war planning getting their act together, and hopefully we'd be able to see that could be the case. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Crispy, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Crispy, as well, for that support once again. And we appreciate that very, very much. We also have a 10 from Mark Holm Photography. He said, Matt, my first bike was a 2009 Harley Sportster 1200. Now, that's interesting about the Harley. I would assume it's a 1200cc with that. But it's weird, though, because like with cruisers, like a 1200cc, it's like it's not geared the same as like a sport bike, or at least in my opinion. I've never really ridden a whole bunch of cruisers. I've always ridden sport bikes for the most part. I had a Honda 500 for my first bike. Then I was on an R6 for a little bit, and then I was on a FZ10, which was the last one I had before I got out of bikes completely back in the day. So I've never been on a cruiser, but like a 1200 on a cruiser, that's not like the same power as like a sport bike. But that's pretty cool, though. I know what a Harley Sportster is. Those are pretty cool looking looking for cruisers, I must admit. Although there was a weird thing, though. I hate to say this, not to bash Harley or anything like that, but there's a weird thing when you're riding a sport bike, at least in Alabama. The Harley riders would never wave at you. In fact, they would mean mug you as you were going by, and it's like a biker thing to wave to everybody you pass. Us on a motorcycle, it's like just a thing you do. But the Harley people, they weren't it. Like I don't know why, but they were not it. I don't know if it's like that out here in Utah or not, but in Alabama there was like a weird thing with that. And also, you didn't want to pass a Harley rider either. They were trying to act like they were like wannabe biker gang people and stuff like that. It was also a weird thing too. But anyway, so very cool fact and also a cool bike. We also have a 10 from Orb of LSA who said, "Rip to the French soldier." And do we have an idea of where the French carrier is?
It's generally somewhere off the coast of Malta at the moment, to the east. We generally would know of that at the moment. And I do have to agree. Rest in peace to that soldier, and condolences to his family and his nation for the loss. An unfortunate one to hear. But I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from DJ Bird, and thank you, DJ, for that support. He said, "What is the status of Iran's nuclear weapon and ICBM development efforts? And no one's talking about this core objective. And I thought regime change was a means toward that end."
That generally was the original war plan because, just to put this out there clearly, if the Islamic regime continues to exist and is not removed, they are going to get back to developing a nuclear weapon. And we kind of want to just get this thing done with, we don't want to be coming back in like 5 years and bombing them again. Like, this has got to be done with. We got to find an actual solution. And so generally that was the original war goal, and that was supposed to be the original plan, but because they're seeing that that's not going to be that easy to do, they're changing the war plan to basically just be cutting them down to size, which in reality really does nothing for our original war goals or objectives. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Christian Wizarek, and hopefully I'm saying your last name properly, but thank you very much, Christian, for that 10. He said, "These strikes on the Iranian missile launchers and their Air Force and Navy are great tactical victories, but if we can't reopen the strait, I would consider this operation so far a strategic failure."
Generally, that's how we're looking at it, because, it's like, no one could disagree. I mean, we're obliterating the Iranians on land. But the one place that they're hurting us, and the only place they could hurt us, which was the Strait of Hormuz, they're currently, beating us basically in spades because we're really not doing anything effectively down there. So I would generally agree with you because, sure, we can beat the hell out of Iran, but I mean, if Iran ends up sending the entire global economy into a recession because of this war, I mean, who did more damage? Us on Iran or them on everyone else economically? And at that point, I think, you could really be, splitting hairs to figure out who was really winning. It would be a Pyrrhic victory at that point if we even achieved a regime change in Iran after that happened. But with that, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Gregory, who said, let's see here. Also, by the way, do you see this one? Do you know what this one means right here?
Sadly, I don't have the spreadsheet up because when I restarted my computer earlier today, it got rid of the spreadsheet. I keep that thing up like 24/7.
Well, Gregory said basically, I'll just go around this part of it. He said, "In most ground invasions, the lights get cut off just before, and could that be what's happening?"
Maybe, but we'll have to see. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from the Goated, who said, "The U.S. is going to have a hard time because my country, Canada, isn't going to join." And I love you guys, and LSA for life.
Well, I mean, it'd be great to have the Canadians in it, but I mean, like the Canadians aren't the make or break sort of a thing. It's always great to have allies in a military, well, not in a military operation, it's a war. I'm not using that stupid shit. I'm not using that. I refuse to. This is a war. We're in a war right now. It's not a military operation. The day I say that, folks, go ahead and bury me 6 feet under because I've died and been replaced by a body double. So, beyond that, though.
I tell you what, it's like Canada is chumming up to China quite a lot. Like I don't even really like what they're doing with China. Like I understand why Canada is doing it because they feel like they've been betrayed by the United States, but it's like the guy in Canada, he is just like openly like going 100% like full throttle toward a very, very strong relationship with China, which is a terrible idea. That's not going to serve his country well. Like I understand he's frustrated with the U.S. administration, but that is not going to serve anybody well with Canada going toward China like that. So the guy in Canada acting like, oh, we can trust Xi Jinping now. He's a good guy. It's like, are you insane? It's like, this is wild.
Well, I mean, that's like I gotta say though, that's what happens when you start pissing people off in foreign policy. They'll cut their own nose off to spite their face to screw someone else over, and that's why you got to make sure that you're not going around pissing off all these people because they will pack up and just walk off. Like like everyone in America kind of looks at it as a one-way street though, because they're like, if Europe is screwing over America, then we can pack up and walk off. But then apparently, on the flip side, though, we get to screw over the Europeans, which are supposed to be an ally. But then if they try and pack up and walk off, then that's wrong. It's like it's a two-way street, especially when we're talking about allies. With enemies, it's a one-way street. It's all our way, and they're on the highway. That's how it goes. But with allies, we're actually supposed to be mutual and fair about it, and that's why you generally don't go around like dissing on other countries and treating them like garbage, because the national leaders of those countries are going to react to that because the population might not stand for it either, and they might just start packing up and walking off. And that's why you got to be really careful about this sort of stuff. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you for the support. And I'm just Sean Keep running. I gotta say, we love our Canadian viewers. Our Canadian viewers are absolutely incredible, and it would be neat to know that y'all were helping us out with Iran. But at the same time, I think we'd be able to handle it. I think we just need to see that the war planning gets a lot better than what it is right now. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Clark, who said, it's funny that everything that happens these days is a false flag spammed by bots and nobodies who have knowledge outside their minimum wage job. Damn. Jeez, he's going in hard. I don't know about the whole minimum wage job thing and all that. I don't know about that. But the folks that do say false flag, though, like just on that aspect of it alone, like people don't even believe their lying eyes anymore. Like it's really weird. Like I blame AI for that to a large extent. Like AI has made people question everything. People look at photos now and they're like, is it even real? Is it AI? Is it a real picture? Then they look at videos too, because now videos can be replicated pretty accurately with the most modern AI models, and people look at videos and they're like, is it real or is it AI? So now everybody questions everything, like to a point where it's actually problematic. Like you can see something right in front of your face and most people will question it even though they're seeing it with their own eyes because they don't know what to believe anymore. So the people that are out there saying false flag, I mean, everything can't be a conspiracy. There are legitimate conspiracies that are like credible, but it's like everything can't be a conspiracy. That gets into like schizophrenia. That starts getting into something not normal. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally agree with Enforcer Matt on that. And also, I'd have to say, like, the thing that's really interesting about that, though, like, I gotta say, like, I definitely get the frustration, but I also wouldn't be like, like, people who disagree with us, they're not always like, like, bottom of the barrel people, or anything like that. I mean, some people just legitimately disagree. But one thing I will say, though, this is something that's changed over 4 years, is that back in the day, whenever anyone would say that we were wrong, I really give it a lot of time and credit because I'd be like, well, maybe I am wrong. But over the years, folks, like 98% of the people who say that we're wrong don't even know what the hell they're talking about at all. Like they don't even know how the U.S. government operates. Like you can sit there and they'll say something like, the president goes underground in Nebraska and he talks to the mole people, which really run the government. And it's like, where are you getting that? Well, that's really how it works, you stupid idiot, you youngin', you dumb idiot. It's like you're just crazy. It's like that's like 98% of people who say that we're wrong. And then there's the 2% that'll be like, you're wrong, and then they give a legitimate reason, and then it's like, oh yeah, you are right, I'm wrong. And then we have to make a retraction. But most of the time, though, like most of the people who come in and say that we're wrong, they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. Like, I don't even know where they've come from. It's just like they live in fantasy land. They'll come in and be like, no, that's not true at all, that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. They're turning off the transponders and they can't see the ships. And it's like, yeah, but an anti-ship missile doesn't use marine traffic and a transponder to hit a ship. It uses a surface search radar, which doesn't have anything to do with a transponder. You can turn a transponder off, spoof it, or have it on, and that anti-ship missile is still going to hit that ship. Like, it's like people like don't get that, and then like when you say something like that, I don't know what it is with that at that point, and then they're like, oh, you're just some young kid that's full of piss and vinegar and knows everything. It's like, I don't know everything, but I mean, I know that that's true. It's like, I don't have to know everything in the world to know that that one's right. It's like, that's how it goes. And then like people will sit there and like, or other people will sit there and say something like, it would be like political, like, no, it's all Trump's fault or Biden's fault. And then like, it's like, well, that's not true. It's actually like, bad foreign policy over multiple administrations and years. And they're like, I see who you are clearly. And it's like, golly, it's like, like according to those people, we're wrong on everything because we end up looking at things unbiasedly and look at it fairly and just lay out blame on everyone if it's possible. And then if it's not, then it's leaned right on someone else. But those sorts of people, it's like, damn, it's like,
Yeah.
it's like you can't really get anywhere with them. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
He's starting to go in circles there, but our next one here goes to Zephyrian, who puts in a 5. He said, the Jones Act in states like Hawaii and Alaska does more harm than good from what I hear.
That's true, actually. That is true. But the thing about it is, though, is that getting rid of the Jones Act is really questionable because it would make things a lot easier for folks in Puerto Rico and Hawaii and Alaska and places like that. But then the problem is that it might make things a lot more difficult for a lot of other people. And there's a lot of people who work in U.S. shipping companies for these vessels that run for these companies that run the vessels to these places. And if they're out of the job, how many of them are out of the job? How much economic damage did that do versus economic good to their overseas states and territories? And what kind of impact does it have? And generally, from what we would know, the impact would be far more damaging to get rid of the Jones Act than it would be to keep it. And that's generally why I think that we need to see that something is done for places like Alaska, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico to where the Jones Act can exist and those companies can still thrive in the little bubble that we made for them. But at the same time, we're not screwing over our territories and overseas states by also keeping the Jones Act going the way it is, because it's not perfect. It helps people to keep jobs and make livings in that sort of a little bubble that we made for them, but it also isn't really great for the people who have to rely on the Jones Act for their cargo solely. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
That's actually where the phrase "keeping up with the Jonesies" came from. By the way, was the Jones Act. They said keeping up with the Jones and stuff like that. You got to keep up with them because they were moving so fast. Like they were so fast moving. You had to try to keep up with them, which meant you had to blow all your savings. But anyways, though, jumping into our next one, this one goes to Parbe Potato, who puts in a 5. They said Ukraine helps U.S. with drones. We turn against them and help Russia. And weren't we just seizing Russian oil tankers a month ago?
Yeah, we were. I think you're tracking it pretty well at this point. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jonathan, who said just now a Texas chemical plant's on fire, possibly sabotage. And it's actually not a chemical plant. It looked like it was fuel storage tanks or oil storage tanks on fire for the most part. I haven't gotten an update on it. I saw another video that came out showing it burning, so I think they're trying to probably put it out at this point. But we have no idea how it started, but it looks sus. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you for the support, and we are watching that very carefully. It does look quite suspicious. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from the covert plague. Not that blatant one, but the covert plague. He said, we haven't had good foreign policy in 20 plus years. Iran supplied billions worth of munitions to Russia and helps against Ukraine. We're not ready for China.
You're not wrong. You're not really wrong on that. I was going to say, well, I don't know. There's been some good things. By and large, it hasn't really been the greatest. This is actually something that's generally recognized in the modern historical community, is that the United States basically completely squandered about the last 30 years that we had since the collapse of the Soviet Union, where the United States was the only uncontested superpower on the globe. We kind of have squandered those past few decades because we really didn't do a lot during it, because we were trying to figure out what the hell happened and what we were going to do. And by the time we kind of even had a concept of what we wanted to do, the time had passed, and we're now in the modern age right now, in the here and now. And so I would generally agree. It's not been the greatest. Some of it hasn't been absolutely detrimental. It's just been not so good. That's probably the way to put some of it. But some of the other stuff that we've done has been absolutely catastrophic. It's just a hard, I would like to say, things to improve, but 20 years honestly is such a long time. That would take hours to say everything that could have been done, everything that could have been improved. But I just hope that someday we see that we get good, effective leadership in the country, which does not mean that it has to be blue or red. It just means that it has to be good, effective leadership of either type, and that it does well in foreign policy and it really understands what it's doing. I would hope that we see that one day. But with that, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew. He said, sorry I'm late, but I appreciate you guys.
And thank you so much for the support. And better late than never is what we always say. So huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt. He said, we done stirred up a hornet's nest and everybody getting stung. Why ain't we learning from getting jammed up, though? Southern talk. Honestly, I wasn't sure what that was. I was like, the Southern talk. I was like, dang, man, I don't know about that. But he said, serious stuff, LOL, LSA.
And I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And honestly, you got a point though. On God. Real. Bustin' on God. But with that, big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
This one goes to Mike Wells, who puts in a 5. He said, with China talking about invading Taiwan, what are the chances in the opening of the war China uses an EMP on the U.S. homeland?
Unlikely.
They really don't have to. Really, they really don't have to because like China's cyber capabilities are pretty advanced. They're as advanced as Russia and the United States. They're all three on par with each other. So an EMP is not even required. Like I'm sure we've heard reports over the past year that China has apparently got backdoors into a lot of our critical infrastructure, and I would imagine the U.S. is probably trying to root that out, but we don't know how deep that goes. Like an EMP is probably not even required.
Yeah, I mean, that's honestly pretty true. So the chances of it would be highly unlikely. They'd probably just cyber attack us into a blackout. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt once again. He said, I've never worn on any apparel advocating one political figure or another, and it seems strange. It's too close to giving up critical thinking and LSA.
At one point, because we were in Alabama, we kind of did. But, once you kind of like the thing is that I grew up, basically, is like the best way to explain it. I grew up and then I realized, like, basically worshiping some dude, like, that's just some random dude. It's like, why am I doing that? That's really dumb. And, like, we ought to be looking less at the party and worshiping the party and more so at what's the best interest of the country. And that's how I look at it these days, and that's why we end up getting at odds with everybody. Literally everybody. We were at odds with the Democrats and the Republicans and everybody else. And right now, some people who are on this channel who are like, yes, this guy doesn't like Trump. Wait until a Democrat gets elected, and then they're going to be hating the show because we're going to be probably like, what the hell are they doing? Like, they could have done this, they could have done that. And then, they'll be in the crowd of, what do you know? You're just some idiot. And then they'll be flip-flopping like it already has over the last year and a half. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Trison, who put in a 2, and thank you very much for that support as well. We also have a 5 from Engineer, and sadly, I can't read this one, Engineer. It gets too political. This one gets very political, actually, but we do appreciate that support. We also have a 2 from Bruce Lee. He said, not quite the turkey shoot that they were looking for. Quack. Excuse me. I don't know what's got me going, man. I'm over here suffering. I'm over here like guzzling water, trying to prevent myself from coughing out. Something's got me scratching like in the throat tonight.
Maybe it was your bike route or something. Maybe you like overdid it or something. Maybe I don't know. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Prestige. You said drone is a bait to see if we have any defensive left.
Maybe it could be. Like there could always be. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ryan H on Orbs. He said, "Hello, enforcers. Would you rather spend a week in North Korea or Haiti?" LSA.
Oh.
Well, I would certainly get put to death. Both of us would in North Korea. We would certainly get the death there. At least if you're having to put up with barbecue down there in Haiti, which is the gang leader who's currently in charge of the biggest territory in Haiti, you would at least have a chance. You could at least try to run away from being hunted for the most part. You might have to eat bugs in the woods for a while, but that's better than simply meeting a guaranteed fate of death in a North Korean, death camp. So, Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, man. Man, I might actually survive. They might put me in like the Ponchabo Electronic Ensemble or something, but
nah. I don't think so.
I mean, I'm getting put down like a dog. But beyond that, I'd probably say Haiti, because at least in Haiti we have a chance of survival. Like, Barbecue and his gang of goons, they really can't chase us down everywhere. I mean, we could hang out in like Cape Haitian, and like just be safe because he's down in Port-au-Prince. But if we go to North Korea, we're getting put in the camps, like straight up. Like we have criticized the North Korean government so much that they would do a profile search on our backgrounds if we did go over there, and we would literally end up in the camps as soon as we arrive. They would cart us off and basically do the auto treatment to us like they did to him. So I wouldn't really go to North Korea. Yeah, I mean, like, like they talk about that shit, like they remember that back in the day, the absolute BS stories they tell, like, oh, he just laid down in the hot summer sun, he just happened to, basically become mutilated. It's like, what? It's like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. Like, that was ridiculous. But beyond that, though, I would rather go to Haiti than North Korea, because we would be put on a fire. We'd be put in front of a firing squad in North Korea probably pretty quick. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
Also have a 10 from Aimless Nonsense once again. He said, guess who's back? It's back again. The A-10s, they're back again. It's your friend. I agree. The A-10 is extremely vulnerable with modern air defense, but at the same time, it serves a major symbol for air dominance.
That is true. And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Free Software Channel. He said, have you covered the terror attacks and attempted terror attacks taking place here? I know one of them was one of the bad groups of the Middle East, but I wonder if the others were IRGC sleepers.
Well, there was one that happened at a university today, and apparently the students, like, legitimately beat the guy to death. Did you hear about that, Matthew?
The students, what university was this?
I don't know the university, but go pull it up really quickly because, like, I think the FBI was making a statement. They're like, yeah, the students killed the guy without using firearms before law enforcement could even arrive. So apparently they all just
It's
mobbed the
ROTC
dude.
students. That's why I was about to say it's not just random students. It was the military students at the school that apparently, at least according to the report. Let's see here. They said, oh, this is wild. Hold on, let's see here. They said he had yelled "Allahu Akbar" before the shooting, and then it started. The students subdued him and rendered him no longer alive. They say, I don't know how else to say it," said the spokesperson. Let's see here. So they're not describing. I guess they just choked the dude, possibly, or something like that. Maybe I'm not really sure about the whole story right here.
People in the chat are saying that they stabbed him to death. Apparently,
They stabbed him. They stabbed him.
apparently, I guess that guy picked the wrong classroom to mess with. That was the ROTC. I actually took some military history classes in UAB in the ROTC, and honestly, the folks in there were pretty nice folks. Like they were all going to become good officers. Like I can tell you that they were really nice folks, well-rounded, level-headed, and all. And it sounds like these guys weren't going to take any business. I did hear that. I think sadly their cadre, their instructor in that class was killed. Which is unfortunate to hear, but it's good to hear that they took control of the situation, made sure that no one else died after that. Regardless of
why
how
they stabbed the guy then.
Yeah, I mean, like I have to say, I mean, that was probably the best ending that we could have heard on that one. But we've been hearing of little sporadic things like that happening here and there. They've been fairly small so far. Nothing big's happened yet, fortunately. And also, like in that situation, those folks really took the situation into their own hands and took care of it before it could get any worse. And that's honestly the best case scenario in that sort of a situation. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, moving on to our next one, this one goes to Taoist Auditor, who said, so fuel shortage for NATO. Russia has fuel, and how's this going to work out if Russia decides to go west?
Well, probably not too well, because we would probably start to see that a lot of our European allies, we would generally be fine in America, but a lot of our European allies would be in fuel shortages, meaning that their defensive and offensive capabilities would be greatly reduced due to them having to take significant measures to conserve fuel at that point. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Free Software Channel once again. He said there was also a different attack in New York as well, apparently with the bomb thrown around, apparently.
Oh, dang. I hate to hear that. That's unfortunate. You know, it's always sad to hear about stuff like that. I've never personally been to New York City, but sad thing to hear. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Frustrated, who said, any updates on the Prince Sultan Airbase in Saudi?
We haven't really gotten a lot of updates on it, and also satellite photography hasn't been really easy to get since recently, so sadly we don't have any updates on it at the moment, but I do thank you for the support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Matthew Loomis, who put in a 2 as well. We appreciate you very much, Matthew, for that support. We also have a 2 from Robert Planting. He said, please speak about that Iran water crisis.
Generally, they're just out of water. Like, someone asks us about this every night, and we just don't get a huge amount of updates because Iran isn't really giving a lot of updates on it. But they're running out of water in Tehran. They're out of water in Tehran. They're out of water in Mashhad, and they're running out of water in a larger part of the northern and eastern part of the country right now. So it's a pretty bad situation, and it's affecting the 2 largest cities within the country at a minimum. So a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, someone said you guys are slacking if you're not covering these attacks in the states. We would cover them. The problem is though, like there's so many stories that we are not able to cover. I mean, we're only able to cover so much. We can only be on the air for so long each day, and also make videos too. So I mean, we have to at some point have a cutoff for what we're covering.
Yeah, I mean,
so unfortunately, that didn't make the cut. Quite speaking, right there.
I mean, we hardly even have time to run errands most days. Like we have to go out of our way to try and just block off some time to go do something errands wise, like getting groceries. I mean, we can't do everything in the world. Like that's kind of like an unfair critique of the show. Like if we could cover everything, we could, but that's inhuman. Like I can tell you this, man. Like if you tried running the channel from our position, you would see that we're doing literally everything we can to cover what we're covering. And if we tried to do any more, it'd be beyond our abilities. It'd be beyond anyone's abilities. But with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a two from Sarah, who said the intel team was correct, but a certain other individual in the admin, the Bush admin, drop kicked him.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But I do thank you for support and help with the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a two from Brooke Tiger Girl, and thank you very much for that $2 support. They said, do y'all think there might be a false flag soon?
No, I like generally false flags are exceptionally rare. And then I know that it's like the kind of like the flash word of the decade is like, false flags, but false flags are wildly rare. They basically never happen, and it's generally better to assume at face value what happened, unless if things don't start to add up. And, no, the Twin Towers completely added up before anyone even brings that up. That was not a false flag. That's just ludicrous to even say such. So big thanks to you for support and help with the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And also, by the way, like the government really can't pull off false flags. Like even if they wanted to, like these days with the coverage and exposure of social media and things like that, and all the different camera angles, it's not like it used to be back in the day. So it would be extremely hard to do that. And also, if the government gets caught, doing something like that, can you imagine the effect that's going to have? That's going to be horrific because people are already on the lookout for stuff like that, and people obviously they love conspiracy, so people would love to go for that, and that would not be good for the U.S. government's image, to say the least. But we also have a two from Sarah once again. He said, first bike I backpacked was a Hayabusa. Oh, what? I'm tall. Now that's insane, by the way. A Hayabusa. That's wild work. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's pretty wild, a Hayabusa. And I gotta thank you so much for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a two from Slid, who said, should I be worried about those missing drones? And no, you shouldn't, because they're like very upgraded versions of like a Mavic. Like it's just a drone with a camera and some sensors on it, so it's nothing too crazy. Like it's just a simple drone, really. It's just very expensive, but it's a simple drone. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say no. They're reconnaissance drones. They generally aren't weaponized and probably be pretty difficult to weaponize. So I'd say highly likely no. But a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to none other than Jess Skrobitsk, who said, what about all the Venezuelan oil that we just got?
It's not really a lot. Like, a lot of people make Venezuela out to be like this like oil mogul thing. Like they hardly produce any oil compared to anyone else. They produce 1.1 million barrels a day. Saudi Arabia produces 12 million a day. Just to give you a comparison to how big of an oil producer they are. It won't really count for much of anything. We consume, I think it's like 20 million barrels or 22 million barrels of oil in this country a day, which means that the oil that we got from Venezuela will maybe keep the country running for 8 hours before it runs out, and that's the oil on the ships. The oil from Venezuela every day would basically account for maybe 2 hours or less, but it wouldn't really account for much of anything on a nationwide scale. But with that, we're on to the next one.
Holy moly! Now get this. This just came out. The United States is preparing a $14 billion arms package for Taiwan right now, including PAC-3 and the SAMs air defense missiles. That just came out. They said if approved, it would be the largest U.S. weapon sale to Taiwan ever. So that is wild right there. Honestly, right now, it's looking juicy for China to go for Taiwan because we're bogged down with Iran right now. We're expending interceptors like crazy. And in fact, we had to pull out air defense from South Korea because we had needed it for the Middle East. I'm not sure if now is a good time to be doing something of like the largest defense package ever. I'm not totally sure if that's a wise idea. I'm all for defending Taiwan, but that seems like basically poking the bear while they're pretty much enticed to go for Taiwan. I'm not sure about that. But Enforcer, What say you?
Honestly, I'd say that's a pretty good idea. But the thing
Oh,
is, yeah, I would think it's a pretty good idea. I mean, the Chinese are going to invade them no matter what, so we got to get them ready. We wouldn't want to wait until the last minute to start getting them ready. That would be a bad idea. They have to train everyone, and they might not be ready in time. So I'd say it's a pretty good idea. Um, it's just that though. The thing is that he's about to be going to China, like the People's Republic of China, in late March. The president is. It's like, isn't this being on the table possibly souring that entire meeting before it happens? It's like, honestly, I wouldn't care. I mean, like, it's not like the Chinese, the communist Chinese at least, are our allies or anything. They're an enemy of the United States. But, I don't know why in the world he would even go to China at that point if that's the case.
oh, well, we just sent a ship through there. Like we just sent a ship. One of our, I can't remember which one it was. It might have been an aircraft carrier actually. We just sent some pretty large U.S. Navy ship like near Taiwan by China, and we're doing that right before he shows up too. So it seems like they're kind of like trying to piss Xi Jinping off before he shows up, which is kind of an odd strategy.
Honestly, I think that's kind of cool. Like, I thought, like,
Oh,
I'm going to be
it's
kind
cool
of.
for now.
Well, I'm going to be kind of upfront. I don't really like the communist Chinese, and while I'm not looking and spoiling for a war with them, folks, I mean at the same time though, we do have to give Taiwan the arms and capability necessary to defend themselves alongside us helping them. So we can't leave them, barehanded, and we're trying our best right now to give them some weaponry, which I think is a good thing generally. But I do think I do thank you all for your input. I was about to get into moving us into another super chat, so we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Saintly Beginnings, who puts in a 10 and said the FedGov does make about 9 to 16% on royalties for exported oil sales, plus income tax and other fees. And nor did his tweet sound like he wants oil prices to rise.
I mean, his tweet literally said that. I mean, like, let me read it again. Like, I don't know if this is like a J.D. Vance thing where it's like, Martha, he didn't say he wanted to bomb Iran. He said he wanted to enrich the people with explosive ordinances, but here it is. The United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far, so when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. So that's generally saying that it's a good thing. I mean, like, you don't word it like that as a bad thing. You word it like that as a good thing. If he was wording it like he didn't want the price to go up, he'd say, but this is going to make an undue burden for the U.S. citizen in their purchasing power. He didn't say that. He said, we make a lot of money. Who's this we stuff? Like, really, where?
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like the same talk that he just did about the domestic U.S. house prices. He said he wants to keep the people that are homeowners wealthy by keeping the house prices skyrocketed
Oh,
up
yeah.
at these major levels. Like, it's almost the same thing. Like, I'm not sure. Like, you know, like let me give the caveat. Let me give the caveat. Not trying to be political here, but from a political standpoint, if I was his political advisor, I would be saying, Mr. President, you cannot go out there and tell the American people that are barely struggling to survive right now because the economy is not in great shape. You can't go out there and say that we make a lot of money on the oil while people are paying more for gas and about to pay more for goods. If you say that, you're going to lose the midterms. That's what I would be saying if I was his political advisor. I would also say, whatever you do, don't go out there and say that you want to keep the housing prices skyrocketing. You need the young vote to win the election, or whoever your successor is. You need the young vote to win it. And if you go out there and piss off the young people and make them believe that they want to be able to own a house because you want to keep the house prices skyrocketed, you're going to lose all that vote. It's like, that's common sense. I mean, you don't have to be a political strategist to know common sense like that. I don't know why he's saying this stuff.
I don't even know why either. I mean, I'll be kind of straight up with y'all folks. There was this thing a while ago that got me kind of a little angry. And there was this whole thing that happened up in Minnesota, and this guy who happened to have a firearm on him got in an altercation with some people, and he ended up getting shot. And generally they came out and said because the guy had a gun on him, like not the way he was using it or anything. He wasn't even using it. It fell out of his, I think, pants or something, and they grabbed it off the ground and then they shot him. But they just said because he had a gun on him, he clearly was up to no good. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I was like, you have a legal right in this country to carry around a firearm if you want to. Like, you don't have to be unarmed when dealing with law enforcement. You can be armed, like clearly not brandishing it or anything, but making that out to be like the guy had a gun, so clearly he's bad intentioned. It's like, what the hell is that? It's like honestly, that was one of the dumbest things that I had heard recently because, a lot of y'all know I own guns. We carry them around all the time. I mean, you have a legal right to do that. It's like, that's ridiculous to say something like that. Completely goes against an American legal right that you have. It's like, but anyways, with that, enough of that stuff right there. But this right here, like, like you can't sit there and literally hear him say something and be like, oh, he's just owning people. No, this is legitimately what he said. I mean, you don't get to say something and then just backtrack off and act like that's not what you said. He literally said it was a great thing. He literally said, like, we make a lot of money and we're the largest oil producer. Those things come together to say this is a great thing that the prices are going up.
Could you imagine, by the way, like I feel bad for the political advisors here. I feel bad in one respect and I don't feel bad in another. But, I feel bad because it's like, I don't know, like, I think the way this tweet is worded, I think somebody writes it for him. They might be dictating it based on what the president's like verbalizing. I think he has somebody that writes them, but he tells them what to write. Because the whole "thank you for the attention to the matter" and then there's like a signature at the bottom of it. That seems like somebody wrote that for him. Like it's worded like that. It seems like. So I'm not sure if like the political advisor is there in the room while he's writing this stuff, or they find out after he's already posted it. I would be having a heart attack if I saw this right here and I was in charge of trying to make sure he had good political success. I'd be like, oh my God, like, is there not an edit button or an undo button or something on this? You got to take that back.
Yeah. Also, I just saw someone say, like, here's something I find so funny, folks. The old bait and switch thing. Like, we were talking about one thing and another, like the oil prices and the gun stuff that I just brought up. And then someone starts talking about something to do with kids. It's like, how the hell do you even get to that? We're not even on that topic. Who the hell even made a comment for that, for you to bring that up? Like, that's the interesting thing about political people, is that when they feel like they're losing in one route, they literally just change the conversation to a whole different topic. It's really interesting in that way. The people in the last administration would do that too. It's like, how the hell did y'all work that mentally in your head? Like, it's like we're talking about oil, and this would be like, oh, well, what about this with the kids, huh? It's like, who the hell's talking about that right now? You just came up with that. Like, what the hell? But anyway, so that we are on, and also I see some people saying, well, that guy was a dangerous guy. Well, like about the other thing I was talking about, the gun thing. Well, yeah, but the people who were dealing with him then in that situation didn't know that. I mean, they hadn't even asked for the guy's ID. So, I mean, all that was just a knee-jerk reaction, which, I mean, a lot of people, could generally go, I mean, you have a legal right in this country to carry a gun. If you're around law enforcement with a gun on you, doesn't mean you're a bad guy. You have a legal right to carry one around. So, it doesn't make you a good guy. It doesn't make you a bad guy. You can just do it. Like, it's a legal right you have. You don't get shot for that. And then you don't have everyone in the, everyone at the federal government level talking about, oh, he was clearly a bad guy because he had a gun. It's like the last thing I remembered, last time that was ever brought up in some argument about Kenosha, Wisconsin or something, was actually a good thing. And that was a whole other situation that escalated to a whole other degree. And everyone was going, oh, this is a great thing. And then that time around, because the optics are different, oh, actually carrying guns is a terrible thing. It's like, how the hell does this work these days, this political stuff? Because I can't get my mind around changing my opinions on a 180 every day these days. It's beyond my ability. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Our next one goes to Ross Nib, puts in a 50, and thank you, Ross, as well. He said, you guys work hard enough without covering the domestic stuff, and LLT, LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, Ross Nib. And we try our best, we really do. And it's exhausting, actually, like mentally and kind of physically exhausting to an extent. But a big thanks to you for the support and help with the show and to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Taoist Auditor. He said, send everything to Taiwan. We need to strengthen the Pacific and the first islands and make it quick.
I generally would agree. I think that we need to see that the island chain is greatly reinforced as much as we can, because out of all the threats in the world, at least in terms of the power that they would pose as a threat, the Chinese are the largest. Iran is actually supposed to be the smallest, which kind of makes this even more of a worse situation, is that Iran is the weakest thing that we could go up against. I mean, they're even weaker than Russia. And yet, this thing has turned into quite an issue. But a big thanks to you for supporting helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Let's have a 5 from Chris Feilbach. He said, brother, may I ponder the orb? New YouTube video. Same guy who did the oats one.
And I thank you so much for the support. And maybe one day we'll see. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 1 from K-Will ATL. And thank you very much, K-Will, for that $1 support. And we appreciate that very, very much. And it's now time, folks, to jump into our Morse code decoders of the night. We do have the entire roster. We have Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Erbil, Her Royal Fluffiness, Coach Kotarek, Sire, and Brian. And they said, the Morse says, it looks like Iran's losing it again and attacking Turkey. And that won't go well. LLT, LSA.
And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that down on the nail. That is the Morse code messages of the night. I got to congratulate y'all greatly for getting that correct time and time again, because y'all are always getting that dead on the nail. And so with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into our live chats. And we're going to be getting three 3, I tell you, live chats because we're wildly overtime tonight. And then after that, we're going to be rounding out this stream for the night. And also, Red Russell just asked, he threw in a 2. A big thanks to you, by the way. He said, has Taiwan invented sea drones? Yes, they have. They're very similar to Ukraine's. So coastal defense, the Taiwanese have really been working hard on. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And we have here let's see. Let's see here. We have a question here from David Tablet, who said, I am currently seeing that North Korea is going to arm Iran. Is there any truth to this?
I haven't heard of that, but I haven't really been paying attention to North Korea. And they're wanting to get in on the fun. Like, they're wanting to get in on it. That's what they do. That's their thing. But I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And also, by the way, let's see something here. I was trying to check something while I was stalling there for a second. I don't know how, but for some reason I've missed Trucking Chef's super chat. So returning back to that, and also sorry about that, Trucking Chef, for missing that super chat. He put in a 10, and I don't know how they got past me because I've been staring at this all night on this thing. I don't know if maybe it's when I got up to go use the restroom since that was outed on the air, but Trucking Chef put it in a 10. He said, speaking of trains, I drive through Santa Fe, New Mexico, down to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and there's a big fat train line right in the middle of the highway, but I never see a train, and what is it?
Let me take a look at that here. Well, let's see. Where is it? Is it on the interstate? Is it right here? Oh, here it is. So let me see. Let me follow this. I might be able to tell you. It looks active. At least parts of it do. Some of it looks abandoned. Actually looks like Oh, it's that little commuter train thing. I think I remember this. New Mexico State has their own, like, front runner, basically, and it uses basically all the same power and rail cars and stuff. But they run, like, basically no services, and I think they're thinking about canceling this thing. Let me see what it's called. It's the NMRX. Let me type that in. NMRX. It's like the New Mexico Railway train. Let me get you all a picture of it. So this is it. It's literally just a rebranded or a branded differently front runner. Uses same mode of power, same cars and everything. But they basically run like no services from what I know. Like it's very rare. And I don't think there's any freight traffic that comes up here anymore. So it's just exclusively passenger rail, and that's why it looks like the volume on it so low, is because I think they probably only run hourly, and so you'd have to like catch it like a unicorn basically to find one of them. But I gotta say, unlike New Mexico, the front runner here in Utah runs great, and they're even expanding it, which is a great thing to hear because it gets so much ridership. It gets millions of riders every year, and then the tracks gets tens of millions. But anyways, a huge thanks to you for the support, My Trucking Travels, and I hope that does answer your question. Well, I'm so sorry we missed that, but a huge thanks to you once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that in mind, folks, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Robloxian, who said, what's up with the protector drone part between Cyprus and Lebanon?
I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head right now. The protector drone between Cyprus and Lebanon. It's not there at the moment, so unfortunately I wouldn't be able to answer that. But I do thank you for a great question. And with that, we're on to the final question of the night. And so, who is like the last person who put in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be, also, hold on a second here. Let's see. Why is there multiple super chats I haven't seen tonight? This is more than simply me missing a couple of them, because I don't ever miss this many. There's a couple here. There's actually 2 more that I did not get. Let me check something here. Stall for just a second. Let me see what's going on with this, because I've literally been watching all night and I haven't seen like 2 or 3 of these come in. Let me check what's going on with that.
We're going to be stalling for a brief uno momento. And I see that a lot of people are talking about the golden spike. And that's true. The golden spike is pretty cool. It's up here near Salt Lake City, actually. Up here. You can actually go to it. It's a really cool little place. They have a national park here, and they actually let you wander around and see the replicas of the Jupiter and the 119 that they have up there. It's a really neat place. I haven't been to it personally, but I do want to go here and take a little look at it because it would be really cool to see. So I have to say that is true about Salt Lake City.
So there's 2 more here. I'm not sure how this is. I was trying to go back and check the entire list, because I'm not sure how these are getting past me tonight. That's 3 in a row, which is highly unusual for me. So I'm not sure what's going on. I'll have to check that out. I'm not sure right now on the air, though. But jumping into these right here, and also sorry for missing these. Unnamed agency put in a 10 and said Spec Op 100.219.1 equal partial payment for Iranian work invoice. Great work.
Thank you so much for the support. And I like the way you put it. That was a pretty neat way to do it. And so a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a find from King Timmy, who said, "What about making the coast of Iran a basically a zone of military death for the Iranians, and demand all people to leave, or they face the other situation until we get the strait under control, like martial law?"
Well, we couldn't necessarily do that to all the civilian populations because if they all leave the coast, a lot of Iran's imported foods and such would disappear, and then we would see that a lot of people would starve in Iran, and that'd be a humanitarian crisis. So we couldn't necessarily do that to that degree. But as far as creating basically an exclusionary zone on their coast to where if their military enters it, they're destroyed immediately, I think that that would be a good move. But we would also have we couldn't force everybody to leave the coast, like the civilians at least, and we would generally have to make that a lot more of a fine-tuned and very precise sort of an operation. But I would generally say the framework of that, I think that would be a fairly solid idea. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And now we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And also, I'm seeing people say that YouTube super chats are having an issue. At least some people are reporting that in the chat. I saw Tim Tom say there must be a glitch because he didn't see the super chats on his end either. I don't know what's up with that because I've been like, I stare at the live chat all night long. Like I'm reading every single one of these thousands of messages coming in every single night. So, it's crazy. Like it's really crazy to me. I don't know what's going on with that. It might be a glitch possibly because me missing 3 in a row while I'm reading these things like this, I mean, that's crazy work right there. That doesn't happen. So we'll have to see. But anyway, so jumping into this question right here, this one goes to I'm D. Stevenson, who said, could they drop a Moab and have hit a tunnel and had the IRGC munitions at it?
It's possible, but generally Moabs aren't used for underground tunnel networks unless if they're incredibly soft, poorly made ones that are basically right under the surface. Because we did see that one of them was used against a tunnel network that the Taliban had in Afghanistan back in the day, but once again, it was a poorly constructed tunnel works at a very low depth, and therefore it could easily be hit and destroyed by a Moab. But I hope that does address it the best I can, and with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one is going to go to none other than AF Kaplan. He said, if there is a successful coup in Moscow, who do you think would fill the power vacuum?
It's always hard to say. It's usually a government underling that nobody knows about because they don't have a target on their head where everyone's trying to take them out once the power struggle begins. That usually climbs their way to the top. Putin was one of those people. So we probably wouldn't even know them by name right now, but it's probably going to be one of those little underlings from way down at the bottom of the government that'll be able to make their way to the top. So sadly, I wouldn't be able to tell you their name, but we would have to wait and see who it would end up being. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, folks, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. And what a stream it was, folks. Another 4-hour and 15-minute long stream. These streams are getting quite long these days, like exceptionally long. We were trying our best, folks, to actually get them a little bit shorter, and even at that, we've been able to kind of cut them down from like almost 5 hours down to nearly 4, and we're hoping to try and get them back to the 3.5 hours they used to be. But with that in mind, I do thank you all so much once again for watching. We had a peak viewership tonight of 34,000 people, and 270,000 people have watched this show before it ended. We have to thank you all so much once again for enjoying the show tonight. We're always honored and greatly appreciative that so many of y'all consider this channel to be a primary source of news. And so with that, I thank you all so much once again for watching, and if there is a short war video to be made tomorrow, Enforcer Mata will be making that the video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukrainian, I'm Slava. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern, excuse me, on the next Daily War News stream. And hopefully, I will have a Ludens or a cough drop or something by then, because this is quite obnoxious to me as well. But thank you all once again for joining us tonight. Almost 300,000 people that were here almost by the end of the stream. We appreciate that very much, that all of y'all chose us as your news source. And we hope to see you all tomorrow on a short war video midday as well. And we appreciate you all once again. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroem Slava, get some rest, and good night.